Chapter 237. Tulips? That's not right. Why are tulips purple? Seeing such a large sea of flowers, Sullen's brows wrinkled. Who would plant tulips here? Ordinary tulips alone were not fatal, but they emitted a special kind of poison. People who stayed in this sea of flowers for a while would be poisoned. They would feel dizzy and nauseous. If they did not leave in time, they would fall into a coma and become fertilizer for this sea of flowers. The purple tulips in front of him were obviously not ordinary. If Sullen guessed correctly, their poison was stronger and more violent. Although this sea of flowers was luxuriant, it seemed that no one had taken care of it for a long time. Sullen found a lot of things like flower seeds on the ground near the sea of flowers. It should be for some reason that these flower seeds did not take root and germinate. In some places, the growth of the flowers was obviously messy. Sullen also found that behind this sea of flowers, he could vaguely see the outline of some broken buildings. However, it should be because the weathering was too severe. It was impossible to distinguish their original appearance. Sullen's heart became more and more excited. It was obvious that this was a ruin that had not been excavated. Sullen observed for a while, and did not find the entrance of the ruin. However, this was a normal phenomenon. Not all ruins had an entrance. Some ruins that were severely damaged only had some broken walls. Many ruins were actually excavated by various adventurer teams. Of course, there were still many dangers in these ruins. Sullen did not act rashly. However, just as he was about to return, he suddenly saw that the weathered wall at the edge of the sea of flowers was a little different. Sullen carefully avoided these plants and observed from the side. Spatial folds. Sullen's expression was a little surprised. The abnormality looked like a piece of paper that had been wrinkled from the side. It looked very strange. Is this the wizard's secret realm? Sullen suddenly thought of a possibility. Thinking of this, Sullen felt that his guess was correct. However, to be sure, he still needed a professional to take a look. Sullen did not continue to move. The secret realm of sorcerers was a masterpiece of the ancient sorcerers. Those ancient sorcerers were well versed in the knowledge of space, planes, and other things. After some research, they created a kind of magical technology. During the period of the Arcane Empire, the technology of the wizard's secret realm was developed to its peak. Some powerful wizards even opened up a plane as their own territory. There were also wizards who found a half-plane in the astral world and linked it to the main material world. Secret realms also varied in size. The first secret realms used spatial magic to hide some areas of the prime material plane. These kinds of secret realms were the most common, and the space inside was also the smallest. As for secret realms that used semiplanes or entire planes to transform them, they were now very rare. Moreover, it was very likely that there were ancient and dangerous creatures in the secret realm. There might even be all sorts of magical traps. If he wasn't prepared, it was very likely that he would fail miserably. Some secret realms even had magical pets or magical beasts left behind by the ancient adepts. It was important to know that some magical beasts had a very long lifespan, and many magical beasts would use a long period of dormancy to delay the aging of life. Who knew if there were such monsters in the secret realms that had been closed for thousands of years, or even longer? If they were unlucky, there might be a giant dragon. Even if it was the weakest white dragon among the 5-colored dragons, thousands of years was enough for it to grow into an ancient dragon. In the face of a giant dragon of this level, the average legendary strongman would be a piece of cake. After a round of investigation, Sullen returned to the camp outside the forest. At this time, Carter had almost built the camp. When Sullen returned to the camp, he immediately sent someone back to inform Hathaway to come as soon as possible. After suspecting that there was a secret realm here, Sullen began to block the news. Once the news about the appearance of the secret realm of sorcerers spread, all the sorcerers on the continent would come back to explore. At that time, even Sullen would be powerless to stop it. Although he was now a legendary strongman, there were many legendary strongmen on the continent. A secret realm that had never been discovered. The resources in it were enough to make these legendary strongmen excited. In a moment, all the soldiers were sent out to clear the monsters in the wasteland. No monsters or people were allowed to come close to the forest. After waiting in the camp for a day, Sulen saw Hathaway rushing over the next day. Where is the secret realm? Take me there quickly. Hathaway saw Sulen and did not have time to rest. She immediately asked about the secret realm. The secret realm will always be there. It won't run away. Calm down first. Seeing Hathaway's state, Sulen had to force her to calm down. She was not suitable to explore the ruins in her current state. After hearing Sulen's advice, Hathaway finally calmed down and began to rest. At the same time, she prepared various items for the exploration. It was not until the third day that Sulen brought Hathaway to the thorn forest. The two quickly arrived at the place where Sulen killed the sunwheel flower. After arriving, Hathaway began to cast various spells on them. Invisibility, hide tracks, eliminate scent, energy shield, elemental resistance, poison resistance, bear's endurance, cat's grace. A series of support spells were released from Hathaway's hands. Sulen could clearly feel that his strength had increased by a notch. Hathaway, who was already a third-rank wizard, had no problem casting these spells. The two then followed the path that Sulen took last time, and went deep into the forest. As soon as they entered, Hathaway quickly noticed the difference. This is the moon soul grass. This is the blood-sucking thorn. This is the ghost flower. The plants that Sulen did not recognize last time were easily recognized by Hathaway. She was very excited. There are so many magical plants here, Hathaway said excitedly. There was nothing strange about this forest before. I don't know what happened, but there was a sudden change recently, Sulen said as he walked. This place was not too far away from Northgard City. It was about 50 kilometers. In the past, nothing strange had happened here. It had only appeared in the past 1 or 2 months. Hathaway thought for a moment and said, I think it has something to do with the elemental tide. This place has something to do with the elemental tide? Sulen's eyes widened. Hathaway ran her fingers through her hair and said, Yes, the elemental tide. The eruption of the elemental tide was a bit sudden. According to what you said, this mystery plane has not been repaired for at least 1 or 2,000 years. The sudden surge of elemental energy has caused problems with the operation of the energy nodes in the mystery plane. The energy core might have been damaged due to years of disrepair. The spatial array covering the secret realm also showed some flaws because of this. Then the demonic plants, flower fields, and other plants that were originally in the secret realm were exposed. You should be able to feel it. The elemental energy in this forest is very dense. It's much denser than the other places outside. I suspect that the mystery plane was exposed because of the sudden increase in elemental energy, due to the appearance of the elemental tide. The energy transmission system in the mystery plane could not withstand the sudden increase in elemental energy. Looks like we have the elemental tide to thank, Sulen said with a smile. Don't be happy too early. Although the mystery plane has appeared, it's not easy to go in and get the benefits. None of the ruins left behind by the ancient wizards are easy to deal with. The best equipment for exploring a mystery plane was to have a lucky companion. Under normal circumstances, it would be a halfling rogue. Halfling rogues were very popular in exploration because of their short stature, flexible bodies, keen intuition, and generally better luck than the average person. It would be even better if they had attributes similar to the treasure-hunting mouse. Soon, the two arrived at the sea of flowers that Sulen found last time. The purple sea of flowers swayed with the wind, looking like a purple ocean. So many purple tulips. Hathaway was very surprised when she saw the sea of flowers in front of her. These tulips give me the feeling that they are alive, Sulen said. Hathaway nodded and said, They are indeed alive. These are activated plants. These activated plants are generally the outer layer of the mystery plane, and the fruits they produce after they mature are also materials for refining magic potions. Also, don't you think this sea of flowers is very beautiful? It's like a fish eating 3 fish, Sulen said. Then how do we get in? There's no good way. We can only force our way in. And even if we know the password to pass through here, these magical plants have changed several times. It's a problem whether the password is still valid. After all this time, we still have to force it. Sulen rolled up his sleeves and was ready to do it. Don't do that. Seeing that Sulen was about to do it, Hathaway immediately pulled him back. I've already checked just now. The runic magic circle here has basically lost its effect. These tulips will only attack based on instinct. This way it'll be much easier. If the original runic magic circle was still there, these tulips would be equivalent to 1. At that time, it would naturally be difficult to deal with. After Sulen and Hathaway cast a defensive spell, they entered the sea of flowers. As soon as they entered, Sulen smelled a strong floral fragrance, and a faint singing sound appeared in his ears. The tulips in the sea of flowers drifted with the wind, and the surrounding branches and leaves were like sharp blades that quickly cut the two of them. The energy shield in front of the two of them frequently collided with each other. The energy shield firmly blocked all these attacks, but the system's prompt kept ringing in his ears. The host is attacked by the knockout fragrance, forcibly conducting a constitution test. Constitution test passed. The host is attacked by the mind, forcibly conducting a spirit test. Spirit test passed. Chapter 238. Sulen's body was already tall, and with Hathaway's support, the attacks launched by the surrounding purple tulips didn't pose too much of a threat to the two. Sulen brandished his sword and kept cutting off the branches and leaves of the purple tulips. After being attacked, the attacks of the purple tulips weakened a lot. Hathaway took out a small pouch and grabbed some powder from it. She chanted some incantation and scattered the powder. The purple tulips that were still attacking the two suddenly slowed down. After a while, the attacks completely disappeared. The surrounding purple tulips were like drunkards, swaying and not moving. What is this? Sulen's eyes lit up. This is hypnotic powder. All right, let's leave quickly. Plants have a high resistance to hypnosis. They will wake up soon, Hathaway urged. Sulen nodded, then pulled Hathaway and quickly walked towards the depths of the sea of flowers. Along the way, Hathaway kept sprinkling hypnotic powder on the surrounding purple tulips. Soon the two passed through the sea of flowers. Behind the sea of flowers were some buildings that had been severely weathered. These buildings should have been heavily damaged. There were still some traces left on the ruins. Sulen found some wrinkles on the wall nearby. Sulen went over to take a look, but there was nothing special. It should be just an ordinary spatial wrinkle. After arriving here, the two didn't rush forward. Instead, they first searched the ruins. They didn't know if it was because the destruction was too thorough, but there was nothing valuable here. After finding nothing, the two began to enter the depths of the ruins. After arriving here, Sulen clearly felt that the space here was a bit strange. There was a strange membrane separating them from the outside world. After entering the secret realm, there were a lot more buildings inside, and many of them were relatively well preserved. Be careful. Although it seems that no one has been here for a long time, some runic magic circles are still operating normally. Don't touch their defense mechanism, Hathaway said after observing for a while. Sulen nodded gently then asked, Hathaway, can you tell what period this secret realm is from? Looking at the style of these buildings, some of them seem to be from the later period of the Arcane Kingdom. However, the secret realms of the later period of the Arcane Kingdom are generally based on half-bit walls or artificial bit walls. Secret realms like this that fold space directly are rarely used. The difficulty of building a secret realm that uses this kind of space-folding technology is much lower, and the value inside will be much lower, so you have to be mentally prepared. But it's not without benefits. If the level of the ruins is low, the level of danger inside will naturally be low. Even if we find those secret realms made by semiplanes or even planes, we can only look at them. Secret realms of that level are very dangerous. Hathaway, do you know how to use the space-folding technology? How about we also build a secret realm in Northtown? Sulen looked at the secret realm in front of him and said, the technology of creating a secret realm has been lost. Maybe some large wizard schools still have it. Our school doesn't have the information about the construction of a secret realm. Moreover, it costs an astronomical amount of money and resources to build a secret realm. Hathaway shook her head and said, then see if you can try to control this secret realm. This secret realm doesn't look small, and the degree of damage isn't too high. It would be better if it can be repaired. I'll try. Hathaway looked at the secret realm. She was also very interested in it. Sulen looked around, then walked to a relatively intact building not far away. The materials used in these buildings looked very ordinary, but after so many years, they were still not completely damaged. It was obvious that the hardening spell had been cast on them. Sulen gently pushed the door open. A huge cloud of dust flew into the air. He quickly took a step back and summoned a wind elemental to sweep the dust away. The house was empty. Aside from a pile of decaying furniture, there was nothing else. There were no monsters or corpses inside either. Just as Su Luan was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He went directly to one of the walls, reached out, and gently knocked on it a few times. A hollow sound came from the wall. There's something in there. Su Luan's eyes lit up. He immediately picked up the long sword and stabbed it into the wall. Then with a gentle stroke, the wall was pried open. There was a hole in the wall, and there was a small locked box in it. Sulen picked up the box and looked at it. He then signaled Hathaway to step back while he took out a wire to pry open the lock. Sulen had done this kind of job many times before. After all, he often went over walls to pry open locks. He talked about life with the noble ladies and young ladies and imparted his knowledge to them. His lock-picking skills had long been practiced to first class. Some of the old thieves were not as good as him. Not only was he good at picking locks, but he was also very good at picking the heart locks of the noble ladies and young ladies. He used to be the guardian knight of several young ladies. It's locked. Let me open it, Sulen said confidently. Gotcha. Gotcha. After a while, Sulen fiddled with the wire back and forth in the lock cylinder, but the lock could not be opened. Sulen felt a thin layer of sweat on his head. What's going on? Are the locks of the Arcane Empire so powerful? Gotcha. There was a soft sound. The lock on the box had been broken by Sulen. It turned out that this kind of thing had been stored for thousands of years, and the internal structure had long rusted away. Sulen inadvertently used too much force and broke the lock directly. After opening the box, Sulen did not open it immediately. This kind of box was generally set with a magic trap. Once it was opened, it would suddenly spray out effects such as strong acid, crossbow arrows, lightning, poisonous smoke, and so on. This kind of trap was impossible to guard against, so it was not wrong to be cautious. He put the box on the ground and carefully opened it. Sulen's body tensed up, and he was ready to dodge at any time without triggering any mechanism. Just as Sulen was about to relax, a flash of light came, followed by an acid arrow that was not as thick as a finger. Sulen's body flashed and he easily dodged it. The acid arrow flew less than 20 centimeters and fell to the ground weakly. A normal acid arrow was more than 10 times stronger than this one, and it could fly very far. However, considering that this trap had been there for so long, it could still be activated. This in itself showed that the person who set the trap was very skilled. After dodging the acid arrow, Sulen picked up the box. There was not much in the box, only a few colorful gems. There was a ruby and a sapphire that were the size of a pigeon's egg and of good quality. There was also a crystal bottle beside it, but the liquid in the bottle had long dried up, leaving only some brown powder at the bottom. Here you go. Sulen handed the ruby and sapphire to Hathaway. Hathaway reached out and took the gems. Her beautiful big eyes were smiling like crescent moons. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the gems clean, then put them away with a smile. Sure enough, women were like dragons, unable to resist the temptation of these shiny gems. With the first building's facade already having such a harvest, the two's interest in treasure hunting was even higher. Following that, the dozen or so buildings that were still intact were all swept clean. Even the walls and floors were searched, but their harvest was not much. They only found a well-preserved magic scroll in one of the rooms. There were 5 hexagram symbols on the left side of this magic scroll, indicating that this magic scroll recorded a level 5 spell. A level 5 spell was still very valuable. If bought from a wizard, it would cost about 300 to 500 kinner. He handed the magic scroll to Hathaway. Hathaway opened the scroll and looked at it, but after a few glances Hathaway frowned. There were many runes on this level 5 spell that she had never seen before, and the runes on it were even more complicated than a level 6 spell. Although she did not recognize this magic scroll, it did not mean that she could not learn it. As long as she learned these new runes and released them, she would be able to master this spell. The only problem was that it would be more difficult to learn. After harvesting 2 gems and a level 5 spell scroll, Sulen and Selena left the ruins of the building and continued to go deeper into the secret realm. Soon, the two arrived near a farmland. At this time, the farmland had long been deserted, and only some plants grew sporadically in some places. After getting closer, Hathaway's eyes lit up. She immediately recognized that these were all magical plants. However, there was a layer of runic circle outside the farmland. Seeing this situation, Sulen and Hathaway directly used brute force to break it. Fortunately, the runic circle had not been maintained for a long time, and its power had dropped to the extreme. Hathaway hit it with a fireball, and the runic circle kept flickering. After a few consecutive fireballs, finally, with a soft sound, the runic circle flickered a few times and dimmed completely. Without the runic circle, Sulen and Selena entered the farmland. This farmland should have been used to grow all kinds of magical plants. Later, maybe because of war or other reasons, all the magical plants here were harvested. Those magical plants that were still growing now should be the seeds that accidentally fell during the harvest. These seeds later took root and grew in the farmland. The farmland in front of them covered a vast area of hundreds of acres. Some magical plants grew sporadically in it. Sulen and Hathaway did not continue to explore the ruins, and left to harvest these magical plants. Although there were not many of these magical plants, their quality was very high. They had been growing for at least a few hundred years. Many of them were even almost extinct now. Chapter 239. Around these farms, Sulen also found some broken crystal pillars with many runes engraved on them. After careful identification, Hathaway found that the runes engraved on them were used for scouting, monitoring, and changing the surrounding environment. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the Arcanists could use spells to monitor the growth of the magic plants at all times, and change the surrounding growth environment according to the needs of the magic plants. Suluin even suspected that this work didn't need anyone to intervene. Under these crystal pillars, Sulen also found energy channels used to transmit magical energy. However, many of the channels were broken, and the energy inside was almost dry. Intruders detected. Intruders detected. Counterattack triggered. Eliminate the intruders. Body recharging. Insufficient energy. Activating reserve energy. Activating reserve energy. Activating counterattack. Mission instruction: eliminate the intruders. The cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded. A ray of light swept across a well-preserved crystal pillar next to them, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. In the distance, a faint red light lit up in the gray fog, and some tall black shadows walked out of the fog. It was a few tall fully constructed puppets. These fully constructed puppets were different from the ones that were popular among the wizards. They were painted in black and had a metallic luster, giving them a heavy feeling. Steel golems. Seeing the fully constructed puppets in front of him, Sulen recognized them at a glance. The leading steel golem gave Sulen a feeling that it was very similar to the original version of Iron Man's armor in his previous life. One or two of the steel golems were damaged, which should be the traces of a battle. Target found. Attack. After finding Sulen and Hathaway, the leading steel golem instantly aimed its arm at the two of them. Then its palms separated, and a black hole appeared in front of them. A burst of energy instantly burst out. Sulen's expression changed. Without thinking, he pulled Hathaway aside and dodged. Boom. Boom. A few consecutive energy blasts hit the place where the two of them were standing just now. A 4 or 5 meter deep crater was blasted out of the ground, and a mushroom cloud rose in the explosion. F***CK. So powerful. Sulen sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the craters on the ground. Then global warming. Every single one of these magic golems was more powerful than a great fireball, and if they fired continuously, they would be able to bombard the ground. This kind of magic golems could easily wipe out an entire army. Lightning spear. A spear made entirely of lightning appeared in Sulen's hand. In the next second, The lightning spear streaked across the sky and instantly hit the steel golem at the front. The powerful lightning energy melted the steel golem's chest into molten iron, and a large amount of lightning energy instantly burst out. The entire steel golem was covered in lightning. The steel golem's red eyes flickered back and forth a few times before slowly extinguishing. The steel golem that weighed several tons crashed to the ground. The other steel golems turned their arms and fired their energy cannons at the two of them. High-risk target detected. Prioritize high-risk target. The remaining steel golems all aimed at Sulan and fired energy cannons one after another. Seeing this situation, Hathaway's hands flickered and released spells one after another. Slow. Energy shield. Haste. Chain of fireballs. A flash of light enveloped the steel golems, and the already somewhat slow steel golems became even slower. A translucent energy shield rose from Sulan's body, and his already fast speed increased again. 5 fireballs appeared next to Hathaway. In the next second, these fireballs drew an arc and hit 3 steel golems. The flash of light dissipated, and to the two of them's surprise, the golems were actually unharmed, only a little damaged on the surface of their steel. What a high magic defense! Sulan slid, his figure flashed, and went around the golem from the side. Then he took a big stride forward and slashed at the golem's leg joint with the sharp sword in his hand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The steel golem's body shook slightly, and a deep sword mark appeared on its leg joint. Sulan's feet moved quickly, and he dodged the steel golem's sweep. In the next second, his body had already turned to the other side. At the same time, the sharp sword in his hand didn't stop at all, and he kept slashing at the steel golem's leg. Sparks flew, and soon, the steel golem's leg joint became scarred. Crack! With a soft sound, the already scarred joint could no longer withstand the attack and suddenly broke. The steel golem that had lost a leg could no longer maintain its balance, and its heavy body fell to the ground with a bang. Freezing beam. 3 Hathaway took advantage of the moment when Sulan was fighting with the golem, and quickly summoned 3 icy blue rays. The blue rays instantly hit the 3 steel golems, and the steel golems, which had already been slowed down by the slow spell, became even slower. Sulan didn't let go of the opportunity. With a sweep of the sword in his hand, he cut off the leg joints of the 3 steel golems. After losing the ability to move, these steel golems all became targets. Soon Sulan easily cut off their energy centers. After losing the energy centers, the red eyes of the steel golems flickered a few times and slowly extinguished. Sulan breathed a long sigh of relief, and threw away the long sword in his hand that had turned into a sawtooth. Damn, these golems are really hard. Next time, I must change to a better weapon. Without a suitable weapon, this thing is like dismantling a mech with bare hands. Hathaway, can you make these golems? My current alchemy level is not enough, and these steel golems from the Arcane Empire are more difficult to make than the ones that are circulating now. I need to take them back and disassemble them. Hathaway shook her head with a wry smile. The craftsmanship of these golems was much more powerful than the steel golems in her school. Sulan got up and came near these steel golems. Then he found the best preserved and lightest damaged steel golems, and put them away with the storage parachute. As for the other golems, they could only be left here now. Although Sulan's storage space was large, it was very difficult to fit one in. The steel golems in front of him were basically identical in appearance. They were not the products of handmade workshops at all. Sulan suspected that these steel golems were like the products of an assembly line. The challenge rating of these steel golems was about level 13. Sulan could solve them so easily. Part of the reason was his own strength. The other part was that these golems lacked energy. Otherwise, these golems would have been attacking with energy balls. That kind of intensive energy cannon storm. Even Sulan would have to temporarily avoid the spearhead. The two of them simply packed up their spoils of war, and continued to walk deeper into the secret territory. After passing through the farmland, they soon saw a lake. The lake water was clear, but it was dead silent inside. After being sealed for such a long time, the ecology of the lake water had long been destroyed. After searching here for a while, Sulan only found a few lotus seeds in the soil. The lotus seeds were well preserved and should be able to germinate. Hathaway was going to go back and try to plant them. Bypassing the lake, a large number of buildings appeared in front of them. However, these buildings were seriously damaged. There were broken walls everywhere. Many of the buildings were directly erased, leaving only some large pits on the ground. Sulen picked up a piece of gravel and examined it. The gravel on the ground was all made of obsidian. The obsidian that was blessed with hard transformation was destroyed to this extent. It could be imagined how fierce the battle that took place here was. Although most of the buildings in the ruins were seriously damaged, the castle in the middle was still mostly preserved. After a simple search outside for a while, the two entered the castle. The castle was a mess. Several steel golems were scattered on the ground. These steel golems were seriously damaged. Many of them were rusted. Obviously, they had been scrapped. In addition to the steel golems, there was a large number of skeletons. However, after a long time, except for a few skeletons, most of the skeletons had become broken. In addition to human skeletons, there were many obviously thicker orc skeletons. There were also some skeletons that should be giants. Seeing the skeletons everywhere, Sulen could imagine how fierce the battle had been here. Bypassing these skeletons, Sulen walked into the castle. There were skeletons everywhere along the way. Sulen followed these skeletons. Sulen soon found the control center of this secret realm. In a well-preserved room in this castle, Sulen saw a place that looked like a control room. 6 thick metal pillars were engraved with a large number of runic magic circles. Next to this runic magic circle was a huge crystal curtain wall. However, this crystal curtain wall was now cracked into a spider web. Around this room, the battle was also the most intense. A large number of weapons were discarded on the ground. Sulen picked up a curved sword. The enchantment on the curved sword had lost its effect after thousands of years. Even the material had become rusty. Weapons of this level had lost their repair value. In the end, they could only be reforged. Most of the weapons here were in this state. Only a few high-level enchanted weapons still had some enchantment effect. However, if they wanted to continue using them, they had to find an alchemist master to repair them. Kacha. A noise came from the room, and an undead aura appeared. Skeletons swayed as they stood up. Suluan glanced at them, but didn't pay them any attention. In this secret land that had been closed for thousands of years, and with so many people dead and injured, it was normal for some undead to be born. However, because of the environment, it was very difficult to produce high-level undead. Some low-level ghosts and skeletons were easily dealt with. Chapter 240. Soon, Sulen and Hathaway had searched through the place. In the end, they found 6 enchanted weapons and 3 pieces of magical jewelry that could still be repaired. One of them was a ring, a bracelet, and a necklace. There was not a single space bag. After thousands of years, the enchantments on the space bags would lose their effectiveness. If they were lucky, the items inside would fall out. If they were unlucky, they would be destroyed when the space collapsed. The 3 pieces of magical jewelry were made of good materials. If not, the magical light on them would have dissipated long ago. However, the fact that they could be preserved for so long meant that they were of good quality. Sulen, look what I found! Hathaway shouted in surprise at this moment. Sulen quickly put away the items and looked over. He saw Hathaway waving at Sulen excitedly with a crystal ball in her hand. What is this? Sulen looked at Hathaway strangely. The control center of the arcane realm. This is the control center of this arcane realm. Hathaway said loudly. Suluan was overjoyed. He didn't bother to pick up the scraps anymore and ran over quickly. This is the control center of the arcane realm? Sulen asked as he took the crystal ball from Hathaway. This crystal ball was not much different from an ordinary crystal ball. However, there was some strange energy in it. This is the control center made by the arcanists. After it is activated, it can control the entire arcane realm. However, the energy here has been cut off for a long time. If we want to activate it, we need to reconnect the energy, Hathaway explained. Where is the energy source of the arcane realm? The energy source of this arcane realm should be the elemental pool. Such an important facility should be placed in the safest place. If I'm not mistaken, it should be in this castle. We've already searched the upper floors and did not find the elemental pool. Then it must be in the basement. The two did not waste any more time, and immediately started looking for the passage to the basement. After some effort, the two of them finally found a room that led to the basement in an inconspicuous room. Through a long passage, the two of them arrived at the basement of the castle. The basement didn't suffer too much damage, and the crystal magic lamp on the wall was still emitting a faint light. Some damaged golems were lying on the ground. In the middle of the basement, a pool with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in front of the two. The pool was built with marble, and many complex runic circles were engraved on the marble. The pool was surrounded by energy channels made of magic crystals. These energy channels transmitted the energy in the pool to various parts of the secret realm. However, the energy in this elemental pool was close to drying up. The original marble wall was full of cracks, and several runes were damaged. Overall, this elemental pool was still 70% complete. Some elemental energy also leaked out from the energy pool. Although it was damaged, the elemental pool was still partially functional. It could draw energy from the 4 elemental planes, but the efficiency was very low. This was also why this secret realm could last for thousands of years. Now that the elemental pool's energy was about to run out, Sulen had to repair this elemental pool if he wanted to regain control of this arcane realm. Hathaway, can this elemental pool be repaired? Sulen frowned and asked. I need to check it, Hathaway said with a serious expression. A complete elemental pool required at least a rank 4 wizard to build. Hathaway was only one step away from that. However, the elemental pool in front of them was still 70% complete, so it shouldn't be too difficult to repair it. The elemental pool was also the energy source of a wizard tower. Only a wizard tower with an elemental pool could be considered a true wizard tower. It used the connection between the 4 elemental planes, then drew elemental energy from the 4 elemental planes and gathered it into elemental water. Elemental water was the most peaceful state of elemental energy. It was also used in many alchemy experiments. Building a complete elemental pool required about 500,000 to 1 million kinner. In addition to the basic marble, it also required 4 high-quality magic gems. 1 ruby, 1 sapphire, 1 emerald and 1 topaz. These gems were used to connect the 4 elemental planes. If the quality of the gems wasn't high enough, they would explode when they passed through elemental energy. In addition to these, the elemental pool required a large amount of silver and gold, a small amount of mithril, and large high-quality magic crystals. Large pieces of high-quality magic crystals had very good magic conductivity, so there was very little loss in the process of conducting magic energy. At the same time, magic crystals were very abundant in the material world. Wizards had even grasped the technology to make artificial magic crystals. Because magic crystals had the highest cost-performance ratio, they were used in large amounts. The surface of the elemental pool required a large amount of silver coating. Silver, gold, arcane dust, arcane steel, and star iron were used to carve the rune circle. The rune circle in the elemental pool was a large-scale energy-gathering circle. In addition, there were 4 rune circles used to connect the 4 elemental planes. Hathaway didn't have that many materials in her hands. Fortunately, Sulen had a lot in his storage space. Some of the materials she didn't have had to be taken down from the scrapped steel puppets. Then she smelted them on the spot. Hathaway was very familiar with refining and fusing materials. She summoned a ball of spirit fire, then controlled the wizard's hand to melt all the metals. Finally, she smelted them together and obtained a ball of silver liquid with golden threads. Sulen repaired the damaged marble, while Hesse didn't smelt the materials. Then Hathaway began to control the wizard's hand, and used a carving knife to repair the damaged runes on the elemental pool. Strands of silver wire were extracted from the molten metal, and then carefully engraved on the marble wall. The runic array of the elemental pool required a very high degree of precision. According to the saying in his previous life, it was accurate to the micrometer. This level of intelligence relied on mental strength to carry out the operation. Hathaway's movements were very slow. She didn't dare to be careless. Sulen had been holding his breath for a long time. There were more than 300 runes on the elemental pool. There were more than 90 runes that needed to be repaired. All the runes needed to be engraved to the micrometer. Hathaway repaired the runes one by one, and the molten metal continued to fill them up. After a few hours, the sky was already dark, and Hathaway finally repaired the last rune. As the runic circle was repaired, a light flashed, and the elemental pool that was still leaking no longer leaked out. In addition to these, the original 4 magic gems used to connect the 4 elemental planes also needed to be replaced. After thousands of years of operation, these gems had not been maintained. The connecting channel had become very unstable. There was a possibility that it could be interrupted at any time. Hathaway took out 4 red, yellow, blue, and green gems of the same size and quality from her storage bag. She began to carve them with a carving knife. These gems needed to be engraved with symbols that represented the 4 elements. Compared to the elemental pool, the carving of these gems was much simpler. Soon, the 4 magic gems were carved into the shape of a rhombus. Each of the gems was engraved with a rune. Hathaway carefully replaced the original 4 magic gems in the elemental pool. The 4 new magic gems were successfully integrated into the 4 directions of the elemental pool. Buzz. There was a soft sound, and the whole space seemed to vibrate slightly. Then, large amounts of energy appeared in the basement. Traces of strange energy flowed into the elemental pool. The elemental energy gathered in the elemental pool and formed a light blue elemental water. Soon, a thin layer of spring water appeared in the elemental pool that had almost reached the bottom. With the appearance of the elemental water, the concentration of elemental energy in the basement became very high. The establishment of an elemental pool was not only an important source of energy for the secret plane or the wizard tower, but also a great change to the surrounding environment. The most obvious change was the increase in concentration of elemental energy. The elemental pool could transform the area into an area where elemental energy was active. In this area, the casting speed and mana recovery speed of wizards would be increased. At the same time, the effect of meditation would also be increased. This was very important for wizards. At the same time, a rich elemental energy could also be used to grow all kinds of magical plants. The rich elemental energy here was more suitable for their growth. According to the classification of wizards, the concentration of elemental energy was divided into several levels. The place with the highest concentration of elemental energy was called the elemental land. In this place, the elemental energy was close to liquefaction. Living in this place for a long time would slowly change the body of the person who lived in this place. In the end, it would even evolve some spell-like abilities. The second level was the elemental land. Most of these places were modified by wizards. Basically, an elemental pool could be modified into a whole area. After that, the third level was the elemental land. Most of these places were naturally formed and rich in elemental energy. Usually, many magical plants and magical beasts would grow in these places. The fourth level was the normal concentration of elemental energy. Most material planes were in this state. The fifth level was the elemental land. This kind of environment was not very common in the main material plane. The recovery speed of wizards would be reduced if they meditated here. The seventh level was called the Dead Magic Land. In this kind of area, elemental energy was extremely scarce. It would be very difficult for wizards to cast spells. The difficulty of casting spells would directly increase by 1 circle, and the recovery speed would also be very slow. Most of these areas were caused by serious damage to the material plane, or serious experimental accidents. The most famous place was the Desert of Despair. There were also some areas called the Forbidden Magic Land. These places were almost completely devoid of elemental energy. The difficulty of casting spells would be increased by at least 2 circles. Generally, when low-level wizards came here, they would directly lose their ability to cast spells. Chapter 241. The elemental pool has been successfully repaired. Your hero Hathaway has gained 42,000 experience points. Hathaway has leveled up. I've found the opportunity to break through, Hathaway said in surprise. Sulen looked around and said, You can break through here. The elemental pool is full of elemental energy. I'll guard outside for you. Don't worry about your safety." Hathaway hesitated for a moment and nodded. She would not let go of the opportunity to break through. Okay. Since she had decided to break through here, Hathaway did not hesitate and directly entered the elemental pool. Under normal circumstances, wizards would choose to break through in an area full of elemental energy. This kind of environment was very beneficial for them, especially for high-grade wizards. They would absorb a large amount of elemental energy when they were breaking through. If there was a lack of elemental energy, it would affect the wizard's ability. To put it bluntly, it was the increase of the power of the will and mana. Some powerful high-grade wizards would even trigger an energy vortex when they were breaking through. Therefore, wizards who had the right conditions would usually choose to break through in an area full of elemental energy. Some pragmatic organizations would even use the energy of the elemental pool. However, compared to Hathaway's current conditions, these were nothing. Although the elemental pool was not full yet, it was enough for Hathaway to break through. After the elemental pool was repaired, the elemental energy began to slowly gather. According to the energy level set by wizards, the elemental pool in front of them was a medium-sized one. It could store up to 200,000 to 300,000 points of energy. It could transform the entire secret plane into a place full of elemental energy. It could support the normal operation of the secret plane. At the same time, it could also support the daily training of 50 wizards, 50 steel golems, and 120 stone golems. Hathaway began to meditate in the elemental pool. Soon, the surrounding elemental energy began to gather around her and formed an elemental vortex. A large amount of elemental energy entered Hathaway's body. Hathaway's breakthrough did not have any setbacks. She had already accumulated a lot of elemental energy, and with the abundant elemental energy provided by the elemental pool, everything went smoothly. When the elemental vortex disappeared, Hathaway's breakthrough also ended. Soon, Hathaway walked out of the elemental pool in high spirits. After completing the advancement, North Garrison City now had 3 4th-level spellcasters. In terms of high-level spellcasters, even Cult City had more than North Garrison City. Although he was happy that Hathaway had successfully advanced, he still had more important things to do. Sulen had to reactivate the control center of the sorcerer's secret plane and take control of it. This was the only way to control the sorcerer's secret plane. At the same time, he had to repair the secret plane as soon as possible. After becoming a grand wizard, Hathaway's power had greatly increased. Moreover, because she had repaired the elemental pool before, she had a deeper understanding of this place. There were several energy channels outside the elemental pool, and these energy channels were made of pure natural magic crystals. After checking for a while, Hathaway found the energy channel leading to the main control room. However, the energy channel connecting to the main control room had been destroyed. If she wanted to use it, she needed to repair it first. Sulen didn't have any magic crystals with him at the moment. Fortunately, there were many of them in this secret plane. Sulen and Hathaway directly removed a section of the damaged energy channel. Then they used soul fire to melt and mold the channel. Finally, they engraved runes on it, and a section of the energy channel was completed. After replacing the newly created energy channel and checking that there were no problems, Hathaway opened the energy channel to the elemental pool. Light blue elemental energy directly entered the energy channel. The originally dim energy channel quickly emitted a faint blue light. The energy channel connecting to the main control room quickly lit up. Soon, the entire channel was filled with elemental energy. Sulen and Hathaway confirmed that the energy channel was not leaking, and that it was working well. Only then did they return to the main control room. At this time, the energy channel connecting to the central console in the main control room also lit up. The console, surrounded by 6 metal pillars, also entered a state of activation. However, it couldn't be activated because it didn't have a control center. Sulen and Hathaway looked at each other. Then Hathaway picked up the control center in the shape of a crystal ball and came to the console. She gently snapped her fingers and a light flashed. The originally complete console was instantly divided into several pieces. After a dazzling combination, A silver-white circular metal platform slowly rose up. Hathaway gently placed the crystal ball on the metal platform. With a soft sound, the entire console instantly emitted a faint blue light. The light lasted for about a few seconds and quickly disappeared. Then, the crystal ball on the console began to slowly light up. Control center beginning to charge. Current progress: 20%, 30%, 80%, 90%, 100% charging complete. Beginning system self-check. System self-check complete. Control center beginning to activate. Activating. Please wait. Hum hum hum. With a low buzzing sound, the control center began to activate. The original crystal ball emitted a dazzling light. The entire control room was shrouded in a blue light. Activation successful. Control center detected damaged. System repair is in progress. Beep beep beep. The damage is too great. Repair failed. Starting backup program. System resetting. Please wait. System resetting successful. Honorable Arcanist, Northern Dawn Outpost Secret Realm. Tower Spirit number 1 at your service. Please set the level of authority. Hathaway set Sulen and her to the highest level of authority. Tower Spirit number 1, check the environment of the secret realm and display the current state of the secret realm. After setting the level of authority, Sulen directly ordered. Mission accepted. Executing. Please wait. As the mission proceeded, a wave of energy spread from the console and quickly spread throughout the entire secret realm. Sulen looked at the tower spirit with some surprise. The appearance of this thing almost destroyed Sulen's worldview. In Sulen's view, this tower spirit was completely a high-end artificial intelligence. It was much more powerful than the artificial intelligence in his previous life. After asking Hathaway, Sulen finally had a preliminary understanding of the high-level construct life tower spirits. Tower spirits were artificial life created by arcanists to help them control wizard towers and floating cities. Yes, life. There were many types of tower spirits. The most common type was the support type. Although they were at the legendary level, they basically had no combat ability. They had a huge amount of computing power and could perform all kinds of data analysis. They were not only used to manage wizard towers, assist in experiments, collect data for analysis, optimize and improve templates, and support in combat. Battle tower spirits focused on combat. They may have their own exclusive golems, or could control a large number of weapons to fight. However, this did not mean that the battle tower spirit was the highest level. On the contrary, the support type was the highest level. A tower spirit that could control a floating city was at least at the advanced legendary level. It could even be at the demigod level. Managing a large city, especially a floating city, was difficult. The computing power required was definitely at the astronomical level. Ordinary tower spirits would not be able to support it. The tower spirit in this secret realm was a support-type tower spirit. Its level was also at the legendary level. In other words, to make a legendary tower spirit like this, at least a legendary soul shard, and then a grandmaster alchemist would be required to make it successfully. Most of the tower spirits in the wizard tower were auxiliary tower spirits. They could replace the wizard to control the wizard tower when the wizard tower was out. They could also distinguish between friend and foe, and when the enemy attacked, they would directly activate the battle mode. If a wizard tower without a tower spirit had a challenge level of 13 to 15, then a wizard tower with a tower spirit would have a challenge level of 21 legendary. After giving out the mission, Tower Spirit number 1 began to perform a large number of calculations. A large number of data flashed on the crystal display beside it, but the display was full of cracks and could not be seen at all. Beep. Scan complete. The current level of completeness of the secret realm is 76%. The area is 10 square kilometers. Number of puppet golems, 0. Storage of supplies, 0. The level of completeness of the energy channel is 48%. The level of completeness of the space folding formation is 16%. The level of completeness of various facilities is 36%. At the same time, a three-dimensional model of the secret realm they were in appeared in front of them. Sulen pointed with his finger, and the model was enlarged instantly. Soon, Sulen found the area they had entered before. The three-dimensional model had all the areas in the secret realm marked. Tower Spirit Number 1, create a repair plan. Creating a repair plan. A series of data was announced by Tower Spirit Number 1. If the secret realm ruins in front of them were to be used again, they would have to undergo a large-scale repair. Looking at the receipt given by the Tower Spirit, Sulen felt his blood pressure rise. According to the materials on the receipt, it would take at least millions of Kinner to repair this secret realm. Suggest repairing the space folding circle first. After the repair is done, the secret realm will be hidden again. Organize the materials and plan needed to repair the space rune circle. Then the three-dimensional model in the secret realm was divided into dozens of small areas. At the same time, the energy nodes of the ley lines in the secret realm were marked one by one. A rune circle appeared in front of them. There were still many incomplete parts on this rune circle. The green parts on the rune circle were normal, the red parts were damaged and needed to be rebuilt, and the yellow parts were damaged and needed to be repaired. Everything was displayed in an orderly manner. P.S. There are 2 more updates. They may be late. Chapter 242. After checking the area that needed to be repaired, it was the area where Sulen and Kate came in. Sulen then checked the map of the entire mysterious realm. Sulen could clearly see all the areas in the mysterious realm through the 3D map. Other than the plantation area, there were also the living area, the warehouse area, the production area, the entertainment area, and the central area. The central area was where Sulen and Hathaway were now. It used to be inhabited by arcanists, and the environment was the best. However, after the war, it was the most damaged area in the entire mysterious realm. Not many buildings were still intact. The warehouse area and the production area were also badly damaged. According to the original plan of the mysterious realm, there should be an alchemy workshop in the production area that could produce many magic items, potions, and so on. There was even a production line for golems here. However, the production area was now in ruins. The production line should have been destroyed a long time ago. As for the warehouse area, which stored a large number of materials and produced items, it was also in a mess. As for the things here, if they were not used up, then they were directly snatched away. Basically, there was nothing left. The entertainment area was not badly damaged, but there was basically nothing valuable here. The arena, the opera house, the health center, and so on were basically worthless. There was also a library here, but unfortunately, it was also destroyed. Although Sulen had gained control of the mysterious realm, it was still in ruins. If he wanted to use it, he would have to repair it bit by bit. The amount of work required to repair the mysterious realm was huge, but there were also many benefits after the repair. The most obvious one was that he could grow a lot of magical plants here. However, the most important thing now was to hide the mysterious realm again. Sulen left the mysterious realm with Hathaway. When they returned to the Thorn Forest, the camp had been completed. According to Sulen's instructions, the soldiers of Northtown City had sealed off the forest. The goblins, kobolds, and gnolls around the area had all been driven away. "Master, you're back," Kate said respectfully. "Did anyone come close to the forest while I was away?" Sulen asked. "Sir, I haven't noticed anyone approaching this place during this period of time." Sulen nodded and praised. "Well done. Continue to seal this place." After a simple meal, Sulen brought Hathaway back to Northern Citadel. Repairing the mysterious realm required a lot of materials, including silver, gold, copper, iron, magic crystals, mithril, magic gemstones, and so on. Luckily, Northern Citadel was already prosperous enough. It had all kinds of resources. Silver, gold, and other precious metals could be taken out from the castle's warehouse. He had looted the Grey Dwarf's collection for a few hundred years, so he had plenty of them. It was the same for the magic gems. As for the copper and iron, some would be transported from blacksmiths, and some would be purchased directly. The magic crystals were a bit more troublesome since there were no crystal mines in the Sulen territory. There were crystal mines in the underground world, but they were scattered and needed people to mine them. He didn't have a lot of mithril, but the silver mine that the Grey Dwarf Bach was mining did produce mithril. Although it wasn't much, it was more than enough to repair the mysterious realm. After spending 3 days preparing all the materials needed to repair the mysterious realm, Sulen left the matters of Northern Citadel to Chris. He then brought Hathaway to the Northern Citadel again. There were all kinds of mutated plants in the thorn forest. Although the man-eating flowers and trees were dangerous, they also ensured the safety of the mysterious realm. Sulen and Hathaway had already experienced this before, so they easily avoided the man-eating plants. They then used the hypnosis powder to pass through the sea of purple tulips and return to the mysterious realm. "Welcome back, Mr. Sulen and Ms. Hathaway." Tower Spirit Number 1's voice rang out. Tower Spirit Number 1. "Did anyone else enter the mysterious realm when we left?" Sulen asked. "No, that's good. Show me the blueprint." "As you wish." As Tower Spirit Number 1's voice rang out, a 3D image appeared in front of the two along with the blueprint. Hathaway cast a photographic image spell and stored the information in a magic crystal. Then the two began to repair the mysterious realm according to the blueprint. The first thing to be repaired was the ley line nodes. When the mysterious realm was first built, rune pillars were placed on all the ley line nodes to connect and organize the ley line energy. These rune pillars were the foundation of the mysterious realm's space-folding spell. This was the direct reason why the mysterious realm was damaged. According to the red dots on the 3D map, Sulen and Hathaway quickly found a ley line energy node. These locations were originally classified as the mysterious realm secrets, but they were easily found with the blueprint. Hathaway used her power of the will to search, and soon found something strange. She then used her mana to search for the rune pillars. Found it. It's 30 meters underground. Hathaway soon opened her eyes. "Get up and let me do it." Sulen took out a small flag from his storage space. Then he waved it gently and directly summoned 2 wind elementals. Stone to mud. With a flash of light, the originally hard ground turned into mud. Then the 2 wind elementals entered the mud under Sulen's command. A large amount of mud was pulled out by the wind elementals. After the mud was extracted, Sulen cast stone to mud again, and let the 2 wind elementals work. Soon, after repeating a few times, a deep hole was easily dug out. Then they took out the rune pillars buried inside. This step was a bit difficult because the rune pillars were connected to the ley line energy. They had to cut off the connection between the rune pillars and the ground. Originally, there was a rune formation at the ley line energy node to suppress the ley line, but this rune formation had been damaged long ago. Hathaway could only make a rune formation herself. Fortunately, this kind of rune formation was not difficult for Hathaway. After setting up the rune formation, Sulen moved the rune pillars. The ley line energy began to vibrate. Hathaway activated the rune formation. A yellow light flashed, and then the ley line energy calmed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sulen immediately took out the rune pillars from the ground. This was a rune pillar about 3 meters long and 20 centimeters in diameter. There were many runes engraved on it, but because of the long time and lack of maintenance, many of the runes on this rune pillar had been blurred. It was the failure of these runes that caused the ley line energy node to lose its original function. After taking out the rune pillars, Hathaway cleaned up the rune pillars and then smelted them again. The rune pillars were made of an alloy called thorium. Thorium was a synthetic metal invented during the Arcane Empire. This metal had high plasticity, good magic conductivity, and stable properties. It was used in many places. The main metal of this alloy was silver. At first, it was to develop a metal that could replace mithril. However, the effect was far from what was expected, but it was still a good magic metal. Hathaway summoned psionic fire, then melted the rune pillars again, and added some other materials. Thorium was a magic alloy that had been around for thousands of years. After inheriting part of the Arcanist's knowledge, although the wizards did not restore the original glorious civilization of the Arcanists, they also made breakthroughs in some fields. Thorium was one of them. After the rune pillars were melted, Hathaway operated the wizard's hand to shape the rune pillars. Sulen also summoned the wizard's hand to help. Finally, he released a frost beam to cool down the rune pillars. After the rune pillars were refined, the runes needed to be engraved again. The runes that needed to be engraved on the thorium pillars were backed up by the Tower Spirit number 1. The Tower Spirit number 1 had a lot of knowledge from the Arcane Empire in its database, which was basically about the secret realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that as long as one learned all the knowledge, one could build a new secret realm like this. When the Arcane Empire built the secret realm, they kept a backup of the secret realm's production technology and blueprints. These were originally reserved for the restoration of the secret realm. Now, all of them were taken advantage of by Sulan. Hathaway took out several items such as gem powder, gold, silver, grime water, and so on to fuse them. After the materials were fused, she took out a fine gold carving knife and began to engrave the runes on the thorium pillars. The fine gold carving knife was very sharp. Under the operation of the wizard's hand, it began to work quickly. Hathaway had memorized the runes that needed to be engraved on the thorium pillars very clearly. Once she started, it was done smoothly. Soon, the new runes were engraved, and a rune pillar was completed. After a series of tests to meet the requirements, Sulan and Hathaway once again put the rune pillars back to their original place, and then restored the ground to its original state. There was a flash of light, and the space magic circle, which had been somewhat scattered, began to stabilize. After seeing the effect of the repair, the two went to the next damaged earth vein node according to the repair drawings given by the Tower Spirit. There were more than 100 such earth vein nodes in the entire secret realm. This time, more than 20 of them were damaged. It would take a lot of effort to repair all of them. However, even if these earth vein nodes were all repaired, the space-folding rune array of the secret realm was still not completed. If the secret realm was regarded as a net, the earth vein nodes were the nodes of the net, and the energy channels were the network cables of the fishing net. Only when the fishing net was in a complete state could the entire secret realm be hidden in the space-folding rune array. Chapter 243. The amount of work needed to repair the secret plane was very large, so the two of them had been busy for a while. However, this wasn't without benefits. For example, Sulan's wizard rank had increased. After repairing a large number of rune pillars, Suluan's wizard knowledge and experience had increased. Although he would no longer be rewarded with attribute points when he leveled up, the number of spells he could cast had increased, and he had also learned some wizard abilities. After spending around a week, the two of them had finally finished repairing all the rune pillars. Next, they needed to repair the energy channel here. Compared to the rune pillars, the energy channel was much simpler. During this time, the Grey Dwarves had also dug out large amounts of magic crystals from the underground world. Actually, magic crystals could be artificially synthesized, but Hathaway didn't have time to make them. Although the crystal veins in the underground world were scattered, there were still plenty of magic crystals. Building the energy channel didn't require high-quality magic crystals. The magic crystals from the underground world had already been sorted out. The high-quality magic crystals were placed separately, while the normal magic crystals were put into special alchemy furnaces to be melted and shaped. The energy channel made by these magic crystals needed to be engraved with runes, and then buried back into the energy channel. The secret plane lacked maintenance before, so there were many damaged energy channels. Although the energy channels were damaged more than the rune pillars, the repair speed was much faster than the rune pillars. After repairing all the damaged energy channels, Sulan went to the elemental pool again. He opened the link to the elemental pool, and the blue elemental water began to flow through the energy channel into the secret plane. After the energy channel was repaired, even the original plantation had its energy supply restored. The entire secret plane's energy network was connected. As the elemental pool's energy entered the rune pillars began to flicker with magic light, and the space around them began to wrinkle. If one stood in the air and observed, they would find that the sea of flowers in the forest had suddenly become distorted. Space began to distort and fold before finally disappearing. The large amount of purple tulips in the thorn forest seemed to have never appeared before and disappeared without a trace. As for the sunwheel flowers, caraman's trees, blood brambles and other mutant plants, a portion of them were still within the boundary of the secret realm, and were kept in the thorn forest. Sulan didn't try to catch the mutated plants that had escaped to the outside world. These mutated plants could also grow in the outside world. And although a completely wild environment would prolong their maturation time, the magical materials harvested were slightly better than those cultivated by humans. After the space folding array in the secret realm was repaired, Sulen heard the sound of the system notification. Congratulations, host. You have completed the restoration of the secret realm. Your control over the secret realm has increased by 30%. Congratulations, host. You have participated in the restoration of the arcane realm and gained a lot of experience in magical technology. Congratulations, host. You have repaired the mystic realm. You are rewarded with 1 golden treasure chest. Secret realm, unnamed. A damaged secret realm passed down from the era of the Arcane Empire. After the elemental energy shock caused by the elemental tide, it was restored after some repairs. Concealment plus 10, elemental abundance plus 17, indestructible plus 15, energy circulation plus 18, secret realm output plus 18, space barrier. After seeing that the secret realm was recognized by the system, Sulen was also very happy. However, although he had gained control of the secret realm, many facilities in the secret realm had been damaged and needed to be repaired bit by bit. Similarly, the magical plants in the planting area also needed to be planted. Sulen opened the storage space and then opened the golden treasure chest. A flash of light, Sulen heard the sound of the system notification again. Congratulations, host. You have opened the golden treasure chest and obtained the skill teleportation array. Teleportation array. This skill is the product of the integration of the teleportation array skill after the system integrated the rules of the world. It can transfer any creature or item to a designated location. It can transfer up to 50 people at a time. And this skill can be made into a permanent array. After seeing this skill, Sulen's eyes widened. The effect of the teleportation array in the previous game was average, but after integrating the rules of this world, it directly became a teleportation array. This world also had teleportation arrays and teleportation spells, but group teleportation spells like this were generally the technology of large wizard organizations. Ordinary wizards only had teleportation spells, and at most they could bring a few people. This kind of group teleportation array was completely a strategic spell. It was very convenient to teleport to the enemy's rear or the front line. Of course, the premise was that the other party did not build a space isolation runic array on their territory. The teleportation array came at just the right time. Although the secret realm was completed, this secret realm was a little far from North City. It was more than 50 kilometers away, and it was a little inconvenient to travel between the two places. Now that there was a teleportation array, it was possible to build a teleportation array in the secret realm, and then build another one in North City. In this way, North City and the secret realm would be completely connected. Other than the secret realm and North City, the underworlds Orlando City and North City could also be connected by a runic array. There was also the Harpy's Eagle Nest. With the teleportation array, Sulen did not have to worry about the problem of expanding his territory. At the same time, he did not have to recruit a large number of soldiers in all the cities. As long as North City had enough soldiers, they could directly send reinforcements to other places if they were in danger. They could even launch airborne attacks. However, all of this was based on the teleportation array. Sulen chose to learn the teleportation array right away, but the awkward thing was that he did not have any skill points. Without skill points, he could not learn the skill quickly. However, that did not mean he could not learn it. Sulen could also choose to learn the skill through the skill scroll. The advantage was that he did not need skill points to learn the skill, but the disadvantage was that it would take a long time to learn. Of course, there was another way. The system sold a type of Styx's water in the shop. After using it, he could choose to forget one of his skills. After forgetting the skill, Sulen would regain the skill points that he had used to learn the skill. Sulen spent 50,000 kinner to buy a bottle of Styx's water. He took it out from his storage space. It was a kind of purple, half-transparent liquid. It was stored in a crystal bottle the size of a palm. The liquid shimmered as it swayed. It was said that the potion was created by refining the water from the Styx's river with a few other ingredients. After hesitating for a moment, Sulen twisted the cap open and drank the sticks as water. After drinking it, Sulen smacked his lips as if he had not had enough. It was sweet and orange, and it tasted pretty good. Please choose a skill that you would like to forget. All of Sulen's skills were displayed in front of him for him to choose. I choose to forget Scarlet Flame. Sulen, who had already made up his mind, chose the skill right away. Scarlet Flame was not that useful to him at the moment. To put it bluntly, it was just a skill that could create a large area of fire. However, a fireball skill could be used to set a fire, so it was much more effective than Scarlet Flame. After Sulen learned the fireball skill, Scarlet Flame could be retired. After choosing the skill, the Scarlet Flame skill on Sulen's system panel gradually disappeared. At the same time, the knowledge about the Scarlet Flame skill also disappeared from his mind. At the same time, Sulen gained one more skill point after the Scarlet Flame skill disappeared. After learning some teleportation, the skill point disappeared. Sulen gained a lot of knowledge about teleportation. After learning teleportation, Sulen started to check the things needed to build a teleportation circle. A teleportation circle needed a fixed rune circle and a lot of precious spatial materials. A teleportation circle would cost at least 1 million kinner. Even Sulen was speechless at such a high price. However, it was worth it. With the help of the rune circle, North Town's control over the other cities would increase exponentially. Other than needing a lot of materials, a teleportation circle would also consume a lot of energy when it was used. Of course, this was not a problem in the secret plane. They could just build an energy channel from the elemental pool. The same was true for the teleportation circle in North Town. Hathaway was already a rank 4 wizard, so she was qualified to build a wizard tower. With the experience of repairing the elemental pool in the secret plane, Hathaway had already learned how to build an elemental pool. Sulen also planned to build a wizard tower for Hathaway. He also planned to move Hathaway's old lab into the wizard tower. With the abundant energy from the elemental pool, he could build a teleportation circle here. Other than using the energy from the elemental pool, there were other ways to activate the teleportation circle. For example, using a few wizards to provide energy, or using an energy crystal as a substitute. However, this method was not very cost-effective. An energy crystal was not cheap. Each teleportation would cost at least 1 energy crystal. If there were a lot of people or a long distance, the cost would be even higher. Building a teleportation circle required a lot of materials. Some of them were very precious and hard to find, so Sulen could only buy some from the system. The most valuable one was the Voidbreak Stone, which cost 100,000 kinner each. After spending a lot of kinner to buy the materials, Sulen began to build the teleportation circle. With the help of Hathaway, the construction of the teleportation circle was very fast. In just a few hours, a teleportation circle was finally built. An energy channel was built from the elemental pool to the teleportation circle. Sulen chose to start it right away. After giving the teleportation permission, Sulen brought Hathaway to the teleportation platform. These coordinates were left by Hathaway in the lab. With a flash of light, the two disappeared from the secret plane. Chapter 244. Sulen's vision blurred, and in the next second, he appeared in a hall. Sulen looked at Hathaway in confusion. What's going on? Didn't they teleport to the lab? Why did they go straight back to the castle? The coordinates were wrong. Just a small error. Hathaway shrunk her neck and said awkwardly. Sulen glared at her, and didn't pursue the matter. However, he had already decided that he would confirm the coordinates himself next time. The teleportation spell was very dangerous. It was convenient to teleport successfully, but the consequences would be equally serious if there was a mistake. For example, if they were teleported directly into mud or rocks, they would suffocate if they weren't strong enough, or they would be teleported to dangerous areas. In short, it was very dangerous if the coordinates were wrong. Sensing the spatial ripples in the hall, Chris quickly appeared here. Master, you're back. Chris was wearing a beautiful maid outfit, which accentuated her curvaceous figure. She had a different kind of charm. Although the maid outfit was a bit loose, it was obviously different on Chris. As Sulen's spokesperson, Chris was the highest officer when Sulen wasn't around. Uh-huh. Sulen smiled and nodded, then reached out and patted her head. How's the development in the city? Did anything happen? Everything in the city is good. It's been developing according to your requirements. Mirror Lake City reported yesterday that they were a bit short on manpower, so I gave them the refugees we took in this month. Chris shook her head. Sulen smiled. Looks like Mirror Lake City is developing very well. Northtown City is developing well now. You can give them more support. Chris nodded to show that she understood. By the way, I'll take you to a good place in a few days. Sulen winked and smiled. Chris was a bit confused, but she still nodded obediently. By the way, Master, there's a man who says he's a messenger from the Kingdom of Florence who wants to see you. I don't have time to see him now. Let him wait. Sulen waved his hand and prepared to go upstairs. After a few days of high-intensity work, although he didn't feel too tired physically, he was mentally exhausted and needed to rest. After a brief explanation, Sulen yawned and went back to sleep. After resting for a day, Sulen got up in high spirits. Sulen changed his clothes and went to take a look at the city. After a year of development, Northern City now had a population of 25,000. If you counted the goblins, kobolds, gnolls, orcs, and other slaves, the population of Northern City had exceeded 40,000. It was considered a medium-sized city in the northern provinces. After all, there were only 3 large cities like Kalt in the entire northern provinces. The streets of the city were straight, and all the roads were paved with a layer of stones or slabs. It would not be muddy when it rained, and there would not be dust when it was sunny. The streets were very clean. Even the horses that passed by had a bag hanging behind them, which was specially used to collect horse dung. Northern Town had very high standards for hygiene. If a horse urinated or defecated in the town, it would be charged to the owner. Not only would the owner be fined, but the owner would also have to do volunteer work. Later on, when the fertilizer factory in Northern Town began to produce, the horse dung would be collected. A bag of horse dung could be sold for 2 copper nars. Flower beds were built on both sides of the roads, where all kinds of green plants were planted. Flowers bloomed all year round. At the same time, there were fountains on the streets, gardens, and plazas. The streets were full of people. Although it was busy, everything seemed to be in order. The taverns were buzzing with activity. The vodka produced in Northern Town was very popular in the north. Apart from soldiers on vacation, Grey Dwarves and guards from other caravans, the Grey Dwarves were also there. The Grey Dwarves loved to drink the most. Vodka was a strong liquor, and ordinary people could not drink much of it. The Grey Dwarves were very satisfied with their current lives. They used to work for the king, but now they worked for Sulen. However, working for Sulen meant that they could get better food and liquor. Their stingy king would not give them vodka. The stubborn, cunning, and tenacious Grey Dwarves were very loyal to Sulen. After strolling around the taverns, Sulen came to the trade market. The trade market was the most prosperous area in Northern Town. More than 100 caravans gathered here. Apart from the caravans from the northern provinces, caravans from the southern provinces had also set up their own chambers of commerce here. Even the Desert Kingdom, the Terrence Kingdom, and the Holy Six Lights Alliance in the south had set up offices here. There were dates, carpets, cotton, raisins, dried fruits, and female slaves from the Desert Kingdom, pottery, palm oil, olive oil, wine, and spices from the Holy Six Lights Alliance in the south, and gemstones, obsidian, tea leaves from the Lotus Kingdom. There were all kinds of goods here. Apart from sugar and rum, vodka was also very popular in Northern Town. It looked clear and transparent, but it tasted like a ball of fire in the mouth. It was very popular in the north. The paper produced in Northern Town City had become another popular product. At the same time, the quality of weapons in Northern Town City had improved once again due to the presence of a large group of dwarven blacksmiths. Many merchant groups purposely came to Northern Town City to buy the high-quality dwarven equipment. Just last month, the business tax collected in Northern Town had reached over 10,000 kinnur. It could be seen how prosperous Northern Town was from this tax. Northern Town had many names in the mouths of these merchants, such as the City of Wealth, the pearl of the northern kingdoms, and so on. They also praised the few magnificent buildings in northern town. The most famous ones were the Arc de Triomphe and the aqueduct system. The Arc de Triomphe was majestic and magnificent, and the aqueduct system was also called a miracle. The harvest altar was mysterious because Sulen did not allow people to get close to it. It was said that after King Henry III of the Kingdom of Florence heard about the Arc de Triomphe, he also announced that such a magnificent building would be built in the central avenue of the city to sing his praises. Sulen walked around the city and went to see the training of the winged dragon knights. After a few months of feeding, these Cryopteris had entered the growth period. Each of them had grown to the size of a bison, and their wingspan was over 5 meters. The nest and training ground they were living in were specially built. Inside, other than the +15 comfortable environment, +15 training progress, +18 energy recovery, +17 coordination, there were also the +18 accelerated growth, +20 sturdiness, and other rare attributes. According to the growth rate of these Cryopteris, they would reach adulthood in less than 4 years. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, Northern Town would have a squad of winged dragon knights. When Sulen returned to the castle, Alex had returned from the Eagle Fortress. She looked like a queen now. With the support of Northern Town's resources, as the Queen of the Harpies, her appearance had skyrocketed. She looked very elegant. Sulen felt a sense of accomplishment every time he discussed the true meaning of life. She and the little succubus were the strongest fighters among Sulen's maids. Alex, how are the Harpies doing lately? Are there any problems? Sulen asked with a smile. The children love the nest Master built, Alex said excitedly. Also, another Harpy leader has become a Harpy recently. Although Su Luan's eagle nest didn't have a high effect of evolution, there were thousands of Harpies. It was normal for 1 or 2 of them to evolve. During this time, the Harpies had also cooperated with the soldiers of Northern Battlefront City to train and fight. They had also gained a lot of combat experience. Master, the eagle nest has consumed a lot of food recently, Alex said. Go find Chris later and ask her to send you some food, Sulen nodded. Alright. Go and choose the weapons you want to use. I'll ask the blacksmith to produce them and send them to you. Since the Harpies' arms and wings were connected, it was inconvenient for them to use weapons. However, once they evolved into Harpies, their arms would be separated from their wings. That way, they could use weapons. Bows, javelins, spears, etc. But they'll be lighter, Alex said after thinking for a moment. As aerial units, these weapons were very suitable for them. Alright, I understand. After returning to the castle, Sulen arranged everything. He asked people to collect materials for the teleportation circle. At the same time, the construction of the Wizard Tower was put on the agenda. The Wizard Tower required a large amount of obsidian. There were no obsidian mines in the northern citadel. The obsidian mines in the underground world were also poor. If they wanted to obtain a large amount of obsidian, they would have to go to the caravans of the Loftus Kingdom. Sulen asked the city hall to sign a long-term supply contract with the merchants of the Loftus Kingdom. He was ready to buy a large amount of obsidian. It was important to know that not only did the Wizard Tower need obsidian, but also the restoration of the secret realm in the future. Hathaway was also preparing to build some obsidian stone statues and ghost statues. This would require even more obsidian. The cost of building a wizard tower was at least a few million kinner. Fortunately, Sulen had made a fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to support his girlfriend. There was a question in the noble circle. How did it feel to have a witch as a lover or a wife? Thanks for the invitation. She was in the northern citadel. Sulen could tell him that it was best not to look for a witch if they didn't have a net worth of tens of millions. It was too expensive. Also, it was not recommended to try it if their body wasn't strong enough. In other words, witches had to be normal, beautiful, and proficient in all kinds of spells. They always liked to add some fun when exploring the mysteries of life. For example, grease, shapeshifting, shadow tentacles, giant transformation, shrinking, and so on. If you were strong enough, it would definitely be a pleasure. Chapter 245. The basic materials for building the teleportation array were quickly prepared. Sulen finally built the teleportation array in the mayor's mansion. At the same time, Hathaway's wizard tower would also be built next to the lord's castle. According to Hathaway's blueprint, the height of the wizard tower would eventually reach 120 meters. It would cover an area larger than the lord's mansion. This wizard tower would be big enough for a legendary wizard. Sulen thought about it and agreed. After all, Hathaway was destined to become a legendary wizard, and the construction speed of the wizard tower was not fast. If he built an ordinary wizard tower, Hathaway might become a legendary wizard in a few years. It would be better to build it directly. In fact, this 120-meter-tall wizard tower was still dwarfed by the wizard towers of the Arcane Kingdom. The wizard towers of the Arcane Kingdom were basically 300 meters tall. This was because many wizard towers were upgraded to become floating cities. However, most wizard towers did not receive this treatment in the end. To build a floating city, not to mention other costs, the cost of the basic construction and materials was almost 100 million kinner. In addition to the various facilities of the floating city, even in the era of the Arcane Kingdom, after thousands of years of accumulation, the number of floating cities was not more than 100. It was a huge empire that spanned more than a dozen dimensions. In addition to the obsidian, a lot of steel was also needed to build the wizard tower. The current steel production in North City was not bad. Fortunately, the construction of the wizard tower was gradual. Otherwise, steel would also have to be purchased. After preparing the materials, Sulen bought the voidbreak stone from the system shop, and then built it with Hathaway. In fact, the cost of a single teleportation array was only 200,000 kinner. The price of a group teleportation array rose to 1 million kinner. As the main city of Sulen, it was necessary to build a group teleportation array. Although a single teleportation array was convenient, cheap, and energy-consuming, it did not make much sense if it could not quickly teleport an army. With the experience in the secret realm last time, Sulen and Hathaway quickly built the teleportation array. They linked the teleportation array with the secret realm's teleportation array, and they could directly teleport from North City to the secret realm. After completing the teleportation portal, Sulen brought Hathaway, Chris, and Alex to the secret realm. The concentration of elemental energy here is so high. As soon as he entered, Alex felt something different. Of course, there's an intermediate elemental pool here, Sulen explained. What do you think? This secret realm covers an area of more than 300 square kilometers. Now it all belongs to us, Sulen said excitedly. Now you can all choose a piece of land to use. The secret realm was over 300 square kilometers in size, and had a diameter of about 20 kilometers. It was about the size of a small city in Fenglin's previous life. There were mountains, rivers, and forests in this secret realm. The ancient arcanists used their powerful technology to create a perfect ecosystem here. Although most of the ecosystem was destroyed because of the war, there was a backup in Tower Spirit number 1. It just needed to be repaired. Really? I'll have to think about how to use it, Alex said happily. Master, welcome back. Tower Spirit number 1's voice sounded. Hello, Tower Spirit. Set their level of authority to level 5. The highest level of authority in the secret realm was level 6, which was Sulen and Hathaway. Level 1 authority was the lowest, which was only for tourists. Level 2 authority was for ordinary staff here, mostly apprentices. They could only move around in the living and working areas. Level 3 authority was much better, and he could live here. Only official wizards could obtain this authority, but there were still many areas that he could not enter. Level 4 authority was equivalent to the manager of each area. In the secret plane, apart from the most important areas, he could enter the rest. As for level 5 authority, there were basically no restrictions. Yes, Master. Setting authority. Setting complete. A beam of blue light shone on Chrissy and Alex. This light could record their appearance, energy waves, smell, and even their soul imprint. This technique was also a masterpiece of the ancient arcanists. The wizards of today still couldn't do it. Master, the space-folding portal of the secret realm has been repaired, but the other functions of the secret realm are still incomplete. Please fix it as soon as possible, Tower Spirit number 1 reminded. Got it. Sulen had a headache. Repairing the secret realm and building wizard towers required a lot of resources and manpower. Sulen could find and buy resources, but he was seriously short of manpower. Master, you can try to repair the golems. There are still 56 steel golems in the secret realm. 33 of them are worth repairing. You can replace the parts from the other damaged golems, Tower Spirit number 1 suggested. There are still so many golems. Sulen's eyes flashed. He knew about the steel golems. A complete steel golem was a level 4 one. Not only did it have energy, but it was also very strong in close combat. It was very good except for the lack of air combat. The last time he encountered a steel golem, it didn't have enough energy, so many of its functions were not activated. But now with the elemental pool, there was no need to worry about energy. After learning that there were 33 steel golems that could be repaired, Sulen immediately took Hathaway, Chris, and Alex to collect all the remains of the steel golems. Master, the secret realm needs a lot of manpower. I'll ask the harpies to come and help, Alex said. Alex had absolute control over the harpies, so there was no need to worry about them betraying her. Besides, the harpies were quite strong. Sulen thought about it and agreed. I'll build a new eagle nest for them in the secret realm. Thank you, Master. Alex suddenly hugged Sulen and kissed him. She then smiled and left through the teleportation portal. About an hour later, the teleportation portal lit up again. Alex brought 20 harpies to the secret realm. After evolution, the harpies were very similar to humans. Except for the wings and the claws on their feet, they were not much different from humans. However, when they evolved into elite harpies, their claws would become feet. At that time, they would be similar to Alex. However, none of the harpies had reached that level yet. Sulen let the harpies clean up the ruins according to Tower Spirit number 1's repair plan. He, Hathaway, and Alex worked together to repair the steel golems. As for Chris, she stayed in the secret realm for a while, and then returned to northern Battlefront City. After all, the city needed her now. The first to be repaired were the steel golems that Sulen and Hathaway destroyed last time. Those few steel golems were the least damaged. As long as the energy centers were reconnected and the broken legs were repaired, they would be fine. The control centers of the golems were originally with Tower Spirit number 1. After Sulen became the master of the secret realm and obtained the highest authority, he also obtained the right to command the golems. Some of the control centers of the golems were damaged. Hathaway had to use large soul crystals to make new ones. Fortunately, only a few of the control centers were damaged. Otherwise, Sulen's few large soul crystals would not be enough. After more than an hour, the first steel golem was finally repaired. Tower Spirit number 1, open the energy channel and charge this golem. Yes, Master. With Sulen's order, the energy channel in the elemental pool opened. A gust of blue elemental energy was transferred to the steel golem through the energy channel. After receiving the energy, the steel golem's dark eyes slowly lit up. The golem was reactivated. Steel guard number 027 is activated. Charging. Activation complete. Master, steel guard number 027 is at your service. Check if there are any problems with the golem, Sulen ordered. Begin self-examination. Self-examination complete. The golem is in good condition. Looks like it's done. Sulen nodded with satisfaction. Tower Spirit number 1, give it a job. Yes, Master. Then Tower Spirit number 1 began to assign tasks to the steel golems. The steel golems in the Arcana land were all-purpose golems. They could be used for both fighting and work. As long as there was an energy supply, these steel golems did not need to rest at all, and could work continuously. With these steel golems, the repair work in the Arcana land would be much faster. Next, Sulen and the other two continued to repair the golems. With the experience of the first golem, the repair of the next few golems was much faster. These golems were all damaged in the same place, so the repair was not difficult. 3 hours later, the other 3 steel golems were all repaired. After they were reactivated, these golems were assigned to work. While repairing the golems, Sulen once again gained experience in magical craftsmanship. He felt that it would not be long before he could master this craftsmanship. The craftsmanship of the steel golems was still very complicated. Sulen and Hathaway could not understand many parts. It was several times more complicated than the craftsmanship of the stone golems. Although they did not understand some of the craftsmanship, it did not affect the repair. The repair plan given by Tower Spirit Number 1 was very detailed. Most of the time, they would directly remove parts from the scrapped steel golems and replace them. The parts in these steel golems were basically universal. According to Tower Spirit Number 1, these steel golems were products produced by the same golem production line. The repaired steel golems began to clean up the ruins in the Arcana land. These ruins needed to be rebuilt. The building materials were not discarded and would be used to repair other buildings. At the same time, a large number of skeletons in the Arcana land also needed to be cleaned up. There were many undead creatures in the Arcana land. These undead creatures also needed to be cleaned up. All the skeletons would be sent out for burial. The undead aura in the Arcana land also needed to be cleaned up. Otherwise, undead creatures would still be born. Chapter 246. Most of the ecosystem in the secret mirror had been damaged, and it would take some time to rebuild it. However, with 33 steel golems, Sulen only needed to provide the materials and let the tower genie command the golems to work. Only the work that the steel golems couldn't do would be done by Sulen and Hathaway. The working capacity of more than 30 steel golems had surpassed that of a construction team of more than 1,000 people. These steel golems were all powerful and tireless. After giving the task of repairing the secret realm to Tower Spirit Number 1, Suluan began to prepare for the planting area. He was going to plant some commonly used magic plants in the planting area, but he didn't have many magic plant seeds, so he could only plant them as he collected them. Also, the work of planting magic plants could not be done by steel golems. It could only be done by humans. Many magic plants were dangerous, so normal people couldn't plant them. Only wizard apprentices could do it. Sulen didn't build a wizard academy, so he didn't have so many free labor. However, he had his own way. Alex's harpies were very good. Although they were not wizard apprentices, they were quite strong. They could take care of magic plants. The only problem was that there were not many of them. The planting area opened up in the secret mirror was very large, and it was impossible to plant everything with only a few people. A secret mirror like this was more than enough to support a wizard organization. In the planting area, Sulen gave the seeds of Peace Bloom, Golden Thorn, Silver Star, and more than a dozen other magic plant seeds to the harpies for them to plant. Many places in the planting area had not been repaired, but it was not urgent. Maybe when he was strong enough, Sulen would build a wizard academy. After returning from the secret mirror, Sulen finally remembered that the messenger from the Kingdom of Florence was still waiting to see him. Sulen could guess the purpose of the messenger's visit. It was most likely about his title. "Ask the messenger from the Kingdom of Florence to see me," Sulen said to the servant next to him. "Yes, sir." Soon, the servant brought a middle-aged man in his 30s to Sulen's study. "Good day, Your Excellency Sulen." The middle-aged man bowed elegantly. "Good day. I'm sorry to have kept Mr. Messenger waiting for so long. The territory has just been established, and there are many things that need to be done." Sulen apologized, but there was no apologetic expression on his face. "We understand that His Excellency Sulen is busy." "Right, what's your name?" "Robert Monroe. Nice to meet you, Mr. Sulen," Robert said with a smile. "Please sit down, Mr. Robert. I wonder what brings Mr. Messenger to this remote place." Sulen continued after inviting him to sit down. "Sir Sulen is too humble. Even a child in the Northern Lands has heard of the title of the Pearl of the Northern Lands." Robert shook his head. "The bards in Cult are singing about your heroic deeds. You are very famous in the Northern Lands. At first, I thought they were exaggerating, but after coming to Northern City, I realized that the rumors were not exaggerated at all. You have created a miracle. In just 1 year, you have built such a big city in the wilderness." Hearing Robert's compliment, Sulen immediately raised his guard. Robert was the messenger of the kingdom, so there was no need for him to curry favor with him. Now he was lowering himself so much. No one would believe that he had nothing to ask for. The sugar, rum, and paper in Northern City are all in high demand in the Kingdom of Florence. Hehe, what you see is just the surface. Northern Citadel is on the verge of collapsing. To prevent the monsters from attacking, I have to form a huge army. Northern Citadel's army now accounts for 1/3 of its population. Most importantly, these soldiers aren't farmers. They are all professional soldiers. The cost every month is making my heart ache, Suluan said, shaking his head. Although he was complaining, it was more like he was trying to show off his muscles. Many people want to experience this kind of pain, but they can't. Robert shook his head. I am here to invite you on behalf of the Royal Parliament, Robert said with a smile. Robert smiled and said, Mr. Surin, you've successfully opened up a new territory, and it's developing well. The noble Parliament has approved your achievement. You can now design your own family badge and go to court to receive your title. I remember that the standard for successful development is 3 to 5 years? I don't think I have reached the standard yet. Sulen was not happy about being recognized by the Royal Parliament. Instead, he asked calmly, according to the kingdom's standard, it will take 3 to 5 years. But your territory is developing so well that the Royal Parliament has approved that you don't have to wait 3 years. Robert shook his finger. I see. Suluan nodded in agreement. However, he knew that this was just a piece of paper. There were some merchants who wanted to obtain aristocratic status. The best way to do so was to buy a land expansion order, find a place to develop, and then spend money to bribe the aristocratic parliament to recognize them as aristocrats. They didn't care about territory, they just wanted to obtain aristocratic status. Of course, you have to know that we are taking a huge risk by doing this. So we need your support. Robert winked at Sulen and gave him a knowing look. However, Robert was going to be disappointed. He and the Royal Parliament did not know that Sulen had never thought of gaining their recognition. Sulen had planned to build a new kingdom from the very beginning. Joining the Royal Parliament and gaining the rights to develop a territory, as well as the title of a count, was not something that Sulen had planned to accept from the very beginning. If he accepted their title, it would mean that Sulen had joined the Kingdom of Florence. If it was just for the title, he could have done it with his legendary level strength. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble to develop a territory in the north. However, Sulen did not plan to fall out with the Kingdom of Florence. After all, more than half of the trade routes to the northern city had to pass through the provinces in the north. Moreover, the northern city gained a large number of people from the provinces in the north every month. If they fell out with the Kingdom of Florence, not only would the trade routes be blocked, but the recruitment of refugees would also be interrupted. Of course, even if they fell out with the Kingdom of Florence, there would still be trade routes coming to Sulen. However, the price would definitely be affected. They would take the opportunity to lower the price and sell it at a high price under the pretext of the border blockade. There was no doubt about that. There had been such cases in the history of his previous life and the history of this world. The most classic example was the sea ban policy of the Ming dynasty in his previous life. On one hand, they were trying to stop the country from opening up the sea. On the other hand, they were trying to smuggle goods. They used the sea ban to kill all their competitors and monopolized the unimaginable profits. Thank you so much, but I have too many things to do in my territory now. I can't leave for the time being, so I can't go to Calant City to accept the title. Sulen was overjoyed at first, but then he looked regretful. His acting was so good that he could win an Oscar. Well, but to thank the Royal Parliament for their help, I can give you 3 trade quotas. Each quota allows you to buy 50 kilograms of sugar and 100 barrels of rum from the northern city every month. Sulen offered the bait. Sulen did not know how many people there were in the Royal Parliament, but they would definitely fight for the 3 quotas. Based on the Royal Parliament's character, as long as there were enough benefits, they would not care who you were. These quotas were enough for the Royal Parliament to fight for a while. As for the 3 quotas, it was not a loss for Sulen at all. Since last month, the sugar beets planted in the northern city had started to mature batch after batch. The production of the Northern City Sugar Refinery had increased from 600 kilograms of sugar per month to 1,000 kilograms of sugar per month, and this number was still increasing. Sulen estimated that the production of sugar would exceed a ton in 2 months at most. With more sugar, there would naturally be a need for more trading quotas. Giving them 3 quotas would not only show their friendliness, but also bring them benefits. Why not? Hearing that Suluan could give them 3 trading quotas, Robert was overjoyed. After all, the aristocratic parliament had been jealous of the previous caravans for a long time, because they had monopolized the sugar trade in the northern town, and made a lot of money. If it were not for the fact that those caravans were backed by big nobles, they would have snatched them long ago. Now that they had 3 quotas from Sulen, it was naturally the best outcome. Of course, there are conditions for these 3 quotas as well. Seeing Robert's uncontrollable excitement, Sulen smiled in his heart. Northern City is preparing to train some grassroots officials, and we lack some scholars as teachers. Therefore, I hope that the nobles with the quotas can help me find some scholars to teach in the Northern City. They don't need to be famous scholars, as long as they can teach basic education. No problem, Sir Sulen. We will send the scholars you need over soon. Hearing Sulen's request, Robert did not mind at all. Although there were not many literate scholars in this era, there were many of them in the circle of nobles. After all, many people learned these things to serve the nobles. Moreover, many of the nobles' children had received education and could be teachers. As long as they were willing, they could easily find a few hundred scholars. Then I look forward to working with you, Sulen said with a smile. I look forward to working with you. Robert was also full of smiles, as if he had earned a great deal. Sulen laughed in his heart. Although you earn money, I will not lose money. Chapter 247. After discussing the matter with Robert, Sulen signed 3 blank trade permits, and Robert left in a hurry. Since the dimensional folding circle of the mysterious realm had been repaired, the Northgard castle soldiers outside the mysterious realm had all retreated. The Northgard city's army was mobilized again. In the wilderness where the Northgard city was located, there were no more powerful factions that could fight a large-scale war against them. Most of the time, there were only small skirmishes. The monsters in the wilderness were like weeds. If you were not careful, they could grow very quickly. Summer was the time when food was the most abundant in the northern wilderness. The number of kobolds, goblins, and gnolls had started to increase. To deal with the situation, Sulen changed the way the army fought. Lancers, archers, centaur riders, and the newly recruited harpies were reorganized into small armies. They were then led by their own generals to clean up the areas around the Northgard city. The Northgard city had started to clear out the monsters and bandits in their territory again. Of course, it was not realistic to completely wipe out the kobolds, goblins, and gnolls. After all, these races were very good at reproducing. They could only reproduce in groups. Sulen's plan was to keep their numbers to a low level. After a few years, the number of goblins, kobolds, and gnolls would gradually decrease. Just like in the southern provinces, there were basically no gnolls left in the wilderness. Even the number of kobolds and goblins was very low. It was the result of decades of hard work. If the other nobles could do it, so could Suluan. Moreover, he had a strategic map. As long as the goblins, kobolds, and bandits were discovered, they would be marked on the map. Since the battlefield was one-sided and transparent, it was not difficult to eliminate these bandits. With the help of the harpies, the vision of the northern fortress city's army had increased by a few times. Their current strategy had changed from a rain of arrows and spearmen to an aerial assault by the harpies, archers, and centaurs. Most of the time, there were not many enemies left by the time the spearmen reached the front line. The uninjured monsters were enslaved, and the injured ones were killed for experience. While the northern battlefront city army was cleaning up, Sulen also came to the training ground of the formation breaker outside the city. After this period of training, this group of Imperial Spear Guards had all completed their training. Today was the day they would advance to the formation breaker. The success rate of the formation breaker's advancement was only 1/5. Sulen gave each of the Spear Guards a light ball and let them advance. Time went by. This time, there were as many as 16 spear guards who participated in the advancement. Su Luan waited quietly outside. After about 15 minutes, light balls began to return to the tiger-shaped tally of the formation breaker, which meant that someone had failed to advance. Sulen was mentally prepared for this result. Soon, 2 more light balls returned to Sulen within a few minutes. As time passed, more and more light balls returned to Sulen's hand. Very quickly, the time had already reached the last 10 minutes. The advancement of the capture barracks. As long as they could endure through this last period of time, it represented that they had successfully advanced. It was just that there were only 5 people remaining. Just then, Su Luan felt that another light ball had returned to the tiger tally, and there were only 4 people who were still advancing. Time passed by. Sulen became more and more nervous. Soon, there were only 5 minutes left. A light flashed and disappeared. Another light ball returned. In the end, there were only 3 people left. In the last 5 minutes, Sulen felt like a year. Finally, the system's notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host. 3 of your spear guards have successfully advanced to the formation breaker. The current number of formation breaker is 5. Seeing the 3 soldiers who had successfully advanced, Sulen's mood finally became better. Just as the northern battlefront city was developing rapidly, further north in the northern wilderness, the power of the elemental tide was constantly spreading. A large number of wild beasts had evolved into demon beasts. The races that lived here also felt threatened. Chief Rogthus, the team that went to the Great Glacier to explore, has returned. They brought back the latest news. In a huge tent, several orcs were discussing something. Outside the tent, tens of thousands of orcs were living in the wilderness. Since the last era, the orcs had been expelled by the humans, elves and dwarves. They could only live in the barren northern wilderness. However, the orcs still did not give up on the fertile land in the south. Every 2 or 3 years, the orcs would carry out a large-scale invasion to the south. Every time this happened, the countries that bordered the northern wilderness would be the target of the orcs' attack. There was no strict border between the northern wilderness and the orcs. However, most of them relied on the terrain of the mountains to defend. Usually, the orcs would directly invade the southern wilderness. The northern battlefront city was not located on the main route of the orcs' army. When the northern battlefront city was first built, Sulen did not choose the north. Instead, he chose the northeast. He did not want to be the front line against the orcs. "Harer, how is the Great Glacier now?" the tall orc chief asked. "Chief, the situation is not good. We found traces of a white dragon," the orc named Harer said. After hearing Harer's words, the orc chief went silent for a moment and said, "Great shaman, it seems your prophecy was right. The situation we are facing now is very clear. In the coming days, more and more orcs will appear here. Our living environment will become more and more difficult. If we want the tribe to continue, there is only one way, and that is to go south. Citizens of Gawushan, now is the time of life and death. I, the chief of the Blackfire tribe, Rogthus, am officially telling you that we must obtain more fertile land to survive. The weak elves have fallen asleep, and the dwarves' kingdom has been divided. We only have to face the humans. As long as we defeat the humans, we can obtain the warm and fertile land under the sun. We have been silent for too long. It is time to let those despicable monkeys pay the price. Fight! 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 Fight!" The other orcs roared. More and more orcs began to roar. Soon, the entire camp had tens of thousands of orcs roaring. Their voices resounded through the sky. At the same time, the other orc tribes in the northern wilderness began to move at the same time. In the northern wilderness, the number of orcs living was no less than 1 million. According to the characteristics of all orcs being soldiers, they could easily form an army of 500,000 to 600,000. However, the beast men usually didn't do this. The most fundamental reason was logistics. The beast men didn't have enough food. If hundreds of thousands of beast men gathered together, it wouldn't take long for them to starve to death. Therefore, the beast men would usually unite with several tribes and form an army of around 50,000 people. They would then attack from multiple areas. The orcs began to move. A new round of war was about to begin. After dealing with the matters in the northern city, Sulen issued an order to purchase all kinds of magic plant seeds. At the same time, he began the next step of the restoration of the secret realm. There were many magic plants growing in the secret realm. In addition to the purple tulips, there were also mutated man-eating flowers, blood-sucking vines, and some amethyst bees. The ecological area in the secret realm had also begun to be restored. There were many wild herbs in the ecological area. Some of the herbs marked in Introduction to Potionology could be found here. Most of the magic plants were easy to deal with. The only troublesome one was the blood-sucking vines. These dark red thorny vines were a type of living vine. They would automatically attack nearby creatures. At the same time, they were poisonous. After killing their prey, they would drag it over and slowly digest it. The ecological area was very large. Although the original destruction was serious, it was slowly recovering. Earth, water, wind, fire. The Arcanists believed that these four elements were the basic composition of the world. They were also the prerequisite for the evolution of all matter. As the wizards who inherited the knowledge of the arcane empire, they also inherited this view. It was said that some legendary wizards would leave the main material plane and enter the astral world to roam other worlds. These wizards were called astral wizards. According to the information left behind by these astral wizards, they found that there were all kinds of planets. Some were solid, some were liquid, and some were gaseous. However, planets that could produce intelligent life had a kind of life force. Almost all of them had the characteristics of a fusion of these three types of planets. The great Arcanists believed that at the beginning of the multiverse, after the explosion of the source energy, the elemental planes of earth, water, wind, and fire were created. During the evolution, different types of planets were created due to the proportion of the elements. Those planets that could support life were mostly the result of the harmony of the four elements. Only this kind of harmonious plane could give birth to all kinds of creatures and finally become a prosperous plane. At the same time, the Arcanist theory of constructing super-large demiplanes originated from this. The Grand Arcanists believed that only a complete elemental balance could create a new world, a super-large demiplane that could allow life to flourish. Creating a world was not difficult. Basically, if a legendary wizard was willing to spend his life, he could create a relatively small half-plane world. However, no wizard would do so. The environment in the secret realm also had to comply with this requirement. If there was a problem with the ecological structure of the secret realm, it would collapse and be rebuilt. However, if there was a problem with the basic elemental structure, it would lead to the collapse of the secret realm. Therefore, Sulen had been strict when it came to restoring the secret realm. Chapter 248. Sulen was lying on the sofa in the castle at the center of the arcane mystery realm. He was watching a movie, not a movie but a video. Tower Spirit Number 1 stored a large amount of information about the arcane mystery realm. These were the system backups left behind by the Arcanists. It was a timely help for Sulen to restore the arcane mystery realm. A 3D virtual image appeared in front of him. The 3D movies in his previous life were nothing compared to this. Thinking about the 3D movies in his previous life, other than the font being 3D, the image was basically no different from 2D. Moreover, there were all kinds of flaws. Looking at the 3D imaging technology of the Arcanists, it was like being in the real world. It was a waste to use this technology only to broadcast information. Fortunately, Sulen was a decent person. If those LSPs got their hands on this, they would watch movies every day. This is incredible. Sulen praised as he looked at the 3D image played by Tower Spirit Number 1. Although he had already overestimated the power of the Arcanists, he was still shocked by what he saw. In the final image of the ecological modification spell, there were wyverns, pterosaurs, and birds flying in the sky. On the ground there were saber-toothed tigers, mammoths, gale tigers, flaming wildebeests, and other magical beasts strolling leisurely. These huge beasts walked past him as if they were alive. A mammoth walked right through Sulen. Its long trunk easily pulled out a small tree and brought it to its mouth. The mammoth took a few bites. Perhaps it didn't taste good, so it swung its trunk and threw it away. On the grassland, a saber-toothed tiger was lying on the ground. It quietly moved forward for a while before leaping out in an instant. The bison that was drinking water fled in fear. The saber-toothed tiger was very fast. It pounced on a strong bison and used its terrifying fangs to bite off the struggling bison's neck. All kinds of animals were vividly displayed in the image. Not only were there images, but there were also voices. The roars of the beasts and the rustling of the leaves in the wind were vivid. In addition to the creatures Sulen knew, there were many creatures that Sulen had never seen before. Those creatures were most likely extinct by now. The scene in front of him looked like a lush forest. Tower Spirit Number 1. Do you have the technical information for this kind of virtual 3D imaging technology? Sulen asked directly. I'm sorry, Master. The virtual 3D imaging technology is not in the technical backup, so there is no information about it. Tower Spirit Number 1's voice sounded. What a pity, Sulen said with regret. However, although there is no information about virtual 3D imaging technology in the data, this technology is an improved version of magic image recording and sound recording. Master, you can research in this direction. I understand. Sulen nodded. Image was a 4th-tier spell and required a crystal to cast, but the image stored was very blurry. He didn't expect the Tower Spirit to use it so well and so vividly. However, now that he knew the spell, he could slowly improve it in the future. If the improvement was successful, he planned to make a movie in the other world. There were elves, beastmen, centaurs, and winged people. With so many fantasy races, the movie would definitely be profitable. I'm talking about a proper movie. 36D Pui, cross it out. It's a 3D surround image. Just thinking about it makes me excited. This way, the people of the other world would have a lot of mental food. There was simply too little entertainment in this world. The reason why bards were popular was because they could perform, sing, and tell stories. In this world, even a circus was enough to make people go crazy. If Sulen made a movie, people would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. When the time came, he might as well set up a film company and call it *******. However, these were all things for the future. Sulen didn't have the technology now. What he needed to do now was to rebuild the ecosystem of the secret plane, according to the backup information of the ecological system of the Tower Spirit. In fact, it wasn't easy to build an independent ecosystem in a secret plane. This experiment was done by a country in his previous life. Back then, the United States spent a lot of money to build a laboratory called Biosphere 2. It was a closed space where various plants and animals were planted. At the same time, a few scientists were put in to form a simple ecosystem. In this experiment, some technology was used to help the ecosystem cycle. The whole plan was to live in the Biosphere 2 laboratory for 5 years. However, the experiment only lasted for a year before it had to be stopped. Because the ecosystem inside had collapsed, all the plants and animals could no longer survive. The technology in his previous life couldn't be completed even when he transmigrated to Sulen. However, in this fantasy world, the Arcanists had solved these problems thousands of years ago. Sulen looked at the biosphere modification technology that the Tower Spirit mentioned. Just looking at the technology made Sulen's scalp tingle. Terrain modification. Use magic to modify the ground into the shape you want. The lowest level is 7, and the highest level is 10. Environment modification. Permanently change the environment of a space or place. The more the environment is modified, the more difficult the spell is. The lowest level is 5, and the highest level is 10. Ecological recombination. Permanently change the ecology of an area. The creatures in the area, the highest level is 15, will be changed according to the caster's wishes. The lowest level is 9 and the highest level is 10. Gene cultivation. A magical spell combined with cloning. Can use the genes of some creatures to directly create the original creatures. Note: this spell can only create normal creatures. It has no effect on magic creatures. Level 8 spell. Gene recombination. A powerful spell invented by the Arcanists. This spell can use existing genes to create new creatures. Note: this spell is very dangerous. Please use it with caution. Level 9 spell. Bloodline modification. A bloodline modification technique invented by the Arcanists. It can allow a normal creature to have the abilities of other creatures. Note: this spell is easy to cause bloodline diseases. Please use it with caution. Level 7 spell. When Sulen saw the last two spells, he was shocked. This kind of spell was strictly limited even during the Arcane Empire. When this kind of spell was first invented, it was all the rage. However, it soon led to serious consequences. The most typical examples of this kind of gene recombination and bloodline modification were the Beastmen and Bloodline Wizards. The Beastmen were first created by some Arcanists. Sulen didn't know the specific reason. Under normal circumstances, the bloodline of the Beastmen was very unstable, and there were often various problems. However, the Beastmen also had talents that ordinary people didn't have. For example, as long as the Cat Beastmen reached adulthood, their agility would generally exceed 20. The Bear Beastmen's strength was also generally outstanding. Later, for some reason, this kind of gene recombination technology was banned by the Arcane Empire. As for the bloodline modification technique, this kind of technology was generally used on the Arcanists themselves. Many of the Arcanists' descendants didn't have the ability to cast spells, so they invented this kind of technology so that their descendants could have the bloodline ability and become warlocks. In addition to these technologies, there were various weather spells in the technical information, which could change the seasonal climate in the secret realm. These spells could almost be used to transform a half-bit wall into a large secret realm. Of course, the manpower and material resources needed were far from what one or two wizards could do. Even legendary wizards couldn't do it. Only a dozen legendary wizards working together could achieve that kind of world-like miracle. Sulen's current secret realm was, of course, not so exaggerated. Although his secret realm covered a large area, it was essentially different from the half-bit wall secret realms. The half-bit wall secret realms could exist independently, and didn't need to be attached to the main plane. Sulen's secret realm of space folding was just using space spells to hide a piece of land in the material plane. Overall, it still belonged to the material plane. Although this kind of secret realm couldn't be compared to the half-bit wall secret realm, one advantage was that there was no need to reconstruct the terrain. The air and gravity system of the secret realm didn't need to be reconstructed, and there was no need to open up space or half-bit wall. The difficulty of construction was sharply reduced. The energy barrier used to divide the area in the secret realm had been damaged. This kind of energy barrier could divide the secret realm according to one's ideas. The strength of the energy barrier could withstand a legendary spell attack. Many areas must be divided with this kind of spell, such as the planting area. There were all kinds of high-value magic plants planted there. Once they weren't taken care of and were destroyed by other animals, it would be a big loss. There was also the need to build an ecological park in the secret realm. Many magic creatures couldn't be bred like cattle and sheep. They must be given a wild environment. The ecological park was specially prepared for this kind of magic beast. Some magic plants also needed to be bred in the wild. According to the materials given by Tower Spirit No. 1, such an energy barrier to divide the secret realm would cost at least 5 million kinner. Even if Sulen had obtained all of the Grey Dwarf's treasures, it would be painful to take out such a large sum of money. Half of the treasure he got from the Grey Dwarf would be used up in an instant. As for the space folding circle and the large protective force field that surrounded the secret realm, it would cost an astronomical amount of money to rebuild these two runic circles bit by bit. Sulen used to think that he was quite rich. If he released the money in his hands, he could destroy the economy of a country. Now it seemed that he was thinking too much. With so little money, he couldn't even build a secret realm. 10 million kinner wasn't too high a price to build a wizard tower for Hathaway. Chapter 249. Because the terrain of the secret realm hadn't changed much, Suluan could repair it according to the information given by Tower Spirit 1. He didn't need to change the terrain or the environment. This greatly reduced the difficulty of repairing the secret realm. The biosphere in the secret mirror was a bit more difficult to build. Normal animals were fine, but he needed a lot of magical beasts. The tower spirit also stored a lot of genes. If Sulen could use gene cultivation or cloning spells, he could directly create them. However, these two spells were both Circle 8 and Circle 9 spells. Only legendary wizards could master them. Even Hathaway was still one level away. Sulen also found some dragon genes. Of course, they weren't real dragons. They were dinosaurs that had gone extinct in his previous world. There were some dinosaurs in the wild, such as velociraptors, Spinosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, and so on. However, most of them lived in the south. In some of the wilds in the south, these dinosaurs were considered tyrants. It was said that these dinosaurs first came out of the secret mirror. There were no dinosaurs in this realm, but the Arcanists captured a lot of dinosaurs from other realms for research. These dinosaurs were quite strong. For example, the velociraptors were level 10, and had a challenge rating of level 5. It would take a few nights to take care of them. However, the velociraptors lived in groups of 3 to 6. There were no grand nights to take care of them. As for the Tyrannosaurus, it was level 17. It was stronger than a lot of your own. Of course, there weren't many dinosaurs at this level. There were also some dinosaurs that could no longer be called dinosaurs. They had some dragon blood in them, and their bodies had mutated. Sulen didn't know if the ancient Arcanists had done some blood modification experiments on them, but he guessed it was very likely. Although the secret mirror was severely damaged, some parts of the equipment were still preserved. They could be used again after some repairs. In order to create a suitable environment in the ecological garden, all kinds of rune circles were needed. These rune circles were in a stagnant state because of the interruption of energy. Many runic matrices could no longer be used after a long time of aging. They needed to be remade. Sulen had mastered many runes during this period of time. He repaired many runic matrices according to the repair standards given by Tower Spirit No. 1, and reconnected them to the energy channel. After spending some time in the secret territory, Sulen returned to Northern Town City to rest. There was a lot of work to be done in the secret territory, so he could only do it bit by bit. Sulen did not want to be so busy that he did not even have time to rest. The land next to the Lord's castle had been cleared out after a period of work. The land was now very busy. The workers were digging the foundation. The foundation of the Wizard Tower was more than 100 meters tall. Naturally, it was very important. Hathaway's Wizard Tower was built with 3 floors. The bottom floor was the dungeon, used to lock up some prisoners or magical beasts. The second floor was the elemental pool, and the first floor was the utility room and ordinary warehouse. The Wizard Tower on the ground was divided into 7 floors. The first floor was the living room and the servants' living quarters. The second floor was the guest room and the wizard apprentice's room. The third floor was the battle training ground and the spell training ground. The fourth floor was where the apprentices were taught, and where the magic statues were stored. The fifth floor was Hathaway's laboratory. The sixth floor was where Hathaway lived, and where the treasury was located. The seventh floor was the observatory of the Wizard Tower. It was also the control center of the Wizard Tower. The weapon system of the Wizard Tower would also be installed there. The blueprint of the Wizard Tower had been determined long ago. It would take at least a few years to build such a huge Wizard Tower with the current power of Northern Town City. The construction of the Wizard Tower was not too difficult. The difficult part was the engraved runes and all kinds of energy channels. The workers and slaves of Northern Town City could not do this kind of work. Only the wizards could do it themselves. However, Sulen soon discovered that there were not only normal people building the Wizard Tower, but there were also half-elves and drows. Although they were not wizards, they also had some spellcasting ability. Now that these elves were also involved in the construction of the Wizard Tower, Sulen was a little surprised. However, he soon realized that both Karina and Grace were spellcasters. Although they were bloodline warlocks, they could also build a Wizard Tower after entering the 4th grade. However, because of the lack of strength and resources, they did not have a Wizard Tower at all. Even if they joined Northern Town City, it was impossible to get Sulen to support them in building a Wizard Tower. The construction of a Wizard Tower almost bankrupted Northern Town City, let alone building 3 Wizard Towers. Now that Hathaway was building a wizard tower, they naturally wanted a share of the profits. Although they could not become the owner of the wizard tower, they could still use some areas of the wizard tower. Hathaway naturally agreed to their request. The condition was that they needed to help build the wizard tower. The foundation of the 120-meter wizard tower was a full 30 meters. Thousands of construction teams worked under the supervision of the Drows. The soil would be transported to other parts of the city. Under the foundation of the wizard tower, the original soil was turned into rock by using the mud-to-stone spell. Some places were even blessed with the hardening spell to increase the strength. The base of the wizard tower would be built here. The wizard tower and the base would be connected by a structure. These were reserved for the future upgrade of the wizard tower into a floating space tower. The upgraded form of the wizard tower was the floating space tower. This was the original form of the floating space city. Since the destruction of the Arcane Kingdom, the construction technology of the floating space city had been incomplete, but the technology of the floating space tower had been preserved. A huge amount of energy was needed to make the wizard tower fly. Although the elemental pool could not support the consumption of the floating space city, the consumption of the floating space tower could still support it. The wizard tower of the legendary wizards in this world was basically a floating space tower. The construction of the floating space tower required a lot of mithril, which was not difficult for Sulen, who had the mithril mine associated with it. According to the calculation of Bach, the silver mine was a large and rich mine, and there was still a lot of mithril associated with it. Now, except for a part of the mithril used to repair the secret realm, the rest was stored in the treasure house of the Lord's castle. It would be used when the wizard tower was upgraded to a floating space tower. A large amount of steel was transported out of the blacksmith workshop. After being smelted by the blast furnace, the metal processed by the Grey Dwarfs was already steel. The construction of the wizard tower required a lot of steel. A steel skeleton was erected, and a large amount of obsidian was transported. If one had enough money, they could use obsidian to build the whole tower. Just like the Rallen Kingdom, if one had enough money, they could use obsidian to build the city wall. Although Sulen also wanted to use obsidian to build a wizard tower, considering that it also required a lot of money to repair the secret realm, he could only reduce the amount of obsidian used in the wizard tower. Obsidian was only used in some important areas of the wizard tower, and ordinary marble was used in other places. In fact, some wizards who were really poor would use ordinary stones to build the wizard tower. Of course, they could also use soil. First, they would use mud to rock to turn the soil into rocks, and then cast hardening on the rocks. Although it was more troublesome, the strength of the wizard tower was also very high. Of course, the workload of the wizard would increase by many times. The workload was enough to make a wizard chop off his hands. Generally, wizards with a little bit of money would not do this. Only the poor would use this method. The effect of hardening was permanent. Wizards at the level of a great wizard could cast it to make wood as strong as steel. If it was stone, the strength would be even higher. Wizard towers that could really travel to the astral world were built with a large amount of obsidian, and then cast hardening on the basis of the obsidian. The strength of the wizard tower built in this way would reach an extraordinary level. Sulen had sent 2,000 kobolds to the underground world to mine obsidian. However, obsidian was very hard to mine, so other than mining obsidian from the underground world, North Town City had also bought a large amount of obsidian from the Rallen Kingdom. The craftsmen built according to the requirements of the blueprint. The half-elf spellcasters and drows began to cast mud to rock on the rocks and obsidian. Hathaway cast hardening on the rocks, Karina, and Grace did the same. In order to speed up the construction of the wizard tower, Hathaway pulled out the clay golems and rock golems she made. When these golems first appeared, the workers were scared out of their wits. The 3-meter-tall rock golems had arms thicker than their waists. When they walked, the ground trembled slightly. It was very oppressive. The workers were very worried that they might accidentally be trampled to death by these golem puppets. However, after a period of familiarity, these workers were no longer afraid of the golem puppets. Instead, they became very curious about these golem puppets. If it weren't for the reputation of the wizards and the power of these golems, these people would have already climbed up to take a look. One had to admit that the humans' ability to adapt was very strong. Since Northtown City had started to clear out the monsters in the wilderness, the number of slaves in the territory had skyrocketed again. In less than a month, the army of Northtown City had captured more than 10,000 kobolds, goblins, gnolls, and orcs as slaves. Therefore, although a lot of people were used to build the Wizard Tower, the construction of Northtown City did not slow down either. The various public facilities in Northtown City were not yet complete. According to Sullen's requirements, all the roads had to be paved with stone or gravel. Now, most of the main roads in the city had been completed, but some of the roads in the market had not yet been completed. Some places in the city had begun to build street gardens and green parks. In the past, to speed up the construction of other buildings, they had to prioritize the construction of other buildings. Now that they had enough manpower, they began to build these on a large scale. Chapter 250. In the northern wastelands, while the northern city was under construction, in the wastelands northwest of the Sierra de Lotus, a large number of orcs were moving southward. Summer was about to pass, and the sun in the sky was not as hot as before. Groups of green-skinned orcs were advancing southward on the barren wastelands. "Chieftain, we don't have much food left," an orc said to Rogessus. Rogessus was silent for a moment. "How much food do we have left?" "Including today's food, it's only enough for us to last a week. It's summer now, and we have to hunt and gather along the way. It'll take us a month at most," the green-skinned orc said. Rogessus's eyes suddenly lit up. "A month? That's enough time. A month later, it'll be the harvest of the southern human kingdoms. As long as we break through the stronghold, the food outside the city will be ours. That's enough for our entire tribe to eat for a whole year. This time, we want to have a piece of warm and fertile land under the sun." At the same time, the Rarans Kingdom, Florence Kingdom, and Saren Kingdom had received news of the orcs' invasion. These kingdoms had been paying attention to the orc tribes in the northern wastelands. When they saw the orc tribes moving southward, they immediately sent back the news. The invasion of the beastmen at this time put a lot of pressure on the human kingdoms. There was still a month before the harvest, and the nobles were reluctant to burn their fields. Most of the farmlands outside the city belonged to the nobles, and they wanted them to burn their own fields? The stingy nobles wouldn't do that. As for the orc invasion, that was the army's problem. The orc invasion also made a few kingdoms nervous. The nobles near the northern border began to recruit soldiers. As for the refugees that had been promised to Sulen, they were forced to join the army. In a short period of time, the number of soldiers in the northern nobles' hands increased by 2 to 3 times. However, even though the number of soldiers increased by 2 to 3 times, the strength of the army didn't increase. Instead, it decreased. These soldiers were basically farmers who had just put down their hoes and picked up their weapons. They could defend the city, but they would probably mutiny and run away as soon as they entered the battlefield. The Florentine Kingdom, the Rorans Kingdom, and the Saren Kingdom all began to increase the number of troops in their respective fortresses. The Florentine Kingdom's Blackstone City used to only have 5,000 troops stationed there, but after receiving the orcs' invasion, the number of troops increased to 30,000 in less than a week. Roland's Beast Blood Fortress and the Saren Kingdom's Canyon Pass had also increased their troops. At the same time, the nobles of the northern lands had also issued a mobilization order. All sorts of military supplies were being collected. Many merchant convoys that were ready to depart were stopped. Then some soldiers took the order and confiscated the goods of these merchants. These goods would be returned after the war ended. Of course, this was just an official statement. In fact, these goods would not be returned even after the war ended. In the end, they would only be compensated according to the lowest price of these goods. It wasn't that they wouldn't be compensated at all. In this era, those who could form merchant convoys had the backing of nobles. If there wasn't compensation, those nobles wouldn't give up. The human kingdoms in the north and the northern wastelands were separated by the Nafel mountain range. This Nafel mountain range stretched for thousands of miles. The main peak of the mountain range was covered in snow all year round. Many wild beasts and magical beasts lived there. Although this mountain range separated the humans from the northern wastelands, there were still many paths that could be passed through. The Blackstone Fortress, the Beast Blood Fortress, and the Canyon Pass were the three largest paths through this mountain range. These canyons were much easier to traverse than the other paths through the mountains. There was no problem for large carts to pass through. Apart from these three canyons, the other paths were rugged, steep, and difficult to pass through. There were many places where carriages couldn't pass through. Some of the most dangerous paths were steep cliffs on one side and bottomless abyss on the other. There was only a rugged path that was less than half a meter wide. Most of these paths were used by smugglers and merchants. Not only were these paths difficult to traverse, they were also life-threatening. If they accidentally bumped into the magical beasts that lived there, they would lose both their lives and their wealth. The Beast Blood Fortress was the gate to the north of the Roran's kingdom. Once this place was breached, the three northern provinces of the Roran's kingdom would have to face the assault of the orcs. Ever since Count Colin had received news that the orcs were heading south, he had immediately started preparing for battle. There were only 3,000 soldiers stationed in the Beast Blood Fortress. Among them, there was an army of 500 knights. These knights were the backbone of the Beast Blood Fortress. 500 heavily armored knights were mounted on war horses that were similarly armored. They were the strongest soldiers in the human kingdoms of this world. A knight, man, horse, and armor weighed up to 500 kilograms. When they charged, there was no need to talk about weapon damage. Just the impact alone was enough to rupture the internal organs of an adult orc. The 30,000 reinforcements from the kingdom had also arrived. However, this did not make Count Colin relax. According to the information from the front lines, the orcs could be said to have turned out in full force this time. They were facing an orc army of at least 100,000 men. Outside the Beast Blood Fortress, the various antlers and barricades from before had been completely destroyed. The ground was a mess, with corpses and bloodstains everywhere. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of blood. In the battle that had just ended, the orcs had not gained the slightest advantage. However, they had also successfully accomplished their battle objective. All the defensive facilities outside the fortress had been destroyed. The human soldiers guarding the fortress were still rather excited. Although the orc army seemed to be large, the fortress had taken advantage of the natural terrain. The orcs could not make use of their advantage in numbers at all. The narrow terrain meant that they could only put in a small number of soldiers to attack. The steep mountain walls on both sides of the fortress provided them with a natural side protection. Below the walls, a large number of corpses were piled up. The nauseating smell attracted a large number of vultures. Some scavenger crows were also cawing in the sky. Normal beasts were afraid of an army, but these birds did not have many scruples. When night fell and the battle ended, it was time for them to have a full meal. The orc army camp was only 10 miles away from the fortress. At this time, a large number of orc supervisors were using leather whips to drive the kobolds, goblins, and other slaves to cut down trees. Then the orc craftsmen would make simple siege weapons. Although the orc civilization could not be compared to that of the humans, their social system was much stronger than that of the gnolls, kobolds, and goblins. Just 3 days after the battle between the humans and orcs at the Beast Blood Fortress, the Blackstone Fortress and the Canyon Pass also broke out in battles. After a short period of probing, the orcs began a powerful attack. Sulen knew that the orcs would invade later. After all, the northern citadel was not on the path of the orcs. The closest battlefield to the Blackstone Fortress was only 300 miles away. To the north of the northern citadel was the Sierra de Lotus. If the orcs wanted to attack the northern citadel, they would have to go around the Sierra de Lotus and attack from the northwest. After knowing that the orcs were attacking, Sulen immediately called back the army that was clearing out monsters and bandits in his territory. The northern citadel now had 7,000 soldiers. Most of them were spearmen. There were 4,000 of them, followed by 2,000 archers. Originally, Sulen wanted to form more archers. However, archers were not like spearmen. A wooden stick and a sharp spearhead were enough. The archers' bows needed good materials. Although the centaurs and gnolls had cultivated wood to make bows, the amount was limited. It was hard to form a 2,000 archers. Most of them were still using birch bows. The strongest among them were the gnolls. The strongest of them had already become a gnoll magic archer. They could add elemental effects to their arrows. Most of the gnolls were still at the gnoll archer level. As for the gnoll phantom archer, there was not a single gnoll archer. The main reason was that gnolls needed twice as much experience to level up as humans. But even so, the accuracy and range of the half-elf archers were much higher than that of human archers. Suluan sent out all the scouts to keep an eye on the movements of the Beastman army. At this time, the Beastman army shouldn't know about Suluan's city. Once they knew that there was a human city here, the Beastmen would definitely attack. At the same time, the construction of the wizard tower in the city did not stop. However, Sulen sent out a large number of people to start digging the moat. Before, only a small part of the moat was dug out. After the orcs were dealt with, there were no more enemies in the area. Therefore, the moat was stopped. Now it was just a restart. Sullen's moat would directly lead the water from the Red Sand River. The moat was about 10 meters wide and 3 meters deep. The water in the moat was flowing. Sulen even had the underground spring ability to lead 2 springs from the ground, allowing the water to flow into the moat. Since the North City was located on higher ground, there was no need to worry about the water flowing into the city. The moat was not only for defense, but also for water transportation. Sulen planned to build a dock outside the city after the war. It would allow ships to transport goods from the Red Sand River to the city gate through the moat. The North City's moat was being built as fast as possible. The caravans in the city had also received news of the orcs' attack. These caravans could not return to the human kingdom before the war ended. They could only stay in the North City for the time being. The guards and mercenaries of these caravans were also called up. Sulen did not plan to send them to the battlefield. He wanted to prevent them from causing trouble. Chapter 251. Although these mercenaries and guards weren't as strong as the regular army, they were still much stronger than normal people. Sulen didn't want these mercenaries and guards to cause trouble in the city while he was fighting on the front lines. Suluan had never overestimated the moral integrity of mercenaries and caravan guards. In this era, it was very dangerous to do business in the wilderness, especially in the northern wasteland. It was fine when they were in the city or within the city limits, because these people were like normal merchants. But in the wilderness, the law of the jungle prevailed. It was common for the merchant guards and mercenaries to rob other merchant caravans. These people were merchants when they entered the city, and bandits when they left. Unless they were caught directly, it was impossible to tell them apart. Sulen also had a lot of crazy things in the city, such as the secret recipe of white sugar, the brewing process of rum, paper making, and so on. Any one of these skills was worth tens of thousands of gold. As long as you learned one of these skills, you wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of your life. It wasn't impossible for you to even get a noble title. These people wanted to steal these skills from the first day they came to the city. Last month, Chris caught more than a dozen people who wanted to steal these skills. On average, she caught one every 2 days. As for what happened to these people in the end, it wasn't bad. Alex told Sulen that the low-grade harpies wanted some materials. Sulen waved his hand and gave these people to Alex to live in the Eagle Stronghold. There were more than 3,000 harpies in the Eagle Stronghold. Apart from the harpies and their leader, the rest of the harpies couldn't break free from their instincts. Those who dared to steal skills in the northern wastelands were all strong. Many of them were knights. This was good news for the harpies. These people were fed by the harpies 24 hours a day. They didn't rest at all. They were working hard all the time. These people could be said to be enjoying the feeling of having 3,000 wives. Once the orcs attacked the northern wastelands, the Castellan's mansion would definitely withdraw their men. At that time, the defense would naturally be a bit lax. Sulen didn't think these merchants would let go of such a good opportunity to resist the orcs. They would definitely take advantage of it. Sulen never overestimated human nature. The cheapest and most precious thing in the world was human nature. It was also the most vulnerable thing in the world. Blackstone Stronghold. The battle had already been going on for 3 days. The orc army had sent out a large number of servants to fight. They used these servants to consume the rolling stones and arrows of the humans. The high-intensity battle had consumed a lot of the Blackstone fort's resources. The Blackstone fort was a military stronghold, and its walls were repaired quite well. The orc army didn't have any advantage. On the 4th day of the war, the Blackstone stronghold. The city walls. The siege tower was a simple building made of wood. The orc soldiers could enter from the bottom of the siege tower and climb up the stairs. Along the way, they were protected by wooden planks, so they wouldn't be attacked by the enemy. At the top of the stairs was the exit of the siege tower. This exit was at the same height as the city walls. After walking out, one could immediately step onto the city walls and engage in close combat with the enemy. The Blackstone stronghold was crudely made, but its effect was not bad. The Blackstone stronghold was built by the Blackstone stronghold. Although the Blackstone stronghold was a great tool, its weakness was also obvious. It was slow. The Blackstone stronghold was built by the Blackstone stronghold. It was rough and heavy. If it was a normal human, it would be difficult to push the Blackstone stronghold forward. However, it was just right for the Blackstone stronghold. Other than the Blackstone stronghold, the Blackstone stronghold had also prepared some ladders and battering rams. The Blackstone stronghold was pushed by the Blackstone stronghold. The soldiers and generals of the Blackstone stronghold looked serious. When they saw the Blackstone stronghold approaching, they ordered the Blackstone stronghold's archers to shoot fire arrows. The fire arrows were a threat to the Blackstone stronghold. After being smeared with kerosene, the Blackstone stronghold's fire arrows were quite good. The Blackstone stronghold didn't have many fire protection measures. After the arrows hit the Blackstone stronghold, the kerosene stuck to the wooden planks and ignited them. The Blackstone stronghold didn't give up and continued to push forward. At the same time, the Blackstone stronghold's archers on the Blackstone stronghold began to shoot. The archers on both sides began to fight, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. Under the cover of the archers, the Blackstone stronghold quickly approached the Blackstone stronghold. The fastest battering rams were about to reach the Blackstone stronghold. Suddenly, a fireball the size of a wash basin flew out from the Blackstone stronghold. The fireball dragged a long tail behind it as it flew towards the battering rams. Boom! An explosion sounded. The battering rams and the dozen or so Blackstone stronghold soldiers were instantly engulfed in flames. The wooden battering rams were blown to pieces under the force of the explosion. The dozen or so Blackstone stronghold soldiers were also set ablaze. Wizards! Wizards! We have wizards! The soldiers on the Blackstone stronghold cheered. The morale of the Blackstone stronghold skyrocketed. On the Blackstone stronghold wall, a middle-aged man in a red robe waved his magic staff. Soon another fireball flew out. This time, the fireball flew directly towards a tall Blackstone stronghold. The 20-meter-tall Blackstone stronghold couldn't dodge at all. It was instantly hit by the fireball. This Blackstone stronghold that didn't burn down after taking so many arrows exploded. The Blackstone stronghold archers on the Blackstone stronghold were blown away. The tall Blackstone stronghold was split in half. Many Blackstone stronghold soldiers below were directly hit by the burning wood. The Blackstone stronghold was instantly engulfed in flames. The Blackstone stronghold soldiers that didn't make it out were burned alive. This wizard cast a few fireballs to destroy most of the Blackstone stronghold's siege weapons. He was only an intermediate wizard. There were only a few wizards in the Blackstone stronghold. The wizards wouldn't use up all their mana. What they did just now was to boost the morale of the Blackstone stronghold. Even though most of the siege towers had been destroyed, the orcs quickly pushed out new siege machines. This time, the adepts did not continue to attack. Instead, the ballistae on the walls were drawn, and the sound of bowstrings being drawn rang out. A soldier placed a long spear on one of the ballistae and ignited it with kerosene. Bang! With a buzzing sound, the 3-meter-long spear flew out and pierced through an orc. It then fiercely nailed itself onto the siege chariot. The heavy siege chariot shook back and forth a few times. The flames on the spear ignited the siege chariot. Bang! 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 The sound of bowstrings rang out on the Blackstone stronghold wall. Spears flew out one after another, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. The Blackstone stronghold soldiers that were directly hit had a bowl-sized bloody hole in their bodies. Some of the Blackstone stronghold soldiers that were too close were directly pierced through. However, the accuracy of the ballistae was limited. Their firing speed was also slow. Many of the siege weapons still managed to get close to the Blackstone stronghold wall. Seeing this, the general of the Blackstone stronghold immediately gave the order to counterattack. 500 knights quietly lined up behind the Blackstone stronghold gate. These knights all wore metal armor and held sharp swords in their hands. The 500 knights quietly stood behind the gate, waiting for the gate to open. An impassioned horn sounded. The gate of the Blackstone stronghold slowly opened. The knights who were already prepared immediately charged. The 500 knights instantly moved. The sound of hooves thundered on the battlefield. The fully armored knights instantly rushed out of the Blackstone stronghold gate and directly charged towards the orc stronghold's siege weapons. The orcs never thought that the humans would actually open the gate and attack. The Blackstone stronghold was immediately scattered by the human knights. The infantry was completely massacred by the charging heavy cavalry. Even the orcs were the same. Wherever the knights went, the orcs were cut down like grass. In just 2 charges, the orc stronghold's vanguard was scattered. Seeing the orc stronghold soldiers fleeing in panic, the knights did not continue to pursue. Instead, they ignited the kerosene that they carried with them and threw it on the siege weapons. Dozens of siege weapons were quickly ignited. After these siege weapons were ignited, a deep horn sounded. All the knights turned their horses around and returned to the Blackstone stronghold. After the last knight entered, the gate closed again. The battle was still not over. The orcs did not choose to retreat after losing a large number of siege weapons. Instead, they sent another 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers to attack the Blackstone stronghold with ladders. The general of the Blackstone stronghold, Count Lewis, had a heavy expression on his face. These damned orcs want to take us down in one go? Aren't they afraid of breaking their teeth? The archers madly pulled their bowstrings. Many of their arms were sore from pulling the bowstrings for so long. Many archers even had their fingers cut by the bowstrings. A rain of arrows fell from the sky, but the orcs were not afraid at all. The orc stronghold soldiers raised crude wooden shields. Many of the wooden shields were not even stripped of their bark. They forcefully endured the rain of arrows and continued to attack the Blackstone stronghold. A large number of orcs charged without caring about casualties. Soon, a ladder was placed on the Blackstone stronghold's wall. The orc stronghold at the back sped up and quickly climbed up the wall. They then stabbed down with their spears. A few orc stronghold soldiers cut off the hooks of the ladder and pushed it down. 2 orc stronghold soldiers who were halfway up the ladder fell from the sky. A tall orc stronghold jumped up the Blackstone stronghold's wall after a few jumps. He swung his giant axe and chopped the orc stronghold soldiers in half along with their weapons. He then defended the Blackstone stronghold's wall and allowed more orcs to climb up. Soon 5 orcs came up. These orcs were under the lead of the orc stronghold's leader. The human soldiers around them were forced to retreat. Seeing this situation, a few knights immediately rushed up with their men. Chapter 252. Blood and flesh splattered all over the battlefield. A large number of soldiers were dying every second. The orc warrior that rushed up was also killed by a few human soldiers. Finally, after more than 2 hours of fierce battle, the orcs retreated, leaving more than 2,000 dead bodies behind. The soldiers of the Blackstone fortress finally let out a sigh of relief. They were all exhausted after a whole day of fighting. Gavin stretched his sore shoulders while the guards next to him bandaged his wounds. The soldiers who came to relieve the soldiers who had just fought took the place of Gavin. After resting for a while, Gavin walked down the wall with his servants and headed back to the castle. I've heard about Sir Gavin's fighting style when I was in Cult City. I thought it was just an exaggeration, but after seeing it today, Sir Gavin is even braver than the rumors say. Count Wayne exclaimed. He personally understood the situation on the battlefield today. The ferocity of the orcs shocked him. Most of the captains on the wall began to ask for reinforcements in the middle of the battle. Gavin was the only one who led his men and did not retreat. He didn't ask for reinforcements even once. At the same time, his soldiers suffered the least casualties, but they achieved the greatest results. They killed more than 500 orc soldiers in the section of the wall they defended, including several orc warriors. Sir Wayne, thank you for the compliment. Gavin forced a smile and said, "You've seen the difference between us and the orc army today. Without the protection of the wall, we are no match for the orcs. More importantly, according to our intelligence, there are at least 100,000 orcs this time. We only have less than 50,000 soldiers. It will be very difficult for us to defend the city with our strength. That's why I beg you to ask for reinforcements from the king immediately. Also, we have lost 4,000 men today, and the orcs have lost 3,000 men. We can't win in a war of attrition." "Sir Gavin, I will ask for reinforcements from His Majesty." Count Wayne agreed after some consideration. "But Gavin, you know that even if His Majesty agrees to send reinforcements, it will take at least a month for them to arrive. We can only rely on ourselves for this month. Do you have any ideas?" "Sir, we can only hold on." After a moment of silence, Gavin said, "Let's ask the surrounding nobles for help first. They have quite a number of soldiers. Although they aren't elites, they should have no problem defending the city." "Heh, do you think those nobles will be willing to send their troops here?" Count Wayne sneered. As a noble, he understood the intentions of those nobles. Even if the Blackstone fort was in danger, those nobles wouldn't agree to send their private soldiers here. Sometimes, even if they knew that danger was approaching, as long as it wasn't right in front of them, these nobles wouldn't care. You could say that they were short-sighted and didn't see the big picture. In fact, most nobles were like that. They had their own castles and their own soldiers. Most of the time, they believed in themselves more. Even if we don't hire a private army, we can still hire new soldiers. We need a lot of manpower. They won't know how to use weapons, but they can at least carry rocks and boil water. As long as they are still healthy, we can just ask them to throw rocks into the water." Gavin said. "Gavin, if you do that, the soldiers might suffer heavy casualties in the end." Wayne's heart skipped a beat, and he said with difficulty, "Those untrained soldiers might sound nice, but they were actually farmers. The farmers had less than a 10% chance of surviving on the battlefield. Do you have a better idea, sir?" Gavin asked. Wayne opened his mouth. He didn't have a better idea either. "Let's do it then." Wayne quickly recovered. He clenched his teeth and nodded in agreement. For the sake of the Blackstone fort, these sacrifices are worth it. "By the way, I heard there's a human city in the wasteland, right?" Wayne suddenly thought of something. Gavin nodded and said, "You're talking about Northtown City, right? That human city was built by a young noble who bought the land expansion order last year. It's a place rich in sugar and rum." "How strong are they?" Wayne asked, his eyes glowing. Gavin hesitated for a moment and said, "They're quite strong. I heard from the merchants who went there that they defeated goblins, kobolds, gnolls, and even the orcs. But I've never been there myself, so I think it's a bit exaggerated. How could they possibly defeat the orcs when it was just built a year ago? I think the lord of the settlement was just boasting. That being said, they should be quite strong since they were able to hold their ground in the wasteland for more than a year." "That's great." Wayne's eyes glowed when he heard the word strong. He immediately filtered out the first half of his sentence. "If that's the case, let's ask the lord of the settlement for help. Didn't he want a territory and become a noble? If he helps us defeat the orcs, I'll recommend him to the king. Not only will he be given a title, he'll even be given a land." "All right, I'll send someone to contact Northtown City." Gavin shrugged and agreed. In his opinion, even if Northtown City agreed to help, the army they sent out would not be very strong. As for Duke Wayne's promise, it was fine to just listen to him. Nobles had always been like this. If Northtown City dared to take the initiative to attack, Gavin believed that the lord of the settlement would not be able to wait until the end of the war. Once the lord of the settlement attacked, he would not even be able to withstand the first wave of attacks from the orcs. Under the cover of the night, Gavin picked a few knights and quietly left the fortress. They then moved northeast. The orcs did not block the fortress. After all, there were mountains on both sides of the fortress. It was impossible to surround it. The orcs' camp was not close to the fortress. They also had to prevent the human knights from ambushing them during the night. The next day, the orcs began to move out again as soon as the sun rose. This time, the orcs pushed the siege weapons that they had built overnight to attack the fortress. However, the number of siege weapons was reduced by half compared to the previous day. However, the battle today was even more intense than the previous day. This time, the orcs sent out even more soldiers to attack the fortress. They did not have enough siege towers and siege chariots, so they used ladders instead. These orcs did not care about casualties at all. Since the morning, more orcs had been climbing up the fortress walls. These damned orcs, are they crazy? Gavin said as he wiped the blood off his face after killing the last orc on the wall with a single slash. At this rate, we won't be able to last more than 30 days. The orcs are panicking. Duke Wayne looked at the orcs that had temporarily retreated. The other orc army in the distance was already ready. They don't care about casualties, and they're taking turns to attack us. This method is putting a lot of pressure on us, but the orcs are not having it easy either. Why do you think these orcs are so desperate? Why? Gavin looked at the orcs in the distance and sat down on the ground. I think it's because of food. Food? You mean the orcs are running out of food? Gavin's eyes lit up. Wayne nodded and continued. I've been observing for the past few days. There's very little cooking smoke in the orcs' camp. It's far from enough to feed so many orcs. Then we just have to hold on for a few days, and the orcs will retreat when they run out of food. Gavin stood up excitedly. It's not that simple. Wayne shook his head and said, even if the orcs are running out of food, the pressure on us will be even greater. Without food, the orcs will go even crazier. They will desperately try to take down this place. There are huge amounts of food waiting to be harvested behind the Blackstone Fortress. The orcs will definitely attack us with all their might after they run out of food. That's why we're under even more pressure than before, Duke Wayne said with a serious face. The closer they are to death, the crazier they will be. After the craziness comes silence, and the darkest moment comes before dawn. The northern citadel was actively preparing for war. Sulen was also very concerned about the orcs' attack. Even the northern citadel had to be careful when dealing with an army of over 100,000 orcs. The Eagle's Nest had also sent out many harpies to investigate. Every movement of the orcs was recorded and reported to Sulen. Sheriff Harris was very busy during this period of time. He sent out all 300 security guards to patrol the city 24 hours a day to prevent people from taking advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. The 2,000 militia were also reorganized. These militia did not need to go to the battlefield. They just followed the security guards to maintain the stability of North Town City. The army of the northern citadel had also been recalled. They would move out as soon as Sulen gave the order. Lord's Castle. Sulen tidied up a room and turned it into a war room. Other than those who had missions, the rest of the generals and heroes were all there. There was a giant sand table in the middle of the room. The sand table vividly marked out the locations of the Blackstone Citadel, the Orc Army, and the Northern Citadel. Who do you think will win in the end? Sulen asked the generals. I don't know. Boulder and Johnson looked at the sand table, and then at Sulen. They looked like they didn't know anything. Sulen was not surprised by their reaction. He was already used to it. Kane looked at the sand table for a while and said, I think the orcs will win. Based on the previous reports, the Blackstone Citadel doesn't have many defenders. According to the orcs' strategy, the Blackstone Citadel won't be able to hold on. What about you? Sulen looked at Karina, Grace, and the others. I think the humans will win. After all, the orcs don't have much food. Chapter 253. According to our information, the orcs didn't bring much supplies. They will soon run out of food. Once they run out of food, it won't matter even if they double their numbers. Karina thought for a moment and said, I think "Sir, there's an emergency." At this moment, a guard hurried over and said. Sulen stood up and walked out of the combat readiness hall. "What happened?" "Sir, there was a messenger from the Blackstone Fortress. He said he was here on Earl Wayne's orders." The guard said respectfully, "Earl Wayne of the Blackstone Fortress? Why did he send someone here? Don't tell me he wants me to send out troops." Sulen muttered to himself, then said to the guard, "Bring the messenger to the living room. I'll be there right away." "Yes, sir." Sulen went back to the combat readiness hall and gave some simple instructions. Then he walked to the living room. "You are Earl Wayne's messenger?" Sulen looked at the travel-worn knight in front of him and said, "Yes, sir." After the knight saw Sulen, he quickly said, "Sir, the Blackstone Fortress is in danger. Earl Wayne wants you to send out troops to help us defeat the orcs. This is a letter from Earl Wayne himself." The guard next to him took the bamboo tube and checked it. Then he handed it to Sulen. Sulen took it and looked at it. There was a noble's badge on the wind outlet of the bamboo tube. The seal was not broken. He then opened the seal and took out a piece of parchment to read. The content of the letter was not out of Sulen's expectation. It was nothing more than asking Sulen to send out troops to help them fight the orcs. At the same time, as long as Sulen sent out troops, he would promise to help him get a title and a land after the battle. The land would not be in the northern wilderness, but in the hinterland of the Kingdom of Florence. At the same time, he also threatened that if Sulen refused, he would not pass the test and would tell the orcs about what happened in northern town city. Sulen sneered in his heart. He didn't believe a single word of the promise. The note didn't say that it would help Sulen obtain these things. It only said that it would report to the king. It didn't matter whether the king agreed or not. At that time, he could use this as an excuse to brush him off. However, Sulen was not interested in these promises. It was not easy for him to develop such a good situation in the northern wilderness. He would not return to the Kingdom of Florence to be the village chief. That's right, the village chief. According to the current level of rewards in the Kingdom of Florence, Sulen would at most be a baron, and then a few villages would be divided into his territory. Take the emissary to rest first. We will consider sending troops to help the Blackstone stronghold. We need to discuss this matter. Sulen pondered in his heart, neither refusing nor agreeing. "Sir, the Blackstone stronghold really needs your help." The emissary said eagerly when he heard Sulen wanted to discuss. "You go and rest first. We will give you an answer as soon as possible." Sulen waved his hand and signaled the guards to take him away. Seeing that Sulen ignored him, the emissary had no choice but to leave with the guards unwillingly. Sulen was not too worried about this war between the humans and the orcs. He was thinking about how to get the most out of this war. In his opinion, the best result was that both the humans and the orcs suffered heavy losses. However, this situation was very difficult to happen. According to the information he received, the orcs were now putting all their eggs in one basket. On the other hand, the humans were not prepared. Although the Blackstone stronghold temporarily blocked the orcs' attack, this stalemate would not last long. According to the information obtained by the Harpies and the Scouts, the orcs did not have much supplies at all. They had to attack the Blackstone stronghold before they ran out of food, and the human reinforcements would take at least a month. Sulen knew how sturdy the Blackstone stronghold was. He had entered the wasteland from the Blackstone stronghold in the past. The Blackstone stronghold was built in the Blackstone Canyon. This canyon was called the Blackstone Canyon because the rocks were black. The walls of the stronghold were 20 meters tall, and there were cliffs on both sides. The mouth of the canyon was shaped like a trumpet. The stronghold was built at the mouth of the trumpet. It could be said that it was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if Sulen was the one to attack, it would be very difficult to take down this place without him personally. However, he did not know why he had a strange feeling that the orcs would definitely have a way to break through the Blackstone stronghold. Sulen did not know why he was so sure. He did not want to see the orcs win. Once the orcs broke through the Blackstone stronghold, the northern provinces behind the Blackstone stronghold would be plundered. Sulen did not care about this. He only cared about the large amount of food the orcs would obtain. One had to know that the orcs had always been in a state of food shortage in the northern wastelands. If the orcs obtained a sufficient supply of food, they would definitely keep on fighting. When that time came, Northgard City would definitely not be spared. Moreover, the outbreak of war would greatly affect Northgard City's trade. Almost all of the trade routes had been cut off. The migration of refugees was also forced to stop. If Northgard City wanted to rely on natural production to increase the population, it would take at least a dozen years. Sulen did not have that much time to waste. After sending the messenger away, Sulen returned to the war preparation hall and ordered all the warriors to prepare for battle. He did not plan to attack the orcs directly. Instead, he planned to hide on the side and secretly reap some benefits. The next day, Sulen led the army out of Northgard City. He left Hathaway and Chris in the city. He also left 1,000 spearmen and archers behind. He then led the rest of the army and left with the Harpies. The orc army was over 300 kilometers away from Northgard City. It took the city's army 3 days to reach a forest 10 kilometers away from the battlefield. Blackstone's stronghold had become a meat grinder. Both the orcs and humans were bleeding here. The ground was covered in blood. The entire valley was filled with a nauseating stench. Some of the corpses that could not be dealt with in time had already begun to rot. The vultures in the sky circled back and forth. After a week of continuous high-intensity battles, the human defenders of the stronghold were exhausted. However, their expressions were still stable because reinforcements had arrived. Although the reinforcements were only a group of farmers who had put their heads down, more would come. As long as there were enough reinforcements, the human defenders believed that no matter how many orcs came, they would all retreat with their tails between their legs. This battle had lasted for a week. Although the human defenders had suffered heavy losses, the orcs had also suffered heavy casualties. Just the corpses piled up outside the stronghold were already 1 or 2 meters tall. Standing on the walls and looking down, it looked like a slaughterhouse. However, they were not slaughtering livestock but humans and orcs. "General, you're injured." A guard came to Wayne's side. He quickly took out some medicine and bandages when he saw the blood seeping out of Wayne's arm. "It's nothing, just a small wound. You guys can go and rest." As the highest-ranking officer of Blackstone's stronghold, Wayne was very qualified. As a noble, he was obviously different from the other noble generals. He was more popular among the soldiers. The wind in Blackstone Canyon was very strong. A strong wind blew from the north of the canyon, and the strong stench made Wayne frown. The messenger didn't come back. The Lord of Northgard City didn't come. As expected. "Go back and rest. I'll stay here and watch." Gavin shook his head. His body was covered in blood. There were many dents on his tough armor. It looked very tattered. "All right." Wayne got up and went back to rest. As the commander, he had to make sure he was full of energy. The night wind whistled. 5 kilometers away from Blackstone Canyon, the orcs were not resting. In the largest camp, the orc priests were feeding some strange creatures. These creatures had a pair of fleshy wings and dark green skin. They had the head of a dragon, but they looked very ugly. Their necks were a bit short, but their bodies were very strong. Their hind legs were very powerful. If Sulen was here, he would immediately recognize them. They were a type of Euron called wyverns. Wyverns were not very powerful among the flying Euron. They were about 3 meters long and had a wingspan of 5 meters. They didn't have dragon breath, but they could spray poison. The poison of a wyvern was very deadly. At this moment, a dozen wyverns were quietly squatting on the ground. The orcs beside them kept feeding them. Soon all the wyverns were fed. A shaman walked over. That old shaman grabbed a handful of powder from a shabby pocket and muttered some cryptic words. Soon, elemental energy started converging, and the old shaman scattered the powder in his hand into the sky. A red spirit light shrouded all of the wyverns. Soon, the wyverns couldn't help but roar. Their bodies were clearly stronger than before. After seeing this effect, the old shaman sighed in relief. "Let's start." With an order, a dozen beastmen climbed onto the wyverns' backs with weapons. Each wyvern carried 2 beastmen. The wyverns were flapping their wings, clearly very strenuous. At this time, the shaman once again cast a spell. Wind elements converged and buffed the wyverns. Flight. After buffed by flight, the dozen wyverns carried 30 beastmen and flew into the sky. There was no light in the sky, and thick black clouds covered all the starlight. The dozen wyverns merged into the darkness, and after identifying the direction, they directly flew towards the Blackstone fort. The wyverns were very fast. In order to prevent humans from hearing the flapping of their wings, all the wyverns flew a kilometer in the air. With the help of the bonfires on the ground, the wyverns carried the beastmen over the Blackstone fort. Chapter 254. On the other side of the Blackstone Canyon. About 2 kilometers away from the Blackstone fort, in a mountain kernel. The rocks in the col had already been cleaned up, and the biting cold mountain wind was blowing, letting out endless whistling sounds. There were 3 bonfires lit in the open space, and several dozen sturdy beastmen were scattered around the bonfires. These beastmen were silently sitting on the ground, chewing some food in their mouths and looking up at the sky from time to time. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping could be heard in the dark sky, followed by a gust of wind. The bonfires in the surroundings flickered, and a few life forms with bodies over 3 meters and a wingspan of 5 meters descended from the sky. Their sinister and ugly faces could be clearly seen in the light of the bonfires. They were wyverns. A few beastmen dismounted from the wyverns, and these wyverns once again took to the sky and flew towards the beastmen's camp. The other beastmen nodded at these beastmen who had just arrived, and the simple camp quickly regained its silence. These beastmen had entered the Nafir mountain range when the beastmen had started attacking the Blackstone fort. These beastmen had gone through untold hardships in the mountains, and after suffering disastrous casualties, they had finally crossed the Nafir mountain range. Among them, there were those who had died in the mouths of various magic beasts, those who had mistakenly entered a dangerous place, and those who had fallen into a bottomless abyss. However, they had also successfully completed their mission. Behind the Blackstone fort, they had found a hidden valley and set up a simple camp there. After the wyverns returned to the beastmen tribe, they once again took off with 30 beastmen warriors on their backs. The beastmen shamans once again blessed them with flight, and the wyverns once again flew towards the back of the Blackstone fort. The wyverns continuously transported the beastmen to the back of the fort. Although they could only transport 30 beastmen at a time, many a little made an ocean. The leading beastman warrior looked up at the night sky. It was pitch black without any light. This kind of weather was the best camouflage for the wyverns. For this plan, the tribe had already taken out all the wyverns they had tamed over the years and blessed them with spells, making them undertake the transportation. According to the plan, they could transport about 500 beastmen warriors before tonight's operation. More than 500 elite orc warriors might not be very useful on a large-scale battlefield, but they were perfect as a suicide squad for sneak attacks. Just you wait, humans. The orc army will soon return to that fertile land. Back then, with the help of the elves and dwarves, those thin and weak humans took the land from our hands. Now we will take back all the land that our ancestors left for us. The beastman leader drank a mouthful of wine, and then passed the wineskin to the other beastman warriors. The night wind whistled as a few pieces of firewood were added to the bonfire. The beastmen quietly waited for the wyverns to send more soldiers over. The orcs were born with night vision. Although they were less than 10 meters away, they could see their surroundings clearly with the help of the weak bonfire. Hundreds of orcs could be seen faintly in the darkness of the night. These orcs were silently chewing dry rations. These dry rations were coarse and hard to swallow. They were the unique cold wheat of the north, and were one of the few foods the tribe had. For tonight's battle, the orc tribe could be said to be going all out. In fact, since last winter, the orcs had been short on food. They had endured the cold winter with great difficulty, but the appearance of this year's elemental tide had caused a large number of beasts to mutate. The original magic beasts had also become very active, making the already difficult lives of the orcs even more difficult. Rome didn't know what the elemental tide meant, but he knew that the white dragon activity on the ice field had become more frequent. In order to survive, they had to migrate south. As one of the higher-ups of the orc tribe, He clearly knew how important this war was to their tribe. And as the key to victory, tonight's surprise attack would play a decisive role. They couldn't fail. They couldn't fail even once. The orcs' lives were very difficult after losing their fertile land. Without enough food, many of their clansmen would freeze to death every winter. Every snowfall was a test of life and death. Cold and hunger had accompanied Rome since the moment he was born. This time, he wanted his clansmen to no longer have to endure hunger and cold. At this time, the human kingdom was about to have a harvest. As long as they broke through the Blackstone fortress, there would be a bountiful harvest everywhere. Countless grains would be waiting for them to harvest. Looking at the time tool given to him by the great shaman, it was already 2:30 in the morning. Calculating the time, the last batch of orcs should have arrived. According to the plan, they would attack at 3 in the morning, one from the front and one from the back. The Blackstone fortress was built to defend against the orcs. Although it had 2 walls, the southern wall wasn't very high. After all, behind it was human territory. Soon, the sound of wings flapping could be heard. The last batch of orc warriors had arrived. There were already close to 600 elite orc warriors in the small call in front of them. The orc officer's scarlet eyes looked around. Then he picked up his weapon and walked out of the colonel. Close to 600 elite orc warriors followed behind him silently. Gavin didn't sleep well at night. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint the problem. This made him a little frustrated. The battle during the day had exhausted his body. In order to prepare for tomorrow's battle, he had to ensure that he had enough sleep. Although he had some doubts, Gavin still forced himself to sleep. Although wearing armor wasn't very comfortable, he had long gotten used to it. Just as he was sleeping soundly, a series of alarm bells rang. Gavin immediately got up and rushed out with the guards who were also awakened. As soon as he arrived outside, the entire fortress was filled with battle cries. In the darkness of the night, there were flickering lights. It was impossible to see how many enemies there were. Seeing this, Gavin made a prompt decision to gather his soldiers. Soldiers of the Thorns army, listen up. I am Gavin. All soldiers of the Thorns army, return to your positions immediately. Gavin yelled. Soon, many soldiers gathered around him. Everyone, don't panic. Light the torches. There aren't many enemies. The fortress hasn't been breached. These orcs are a small group that came from the Naphel mountain range. Gavin's personal guards kept yelling, and more soldiers stopped running around like headless flies. However, his actions were too conspicuous in the midst of the chaos. The orcs had also noticed Gavin's presence when nearly 1,000 orcs had gathered around him. Boss, there's a big fish over there. It looks like the commander of the humans. We can't let him continue gathering his troops. An orc pointed at Gavin, who was shouting in the distance. Call your men and follow me. I want to kill that human. Ram's eyes flashed fiercely. As he spoke, he led dozens of orc soldiers and charged towards the group of humans. Although Gavin had gathered his soldiers, their formation was already disrupted. They couldn't get into formation in this environment. These humans were already no match for the orcs. Without a formation, their morale plummeted. There was no way they could stop these orcs who were like wolves and tigers. Not to mention, these orcs were all elites of the orc tribe. As soon as the two sides clashed, the human soldiers suffered heavy casualties. The orcs who had just gathered together were instantly stunned. Seeing this, the orcs attacked even more fiercely. Wherever they went, the orcs would scatter like birds and beasts. Gavin was furious when he saw the orcs charging at him. He raised his weapon and was about to charge forward, but the guards beside him quickly grabbed him and dragged him away. Just as the Blackstone fortress fell into chaos, the orc army that had been waiting for a long time bared their fangs at this moment. Siege chariots and siege towers were pushed onto the battlefield. The orc shamans buffed these orc soldiers with all kinds of spells. The human defenders who were attacked from both sides kept shooting arrows at the orcs. However, the chaos in the fortress made it impossible for the orcs to gather their forces. The number of arrows fired was sparse. It couldn't be compared to the number during the day. On the other hand, the orcs' siege weapons were more than twice the number during the day. It turned out that the orcs had already made enough siege weapons. However, they only used a small portion of them every day in order to numb the humans. Now that it was a critical moment, they directly sent out all of their siege weapons. Wayne, who had just arrived at the top of the fortress wall, with his guards, felt a chill down his spine when he saw the orc army attacking the fortress. Damn the orcs, they have been saving their strength all this time, Wayne said with his teeth clenched. In the eyes of the humans, the orcs were all muscular and simple-minded creatures. However, as the commander of the army, he was being played by the orcs who he had always looked down on. How could he not be angry? However, even if he knew, there was nothing he could do now. Large amounts of siege weapons were being pushed towards the fortress wall by the orcs. The human defenders were in a panic. Sir, the Blackstone fortress is about to fall. We have to retreat, a few red-robed wizards said after looking at the situation on the battlefield. No, we can't retreat. The Blackstone fortress is the barrier of the northern provinces. Once it falls, the orcs will no longer be able to stop them. Wayne said angrily. There's no other way now. Look at the soldiers around you. They have lost their courage. The wizard sighed and pointed at the human soldiers on the fortress wall. The soldiers on the fortress wall had already begun to sneak away. Wayne silently put down the weapon in his hand. As the commander of the army, he could see that the soldiers no longer had the will to fight. The fortress was about to fall tonight, but he was not willing to give up. The night wind whistled, bringing with it a trace of coldness. Gather, we are retreating. Wayne painfully closed his eyes and gave the order to retreat. Chapter 255. Silver-Winged Knights. Charge. The Silver-Winged Knights, the strongest troop in the Blackstone Fortress, quickly gathered and charged south under Wayne's lead. The orcs who were causing chaos in the fortress had already split into small groups. Their goal was not to kill but to create chaos. As long as they saw human soldiers gathering, they would rush up and kill them. Some beastmen saw a large number of knights gathered here, and wanted to rush over. But before they could do anything, the knights had already charged. Once the 500 knights charged, these beastmen were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. A dozen elite beastman warriors didn't even make a splash before they were completely submerged under the hooves of the knights. Behind the Silver-Winged Knights, there were many other knights and scattered soldiers retreating. With the knights opening a path, the orcs in the fortress could not resist at all. Soon, the Silver-Winged Knights rushed out of the fortress. Seeing that the Blackstone fort was engulfed in a sea of flames, Wayne called for one of his personal guards and said solemnly, "Give him the fastest horse. Go to Cult City now. Tell Lord Eric that the Blackstone fortress has fallen. Tell him to prepare as soon as possible. Go now. Quick. The few of you escort him." Once Blackstone fort was breached, the northern provinces would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The only city that could resist the orc army was Cult. Once Cult was lost, the orc army would be able to march straight in. When Sulan received the news, it was already 5 in the morning. He was sleeping soundly with Alex in his arms when he was woken up by a few harpies. When he heard that the Blackstone fortress had changed hands overnight, he was also shocked. Are those humans good for nothings? Suluan couldn't help but complain. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the internecine battle between the orc army and the human army. But he didn't expect that the human army was so disappointing that the orc army was easily breached by the orc army. How did the orcs break into the Blackstone fortress? Sulan asked. The orcs sent out their elite troops. They crossed the Nephil Mountains and launched a sneak attack at night. The Blackstone fortress was in chaos. The orc army outside the fortress took the opportunity to attack the city. The humans were unable to resist, so they could only abandon the city and flee. The harpy replied. Over the Nephil Mountains? Suluan stroked his chin and said, "It seems that there are also some ruthless people among the beastmen. But even if it's a small army, it won't be easy to cross the Nephil mountain range. Their numbers won't be too many, but if they want to disturb the Blackstone fort, they won't be able to do it without at least 500 or 600 people. The orcs must have used other methods. When you were scouting, did you find anything unusual in the orc camp?" By the way, we discovered some wyverns in the orc camp, the harpy said. Suluan nodded. Wyvern. The orcs actually tamed this kind of wyvern. No wonder their sneak attack went so smoothly. Tell our people to be careful. Don't be discovered by the orc scouts. Also, pay attention to those wyverns. Although wyverns weren't outstanding among the flying Euron's, their strength was at grade 3 and they had deadly venom. They were a very troublesome type of Euron. However, the Air Force was still the Air Force. What's the situation with the orcs now? Sulen asked. The orc army is passing through the Blackstone Canyon. A portion of the orcs have started to rush into the northern provinces. Looks like the Kingdom of Florence is in big trouble this time. The Blackstone Fortress has been breached. Without this barrier, the northern provinces will be plunged into chaos. Moreover, the food will be ripe in a week. Now is the perfect time to supply those orcs. Once there is enough food, these orcs will be difficult to deal with. Just as Sulen was hiding, the orc army began to advance into the human hinterland. The first to suffer was Wintersun City. They didn't receive any news that the Blackstone Fortress had been breached. Then at dawn they saw the orc army. Apart from a portion of the orc army guarding the city, the rest were seizing the time to harvest the food. Although the food would be ripe in a week, the orcs couldn't wait any longer. Seeing the orc army outside the city, the mayor of Wintersun City didn't have the courage to go out and fight. He closed the city gates and recruited soldiers to defend. The orc army didn't care about Wintersun City's actions. Wintersun City wasn't as sturdy as the Blackstone Fortress. The most important thing now was to harvest the food. After harvesting the food, they would attack Wintersun City. There were only 1,000 soldiers in Wintersun City, and their strength was average. There were 7,000 temporary soldiers, but none of them had ever been on the battlefield. As for wizards, there was not a single one. The city wall was only 6 or 7 meters high, which was far from the Blackstone Fortress. Faced with this situation, the shamans in the orc army also made their move. Bolts of lightning and flames were released, and this small city with a population of only 20 to 30,000 was breached by the orcs in less than a morning. The orc army didn't stop. Instead, they went south. The rest of the prepared cities started scorching the walls and clearing the fields. However, the orcs came too quickly. Most of the time, the orcs didn't even harvest half of the food. They could only burn it. Even so, large amounts of food were still robbed by the orcs. The entire northern region was filled with humans and orcs killing each other. The orcs kept attacking, and the humans started to resist. In order to completely defeat the humans, the orc army didn't stay in other cities for long. After robbing the food, they saw that the cities were ready. They didn't want to give the humans a chance to rest, so they only left a small number of soldiers to guard the cities. A large group of orcs charged towards Cult City. As the most important city in the northern region, Cult City had been the front line against the orcs 200 years ago, until the Kingdom of Florence defeated the orcs in a war and drove them further north. Then they built the Blackstone Fortress. From that day on, Cult City hadn't experienced war for more than 100 years. When Lord Aery Savoy heard that the Blackstone Fortress had fallen, he almost thought that he had misheard. After confirming the accuracy of the news, Marquis Aery immediately issued a war mobilization order. Fortunately, the nobles living in the northern region hadn't completely forgotten the bravery of their ancestors. They were much stronger than the nobles of the southern provinces. Fortunately, Cult City's defenses were well constructed. After continuous efforts, Cult City was finally ready for war before the orc army arrived. The alarms in the fortress rang, and a large group of armed soldiers began to climb up the walls. Wayne and Gavin also led the remaining soldiers up the walls. The two of them didn't run away. They were responsible for the fall of the Blackstone Fortress. If they ran away now, the lightest punishment they would receive after the war was over would be a demotion in rank. It wasn't impossible for them to be executed. So in order to reduce their punishment, they had to contribute. During this time, Gavin gathered more than 2,000 soldiers. These soldiers were all experienced veterans. As long as they were reorganized, they would be able to fight again. Wayne also gathered a large number of soldiers. He also had a knight order under his command. Since the orcs' invasion, The war had lasted for more than half a month. In this half a month, both the humans and the orcs had suffered great losses. Of course, the humans had lost more. The orcs had captured more than 20,000 captives and slaves. They didn't intend to kill these humans. Instead, they wanted to enslave them. After all the soldiers were gathered, Gavin and Wayne immediately led them to the city walls. Along the way, soldiers were in a hurry. The constant ringing of the alarm made many people aware of the severity of the situation. When they arrived at the top of the city walls, they saw countless orcs. The entire land was covered in greenery. The war hadn't started yet, but many people were already sweating. Below the city, an orc army of tens of thousands had finished gathering. The orcs had completely surrounded Cult City. The orcs had slaughtered their way into the human kingdom's hinterland in order to uproot Cult City. As long as they could take down the city, the orcs would be able to stabilize their territory. The orcs would never be willing to let go of the fat meat that was already in their mouths. Even if this land wasn't fertile, it was still much better than the northern wastelands where the orcs originally lived. For the Kingdom of Florence, the loss of Blackstone Fortress was like a bolt from the blue. If Cult City was taken over by the orcs, it wouldn't be easy for the human kingdom to reclaim it. A low horn sounded, and the orc army began to move forward slowly. After moving into the range of the archers, the orcs began to charge forward with messy footsteps. All the siege weapons were brought out, including siege towers, siege chariots, ladders, and simple catapults in the style of the orcs. Although these catapults looked crudely made, there was no problem with their function. After being covered in a layer of kerosene, the catapults were thrown out and smashed into the city walls. Most of the rocks from the catapults weighed 2 to 3 kilograms. Some of the heavy catapults could even throw rocks that weighed a few dozen kilograms. The heavy rocks smashed into the city walls, shattering the places they hit. The burning rocks caused chaos on the city walls. The humans didn't show any signs of weakness. They also began to bombard the orcs with their catapults. Due to the limited space on the city walls, the number of catapults was much fewer than the number of orcs. However, the humans' catapults were more accurate. Plus, they had a higher vantage point, so their attack range was wider. Rocks flew out one after another. The rocks plowed a bloody path through the orc army. However, the orcs weren't afraid at all. Chapter 256. The orcs and humans unleashed their long-range weapons at each other. The orc army had also entered the range of the human archers. The human archers quickly raised their bows and shot at the sky. A dense rain of arrows rained down from the sky. The orcs raised their crude shields and braved the rain of arrows as they continued to advance. Only a few unlucky ones were hit by the arrows, but to the beastmen, the damage of arrows was not high. Ordinary arrows had limited damage unless they hit a vital point. Some of the orcs who were shot pulled out the arrowheads. They didn't care about the wounds at all. After a roar, they charged even faster. The orcs braved the rain of arrows and rushed to the bottom of the city wall. They then set up ladders and began to attack the city. Rolling logs and stones were constantly thrown down from the city wall. The weight of the rocks could easily break bones. Even the orcs couldn't withstand it. Although there were many casualties, the orcs didn't back down at all. They roared and charged up the ladders. The battle became very intense from the very beginning. The orcs and humans had a fierce battle on the city wall. An orc had just killed a human soldier when he was stabbed in the heart by another human. Tens of thousands of soldiers were just numbers on the battlefield. They were expendable goods. The commanders of both sides looked at the battlefield with expressionless faces. Some shamans began to cast spells. The wizards on the city wall did the same. Apart from the wizards, there were also some temple priests in priest robes. Spells and divine spells were cast one after another. Elements surged on the battlefield. Lightning, ice, fire, and other elements were constantly exploding. Overall, the human spellcasters had the upper hand. The Battle of Callant City was in full swing. Sulen finally made his move. More than 5,000 soldiers from Northtown City and the Harpies began to approach the Blackstone Fort. What did you say? There are no orc troops stationed in the Blackstone Fort? Sulen was surprised to hear the scout's words. Yes, sir. There are no orc troops stationed in the Blackstone fort. There are only a small number of orcs. What are the orcs doing? Are they abandoning their escape route? Are they not planning to go back to the north? Sulen mumbled to himself. Whatever. It's none of my business whether the orcs go back or not. Boulder, take your men and attack the Blackstone fort. Don't let any of those beast men escape. Yes, boss. Boulder rubbed his smooth head and grinned, leaving with the group of barbarians. There weren't many orcs left in the Blackstone fort, only about 100 of them. Facing the barbarians' surprise attack, these orcs couldn't fight back at all. The only orc warrior was chopped in half by Boulder's axe as soon as the battle started. Sulen easily took over the Blackstone fort. No wonder the orcs could easily attack from the back of the Blackstone fortress. They were basically undefended. Sulen looked at the city wall in front of him, which was only 3 to 4 meters high. There were no watchtowers, arrow towers, or arrow stacks. With the orc strength, they could climb over the wall without any tools. It was a completely different concept compared to the 20-meter-tall walls of the Blackstone stronghold. The people who built the Blackstone stronghold didn't even think about the defenses behind the stronghold. After all, the back of the Blackstone stronghold was the territory of the humans. In the end, the orcs took advantage of this weakness and easily took over the Blackstone stronghold. If the enemy attacks from the south, we won't be able to defend this stronghold at all. Sulen shook his head and gave up on the idea of taking over the stronghold. Indeed, if he took over the stronghold, the orc army's escape route would be cut off. However, if that happened, the northern battlefront city would have to face tens of thousands of orcs head-on. There would be no benefits if he won, but if he lost, everything he had accumulated over the past year would go down the drain. Aiton, have you found the place where the orcs kept the human slaves? Sulen asked. That's right. His current goal was to find the human slaves that the orcs had captured. The northern provinces had been invaded by the orcs, and even a few cities had been conquered. A large number of humans who didn't manage to escape were captured and enslaved. The orcs captured the human slaves so that they could farm. There were at least tens of thousands of human slaves in the orcs' hands. Sulen was very envious of so many human slaves. For the past year he had spent money to buy and force people to migrate, but the population of the northern battlefront city hadn't exceeded 30,000. If he could rescue these human slaves from the orcs, the population of the northern battlefront city would most likely exceed 100,000. As for the humans you mentioned, they were originally free people and subjects of other lords. When the time comes, those nobles will ask for them from Sulen. Sorry, these are the human slaves that I rescued from the orcs. As for your people, where did they go? The orcs took them away. Go ask the orcs for them. What does it have to do with the serfs of the northern battlefront city if you're looking for your own people? The total population of the Kingdom of Florence was about 5 million. 3 million of them were distributed in the south. The northern provinces had less than 2 million people. Even if they managed to drive the orcs out in the end, they would suffer heavy losses in this orc invasion. If the northern battlefront city had a population of 100,000, it would be enough to establish a duchy. Your Excellency, the orcs have imprisoned the human slaves in a few camps. The closest one is near Winter City. There are about 15,000 people there, and 2,000 orcs are guarding it. Aiton reported the information he had gathered. We have also drawn maps of the other places. Please take a look, Your Excellency. Sulen reached out and took a sheepskin scroll. He opened it and saw a simple map. The Napier Mountains, Blackstone Fortress, and a few cities in the northern provinces. The number of orcs in each city that had been conquered was marked. The locations where the orcs had imprisoned the human slaves were also marked. Well done. Sulen closed the map and patted Aiton's shoulder. As the first drow to pledge loyalty to him, Sulen valued him very much. Sulen's goal was to capture the captive orcs. After the captives were captured, they would be transported to the northern battlefront city. The Blackstone Fortress was the only way. Sulen had to leave a lot of people here to guard it. Now that the humans and orcs were fighting fiercely, neither side could spare any manpower. This was a godsend opportunity for Sulen. Ever since Winter City was conquered by the orc army, the orcs had chased all the humans out. Those who refused to leave were all beheaded. Even after a few days, the city was still filled with the smell of blood. The orcs did not station many soldiers here. It could be said that this city with a population of 20,000 was now an empty city. Outside Winter City, in a simple camp, many humans were working under the whips of the orcs. They were making weapons and armor for the orc army at the front line. After conquering Winter City, the orcs obtained a lot of resources, which they naturally had to make use of. Sulen reorganized in the Blackstone Fortress and left 500 soldiers there. Then he waited until the sky turned dark before setting off for Winter City. The 2,000 orc army was not a pushover. Even if Northern Battlefront City could win, they would suffer a lot of casualties. Therefore, his plan was to launch a sneak attack and defeat the orcs in the shortest time possible. Then he would steal the human slaves. His goal was not to kill the orcs, but to steal a large number of people. Under the lead of the scouts, the army of Northern Battlefront City quickly advanced under the cover of the night. By 1 a.m., the army had arrived at the outskirts of the orc camp. At this time, there weren't many guards in the orc camp. After the Blackstone Fort was breached, none of the cities in the northern provinces dared to leave their cities. This made the orcs let down their guard. They did not expect someone to attack the orc camp when the orc army was advancing triumphantly. "Lord, there are no hidden sentries," Aten said as he bent over to Sulen's side. "Then let's begin." Sulen nodded and ordered. Then, Aten led 20 drows into the darkness. These drows were proficient in investigation, assassination, and sneak attacks. Under the cover of the night, they easily reached the entrance of the orc camp. At this moment, the 2 orc soldiers were yawning as they stood guard. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the shadows behind them. Then, the figures flashed and a dagger with cold light flashed towards the orc's throat. The other hand instantly covered the orc's mouth. Fresh blood spurted out. The 2 orcs widened their eyes and struggled violently to break free. But as the blood flowed out, their windpipes were cut, and their struggles became weaker and weaker. After a few breaths, they fell into a dead silence. Sulen waited outside the camp for a while. Soon, the simple gate of the camp was opened. 2 drows held torches and circled in the air 3 times. After seeing the signal, Sulen ordered the army of Northern Battlefront City to attack. The army of Northern Battlefront City quickly entered the camp. Such a big movement could no longer be hidden. Enemy attack. An angry roar spread throughout the camp. A large number of orcs rushed out of their tents. Seeing the orcs appear, the soldiers of Northern Battlefront City formed a battle formation and rushed forward. The archers in the back also began to shoot arrows. Because the orcs were caught off guard, they didn't have shields. A large number of orcs were hit by the arrows. Compared to the bows of humans, the arrows of the half-elves and centaurs were much more powerful. As soon as the arrows came into contact, the orcs paid a heavy price. The spearmen at the front saw the orcs suffer heavy losses, so they formed a battle formation and began to push forward. Facing the spear formation of the Northern Battlefront City, the orcs roared and rushed forward, but they were blocked by shields. Then they were pierced by a few spears. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping came from the sky. Before the orcs could react, a large number of rocks fell from the sky. The orcs, who were already lacking in defense, were smashed to pieces. The more serious ones had their heads smashed. A beast man who looked like a commander roared loudly. He wanted to organize an army, and the surrounding beastmen all gathered around him. At this time, a washbasin-sized fireball fell from the sky and hit that beastman commander. An explosion sounded. Orange flames sputtered. The orc in the center of the explosion was blown away. Chapter 257. With the death of the orc commander, the scattered orcs lost their ability to fight back. They were forced to retreat under the attacks of the 3 sides. Soon, they fled in all directions. However, it wasn't that easy to escape. There were still 400 centaur archers and centaur riders waiting for them outside the camp. The battle ended when the sun rose in the east. The orc corpses in the camp were cleared out by the human slaves. The centaurs who were chasing the orcs outside the camp also returned to their groups. As for the human slaves, many of them tried to escape during the battle last night, but they were caught by the harpies in the sky. The humans almost peed their pants when they saw the harpies. The harpies were notorious in the human world. My lord, all the human slaves are here. Except for some who ran out last night and were accidentally injured, the rest are here, a servant reported to Sulen. How many are there? 11,837. Sulen's eyes lit up. Looks like we have a good harvest this time. Sulen gathered the slaves and reorganized them into small groups. He was ready to leave with the human slaves. My lord, thank you for saving us from the evil orcs. Just then a human walked up to Sulen and bowed. You're welcome. After all, you're my property now, Sulen said with a smile. My lords, we're residents of Wintersun City, not slaves, the middle-aged man said with a frown. Sulen raised his eyebrows. Residents of Wintersun City? Hee, I don't have any residents of Wintersun City here. I only have slaves that I saved from the orcs. Hearing Sulen call them slaves, the humans became restless. My lord, we're really residents of Wintersun City, not slaves. Yes, let us out. We're citizens of the kingdom, not slaves. We want to go home. The entire scene became like a bustling market. Endless buzzing sounds could be heard. Silence. A loud roar was heard, and all the sounds were suppressed. The scene became clear. The soldiers of the North Town City also drew their weapons. Seeing the situation, they immediately quieted down. It seems that you still don't know your place, Sulen sneered. You guys don't know yet, do you? The orc army has already entered the northern provinces. They are now besieging Kalt. There are 100,000 orcs in the entire northern lands. Not only here, but there are also orcs in other places. Do you still want to go home? Without my protection, the moment you leave the camp, it won't be long before you are captured by the orcs again. No, it should be killed. The orc army suffered heavy losses last night. The orcs won't be merciful to slaves like you. Don't expect the kingdom to send people to save you. The kingdom's army is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the orcs. They won't be able to take care of you. Now tell me, is there anyone else who wants to leave? Sulen glanced around coldly and said. Everyone lowered their heads when they met Sulen's gaze. Now, I'll give you a chance, Sulen continued after looking around. I am the Lord of Northern City, Sulen. I am the Lord of Northern City. I can promise that as long as you work for me for 3 years, I will release you from your status as a slave and give you a piece of land. In Northern City, you don't have to worry about being attacked by the orcs. After you regain your freedom, I can promise you that the tax on your land will be 30%. As long as you don't break the law, the tax won't increase. After Sulen finished speaking, most of the humans stopped objecting. Some who were still unwilling to accept the result didn't dare to make any moves under the protection of the weapons of the North City soldiers. Soon, the two sides finished a pleasant conversation. Sulen assigned some soldiers and harpies to escort these human slaves to the Blackstone Fort. When they arrived at the Blackstone Fort, these people would be divided into groups of 100, and then migrate to Northgard City in groups of 10. After dealing with the human slaves, Sulen opened the system log to check. Congratulations, host. Under your leadership, your army has defeated an orc army. You have achieved a great victory. You have won the battle. You have obtained 3,620 EXP. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a gold treasure chest. You have obtained a star iron. He opened the system space and chose to open the gold treasure chest. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item Machinery Control! An ordinary book appeared in front of him. Sulen took the book out and looked at its attributes. Machinery Control. This is a book that records advanced mechanical knowledge. It is very difficult for people without a foundation to understand it. After learning it, you will be able to master even more advanced mechanical knowledge. Learning requirement. Learn Machinery Control. It was actually an advanced book for machinery control. After reading the introduction of the book, Sulen's eyes lit up. The machinery control book was very helpful to Sulen. Now that he had the advanced knowledge, he was looking forward to the knowledge in the book even more. He chose to learn it directly. A light flashed and the book disappeared. The next second, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. At the same time, the system notification sounded in his ears again. The host has used machinery control. Machinery control ability has been upgraded to machinery control. In addition to machinery control, Sulen had an advanced option in his skill column. He could choose to advance machinery control to nanotechnology. However, the advanced option was still gray. He still lacked the advanced conditions. Sulen was very interested in nanotechnology, because the construction of the Wizard Tower and the floating city required nanotechnology. Your Excellency. A soldier with a scar on his face and armor came to Sulen. He bowed and said, Your Excellency, when we were patrolling, we found some people in the woods. They claimed to be the nobles of Wintersun City, who escaped when the orcs attacked the city. Nobles? Hee. According to the laws of Florence, nobles who abandon their territory and escape during war will be stripped of their noble title and their fief. Sulen chuckled. This was also the reason why the nobles who managed to escape didn't dare to go to Cult City or the royal capital. If they were to go there, they would have to pay a huge price. Even if they could rely on their connections to maintain their noble status, they would lose half of their territory. The current king had always wanted to weaken the nobles' strength. Bring them here, Sulen ordered. Soon, a group of people led by a few soldiers arrived. The leader was a middle-aged man who was more than 2 meters tall. He was wearing a knight's armor, which was full of bumps and dents. A few of them were even wrapped in bandages. Obviously, they had been through a tough battle. The middle-aged man in the lead had a resolute face and a somewhat cold expression. He should have the bloodline of the barbarian tribe in the northern region. He also had an imposing aura that could only be possessed by someone who had experienced many battles. This knight was most likely a general. When Sulen was looking at these people, the nobles were also looking at him. However, Sulen gave them too many feelings. Their first impression was that he was handsome. He was extraordinarily handsome. This damn sense of immersion. Although humans with black hair and black eyes were rare in Florence, they were not that rare. However, this young man made them feel like they were facing a mountain. They could not help but restrain themselves. The second impression was that he was young. Although they did not know how old Sulen was, they were sure that he was not more than 20 years old. How could such a young man possess such a powerful aura? Moreover, he was the commander of such a powerful army. These nobles were wondering which family this young man belonged to, and which family he was from, had come out for training. However, no matter how hard they thought, they could not find a suitable candidate. There were a total of 15 nobles here, and one of them was seriously injured. Sulen looked at him. If he didn't receive treatment soon, he wouldn't be able to live past today. Sulen then snapped his fingers, and a light green light flashed. Physical healing. Green life energy appeared and integrated into the body of the injured person. The originally serious injury began to recover quickly. Soon, this seriously injured person recovered from a near-death state to a moderate injury. This kind of injury would be healed after a period of rest. These people in front of him were more or less injured. Only a thin figure covered in a gray cloak was not injured. This naturally attracted Sulen's attention. Honorable sir, thank you for your help. The middle-aged knight in the lead saluted Sulen and said, No need to thank me. It's nothing. Sulen waved his hand. May I ask your name? We will visit you in the future to thank you. The thin figure under the protection of the knights walked up to Sulen. Judging from the voice, this should be a young woman. The middle-aged knight with the imposing aura took a step back and stood behind her. I am the lord of the northern city, Sulen, Sulen said with a smile. Northern city? Sulen? Hearing Sulen's words, this person was slightly stunned. Then, she thought for a while and could not remember where the northern city was located in the northern provinces. Sulen's name also confused her. Without a surname, how could she tell which noble family he was? In fact, Sulen did have a surname. This was his name in his previous life. Su was his surname. It was just that according to the customs of this world, Sulen did not have a surname. Northern City. The middle-aged knight next to her exclaimed. After looking at Sulen a few times, he explained to the noble. Northern City is the territory in the northern wastelands. Chapter 258. What? The woman in the cloak looked at Sulen in shock. Since when could a territory pioneer defeat an orc army? And these armored, well-equipped, and powerful soldiers were the private soldiers of a territory pioneer? What kind of joke was this? These elite soldiers were as strong as the Gorse Knights in the capital. I'm sorry, Sir Sulen. The woman quickly apologized. It's fine. Sulen replied casually. He didn't care much about these nobles. He just needed to express some goodwill. There was no need to curry favor with them. Seeing Sulen's expression, these nobles became even more cautious. Honorable Lord of the northern town, Your Excellency Suren, we began to flee after the city was breached. We have been hiding here and there for the past few days. I wonder if you could prepare a place for us to rest and eat. The lady performed a standard aristocratic etiquette, and then requested. Sure. Sulen nodded in agreement. Thank you so much, Sir Sulen. You are a true gentleman. After receiving permission, these people were obviously relieved. They didn't have to worry about being captured by the orcs, and they didn't have to wander around in the wild. They had suffered a lot in the past few days. Now they finally had a place to rest. Sulen waved his hand and asked a servant to prepare a few horses and a simple carriage for them. Then he asked them to retreat with the army. For safety reasons, Sulen arranged a few barbarian warriors around them. These barbarian warriors were all grade 3 extraordinary professions. No matter what these people were thinking, they wouldn't be able to do anything. These nobles weren't dissatisfied with Sulen's arrangement. They also understood Sulen's intention. The army quickly returned to the Blackstone fortress. Sulen arranged rooms and food for the nobles, and didn't pay any more attention to them. After all, he was very busy right now. It was not easy to send all 10,000 human slaves back to the North Town. Fortunately, Suluan had enough manpower now. He divided these refugees into groups of 10 people and a platoon of 100 people. Then he would send them back in batches. Each batch would send 1,000 people, and there were 200 soldiers in charge of guarding them. The distance between the Blackstone Fort and northern Garrison City was about 150 kilometers. If it was an army marching, it would only take 4 to 5 days to arrive. If it was a cavalry, it would be even faster. However, they were currently transporting slaves. These people would need at least a week to arrive. In other words, a round trip would take at least 10 days. However, this couldn't be helped. After all, it wasn't safe to leave all the slaves in the Blackstone Fortress. It would be troublesome if the beast men remembered this place. Besides, these human slaves were half threatened and half forced by Sulen to be sent to Northtown City. You wouldn't even be able to oppress and exploit anyone. No one wanted to be a noble. Therefore, when they saw Northtown City's actions, they subconsciously wanted to stop them. Be quiet. The veiled woman scolded sternly. Pay attention to where you are. This isn't Wintersun City. Wintersun City has been conquered by the orcs. We're just a bunch of pitiful creatures living under someone else's roof. What are you doing? Are you going to tell him that there are people? Are you going to ask him to give them back to us? The woman's sarcastic voice was particularly harsh. We can't just watch them take our people away, one of the nobles said anxiously. The veiled woman furrowed her brows. Her clear and melodious voice carried a seductive charm. She stared coldly at the middle-aged man who had just spoken. Ever since we abandoned the city and fled on our own, we were no longer their feudal lords. Are you sure you want to argue with Sir Sulen? The veiled woman raised her head slightly and looked at the barbarian warriors not far away. She continued, Do you see those barbarian warriors? Do you know how strong they are? They're just some barbarians. How strong can they be? Another noble said disdainfully. The Florentine nobles looked down on the barbarians who were all brawn and no brains. However, They did have the strength to look down on the barbarians. Just some barbarians? The veiled woman shook her head and looked at that person as if she was looking at an idiot. Locke, tell them. Yes, Countess Elia. The middle-aged knight bowed and turned to the others. Let's not talk about the other soldiers. That barbarian warrior's strength isn't below mine. According to my observations, there are at least 100 barbarian warriors. SSS terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In fact, Locke was flattering himself. Although he was also a knight commander and a grade 3 extraordinary, he would most likely lose in a duel with those barbarian warriors. These barbarians had the berserk skill. Although their rationality would be reduced, their combat strength would be much stronger. Locke, are you telling the truth? Those barbarians have the strength of a third order? One of the nobles swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he asked in shock. Of course it's true. Do you think I'm joking? Locke looked coldly at the nobles. I'm sorry. The noble hurriedly apologized when he saw Locke's expression. Locke, can you tell us about the strength of the Northern Citadel's army? Another noble couldn't help but ask. Locke glanced at them and said, I can only tell you what I saw. I can't guarantee that it's all correct. It's fine. Go ahead and tell us. We'll take it as a reference. The Northern Citadel's army has about 5,000 people. Not only are there barbarians, there are also some centaurs and half-elves. There are also about 4,000 humans. The Lord of Sulen has a very high reputation among these soldiers. The army is mainly composed of pikemen, archers, and some centaur knights. In this army there are many third-grade professions. I don't need to tell you how powerful those half-elf archers are. Also, the Lord can command the harpies. Although the individual harpies aren't strong, their aerial advantage is too strong. To defeat this army, we'll need at least 50,000 regular soldiers. 50,000 regular soldiers? That's so powerful. The masked woman was shocked. She didn't expect the Northern Citadel's army to be so powerful. Half-elves, centaurs, barbarians, and harpies. The nobles couldn't help but exclaim. How did he manage to get so many races to live in harmony? Half-elves, centaurs, these are all powerful races. Why would they join a backwater like the Northern Citadel? Parker, watch your words. The Northern Citadel isn't a backwater. On the contrary, it's much richer than us. It was the same even before Wintersun was conquered. I really don't understand how he managed to gain a foothold in the northern wastelands. I heard that he's only been a pioneer lord for a year. That means he only used a year to develop to this extent. Chapter 259. Moreover, I discovered that apart from the barbarians, there are many human soldiers who are knights or grand knights. Their leader, Ken, is also a rank 3 extraordinary, the middle-aged knight said solemnly. They are actually so powerful. Then can they help us reclaim Winter City? We can pay them. These nobles had completely forgotten that they wanted Sulen to hand over the civilians. Yes, we can pay them to help us reclaim Winter City. These nobles said excitedly. They had already made up their minds. As long as they reclaimed Wintersun City, they would not be considered to have abandoned the city. Even if they would be punished afterwards, it would not be too serious given their relationship. Compared to the punishment of completely losing their territory, it was too light. Gentlemen, there aren't many orcs in Winter City. It's easy to take it down, but the problem is how to defend it, Countess Ilia said. That means we have to hire them until the end of the war. Everyone looked at each other. There was a huge difference between hiring them to take down a city and hiring them until the end of the war. Thinking of this, these nobles fell silent. I have a better idea. At this moment, a man beside him suddenly said, What idea? We don't need to hire the Northern Garrison Army in a hurry. We can hire them when the war is about to end. This way, even if we hire them until the end of the war, it won't take more than a few days. If we're lucky, it won't even take 3 days, the man said. You're such a clever little brat. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? We can do that. The other nobles nodded. Let's do that. Soon these nobles unanimously agreed. Only Countess Ilia frowned slightly. She was not optimistic. In that case, we have to start preparing now. When Winter City was breached, many soldiers escaped. There are still many scattered soldiers in the wilderness. We have to gather them quickly. Otherwise, even if we defend the city, we won't have enough manpower. Also, we have to prepare enough Kinnur. When the time comes, hiring the Northern Garrison Army won't be a small sum. We need to divide the work clearly and start the operation as soon as possible. Otherwise, all the scattered soldiers and refugees will be robbed by Northern Garrison City. When these nobles were faced with their own interests, their efficiency increased rapidly. However, they seemed to have forgotten whether Sulen was willing to help them or not. After arranging for the migration of slaves, Sulen returned to the Blackstone fort to meet with the nobles. After meeting these nobles again, Sulen realized that their attitudes towards him had changed drastically. Previously, they were still very reserved, but now they were all trying to curry favor with Sulen. Then they flattered him in all kinds of ways. Sulen finally saw how thick-skinned these people were. He was amazed. The seemingly noble lady was still wearing a veil today, but she was no longer wearing a gray cloak. Instead, she had changed into a silk dress embroidered with gold and silver threads. Such a silk dress would cost at least 100 Kinnur. It seemed that she had brought a lot of things with her even when she was fleeing. She still had to pay attention to her image at this point. In this atmosphere, the conversation between the two sides was naturally harmonious. Both sides wanted to know more information. Sulen wanted to understand the nobles' power in the northern provinces and the strength of the Kingdom of Florence through them. He wanted to judge how long this battle would last and supplement his plan to take advantage of the chaos and migrate the population. These nobles wanted to understand Sulen's attitude and his strength. These nobles even expressed that they wanted to ask Sulen to send troops to help them recover their lost land. Sulen only said a few words on the surface and did not make any specific promises. Through the conversation, Sulen also understood the identity of these nobles. The lady was the Lord of Winter City, Countess Ilia. The remaining nobles were her vassals. Don't think that women could not inherit the title. In fact, it was not rare for women to inherit the title in Florence. However, after a woman inherited the title, if she got married, her husband would change his surname. If the child wanted to inherit the title, he would have to take the mother's surname. After a conversation, seeing that Sulen did not agree to their request, these nobles were not discouraged. This was just a test, but they still proposed to purchase food and weapons from Northern City. When they fled from Winter City, these nobles lacked food and weapons. It was impossible to gather the defeated soldiers without food and weapons. Sulen thought for a while and agreed. Although these nobles were not very powerful, they could make up the numbers. If the orcs attacked, they could also help to defend. However, the price of weapons and food was not cheap in Sulen. Of course, he did not rip them off. Of course, paying on credit was absolutely impossible, not even for a countess. Although you had a pair of sapphire-like eyes, a slender figure, a slender waist like a water snake, and a round and perky buttocks like a honey peach, and people couldn't help but want to pat you when they looked at you. It would be a pity if you didn't ride on a tricycle with your slender legs. However, these weren't the reasons why you wanted to borrow money. After Sulen refused to buy on credit, these nobles could only buy with money. As they did not have much money, these nobles bought 500 people a month's worth of food and iron-plated armor and weapons. This made Sulen sigh at the wealth of the nobles. They could still afford so much money in this situation. If these nobles were willing to spend the money on soldiers, they would not have been defeated by the orcs. However, there were no ifs in this world. After chatting with the nobles, Sulen started his operation again. The drows led by Aten did not return. After dealing with the orcs in the previous camp, they continued to search for the next target. There were two cities near Winter City. One was Colin City, and the other was North Wind City. The two cities were similar in size to Winter City, but their fates were completely different. Colin City was attacked by the orcs, while North Wind City was preserved. One reason was that Colin City was on the route to Cult City. The other reason was the North Wind Knights of North Wind City. The North Wind Knights were ranked in the top 3 in the northern region. Of course, the main reason was that the orcs did not attack with full force. Outside North Wind City, the orcs sent out wolf riders to plunder and loot some food. The rest of the food was burned by North Wind City. Though the orcs did not send out their main force to attack, they left behind a team of wolf riders and some orc troops. Their mission was to watch and harass the humans so that they could only hide in the city and not support Cult City. Obviously, the orcs' plan was successful. North Wind City did not send out any troops. On the plains, the human light cavalry and Mount Wolves were about the same speed. Although Mount Wolves had poor endurance, they were enough to suppress the human light cavalry. As for the heavy cavalry, as long as the orc generals were not stupid, they would not fight head-on. Instead, they would harass the surrounding areas. This caused a strange phenomenon. Those who could catch up could not defeat the orcs, and those who could defeat the orcs could not catch up. Therefore, North Wind City sealed the city gates obediently to prevent the orcs from attacking. After Colin City was attacked by the orc army, the orcs plundered all the food and supplies. However, it was still much better than Winter City. At least, there were still many orcs who escaped from Colin City. Sulen received information from Aten that there were only about 5,000 humans in the orc camp in Colin City. The rest of the humans hid in the surrounding woods, and the orc army also left some men to guard the place. When Sulen brought the army to Colin City, he discovered that the orcs were very cautious. The orcs knew about Sulen's sneak attack on the orc camp. Now all the orc camps were on high alert. But even if they were on high alert, the result would be the same for the North Wind City army. Taking advantage of the night, Sulen used the sky lantern to make the North Wind City army invisible. Then he launched a sneak attack when he approached the orc camp. The sudden battle stunned the orcs. North Wind City easily opened the camp gates, and the battle that followed was still one-sided. With the help of a large number of harpies, the stones from the sky were like hail. They were continuous, and the orc army could not even get into formation. Many orc soldiers were crushed by the stones. Although the stones thrown by the harpies were only 1 or 2 caddies heavy, they were still fatal when they fell from a height of tens of meters. After forcefully taking over the orc camp, Sulen took away another 5,000 orcs. At the same time, he began to gather the refugees and defeated soldiers in the surroundings. These refugees did not bring any food with them when they fled. The food outside the city had been harvested by the orcs. These people could only dig wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. Sulen only built a porridge stall in the camp. Then a large number of starving refugees and defeated soldiers came. Sulen also took them in and transported them to the Blackstone Fort. However, Sulen also ran into the nobles of Colin City when he was gathering the refugees. When these nobles found out that Sulen was just a nobleman who had opened up a new territory, they directly asked Sulen to provide them with food. Then Sulen taught them a lesson. Although he did not harm their lives, they still had to suffer. Sulen also forcibly took away the defeated soldiers and refugees they had gathered. Since you have no food, then leave it to us to feed you. Sulen found a reason to swallow these people, leaving only a small portion for them. Chapter 260. In the end, Sulen obtained more than 13,000 refugees from Colin City. To prevent any unforeseen events, Sulen directly brought these refugees to Blackstone Fortress. Sulen didn't get too much food after taking down the 2 orc camps. The orcs wouldn't waste food here. Luckily, the northern city had more food than they could eat. When Sulen set off from the northern city, he brought a large amount of food with him. The soldiers who escorted the refugees to the northern city would also bring some food with them when they left. So even though Sulen had gathered a large number of refugees, he still had plenty of food. After resting for a day in the Blackstone Fortress, he let the refugees rest for a day before beginning the migration to the northern city. The siege of Cult City was still in full swing. However, the rear of the orc army was also not stable. In order to get more people, Sulen began to continuously attack the camps where the human slaves were kept. In just half a month, 3 of the orc army's camps had been breached. The casualties were not serious, but the human slaves they had captured had all been taken away. This made the orcs, who had high morale, very angry. In order to deal with this situation, the orcs began to search the wasteland. They also deliberately transferred 5,000 wolf riders from the front line. The effect of a wolf rider in a siege was limited. They were basically harassing and chasing. Thus, Chieftain Rogthus sent the wolf riders to the rear. Sulen didn't care about these wolf riders. He had the system's strategic map in hand, so he could easily avoid these wolf riders. In addition, the harpies in the northern city were scouting from the sky. The entire battlefield could be said to be transparent to Sulen. With this, Sulen was like a fish in water in the northern provinces. In order to attract the attention of the orc army, Sulen purposely led a small group of soldiers to harass the orcs' supply line and attack the orcs' supply line. This seriously affected the orc army's supply line. The wolf riders wanted to follow behind Sulen, but they could only eat his dust. With the help of the harpies and the strategic map, Sulen even pretended to attack a supply line to lure the nearby orc camp to help. Then he ambushed the reinforcements sent by the orc camp. It didn't take him much effort to defeat a 2,000 orc army. By the time the orcs left with the supply line, Sulen had already swaggered away with the refugees he saved from the camp. Of course, Sulen could play around with the orc army because he had the system and the harpies' help. At the same time, the main force of the orc army was fighting against the humans in Cult City. They couldn't transfer the entire army to encircle Sulen. They could only let the wolf riders cooperate with the orcs in encirclement, but the effect wasn't good. Cult City. More than 80,000 orcs had completely surrounded the largest city in the northern provinces. The siege had been going on for half a month. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties, but overall, the orcs had the upper hand. In the central tent of the orc army, an orc man was sitting on a chair covered with an ice-filled giant bear skin. He was drinking hard liquor. This vodka is really amazing. I really don't understand how those humans can make such a good thing. The commander of the army, Rugthus, grabbed a bottle of vodka and took a big gulp. Great shaman, our army has been stuck here for a long time. Do you have any good ideas? Another abnormally old orc shook his head. After the crushing defeat at the Blackstone Fort, these humans are very vigilant. They've dispatched Griffin Knights. Although our Wyvern Knights are powerful individually, they're too few in number. And we've also made a mistake. We shouldn't have surrounded the entire city. If only one side of the wall was left, we might have broken into the city by now. Why is that? Because we've surrounded the entire city. The humans have no way out. Naturally, they'll fight us to the death. The old shaman's voice was hoarse. It sounded like he was scratching a wooden board with his fingernails. It was very uncomfortable. Then let go of the southern wall, Rogessus ordered. Yes, sir. A servant beside him walked out of the tent to pass on the order. Where are the human kingdom's reinforcements now? Rogthus continued to ask. An orc general below replied. Because we've broken through the Blackstone Fortress and surrounded Cult City, the human army has sped up their march. In about 3 days, they'll reach Cult City. The number of reinforcements is around 100,000. They're led by Marquis Winter of the Human Kingdom. Looks like the humans are getting anxious. The Pillar of the Kingdom, the legendary Knight Winter, has also been sent. Rogthus sneered. Chieftain, should we make some preparations first? One of the orc generals suggested. We definitely won't be able to take down Cult City in 3 days. When the human reinforcements arrive, they'll attack us from both inside and outside. We'll be in a passive position. Don't worry, I've already made the arrangements. Rogthus waved his hand. At this moment, an orc messenger hurried in. Chieftain, there's an urgent military report. What happened? Rogthus put down the bottle of wine and asked. Chieftain, we've just received news that one of our human camps has been breached. 2,000 warriors have been killed or injured, the messenger said. Bang! With a loud bang, the thick wooden table in front of Rogessus was smashed into pieces by his palm. We failed again. I'm sorry, Chieftain. The messenger was so scared that he quickly bowed down. He didn't even dare to raise his head. After a while, Rogthus suppressed his anger and said, Have you figured out the reason for the failure? We have some guesses. The enemy seems to have a very powerful and covert detection ability. They seem to know our movements like the back of their hand. Our movements have failed several times because we were discovered in advance. This time, we were even ambushed by the humans. More than 2,000 orcs were killed or injured. The messenger let out a sigh of relief. This was over for the time being. He quickly told the chieftain what he knew. 5,000 wolf riders and 10,000 orc soldiers had been mobilized. In the end, not only did they not catch a single enemy, but they also suffered heavy losses. If they weren't careful, they would lose their lives. A special source of detection. Rogthus pondered for a moment. He then asked the high priest beside him, "High priest, we need the help of a god." Although the orcs believed in shamanism, they also had their own god Gewushan. This orc god was also a powerful god. Although the gods in this world didn't pay much attention to them, they would still respond to their believers. The old shaman didn't speak. He just got up and took some tools. Then he began to pray to the gods. Rogthus didn't show any impatience. He just quietly watched the old shaman pray. Time passed quickly. After about an hour, the prayer finally ended. The old shaman moved his body and slowly got up. Father God told me that the enemy uses harpies for reconnaissance, and they have a strange ability to detect enemies within a range of 20 kilometers. Harpies? Rogthus muttered to himself for a moment. I'll assign the wyverns to your 2 teams. With them, I think you should know what to do. I want you to eliminate that rat as soon as possible. The herald was overjoyed when he heard that Rogessus had allocated 2 teams of wyvern knights. He immediately patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, Patriarch. This time, we will definitely get rid of those rats." Rogthus smiled and said, "Then it's settled. I'll wait for your good news." Barton, an orc with a body that wasn't considered strong among the orcs, but he looked very well proportioned. He walked out. "Patriarch, Barton is ready for your orders." Although wyverns could fly, their carrying capacity was limited. Therefore, each wyvern knight couldn't be too strong. However, in order to deal with the war, they had to be strong and skilled in martial arts. You take 2 teams of wyvern knights and join the encirclement of that rat. Kill that rat as soon as possible. Do you understand? As you wish. Barton beat his chest with his right hand and performed an orc military salute. "Patriarch, don't worry. As long as we cut out those harpies, we will definitely kill those rats in the shortest time possible," the herald said confidently. "This is your last chance. If you can't do it, then go and repent to Father God," Rogthus said coldly. His tone was like the cold wind from a glacier, making people feel cold all over. "Yes. Yes." The herald's body trembled a few times, then he bowed and left the tent. When he came out, he discovered that his body was covered in cold sweat. Sulen was escorting a large number of refugee slaves with his team. After eating the 2,000 orc army, the orcs finally became well-behaved. They all tightly guarded their camp and didn't attack again. Sulen took advantage of this time to continuously recruit refugees. Many villages outside the city fled when the orcs raided. Now that Sulen defeated the orcs, these people naturally followed Sulen. In this era, there was an unwritten agreement between the nobles and their subjects. That was, the subjects worked for the lord and paid taxes, but the lord had to guarantee the safety of the subjects. If they couldn't do it, then the lord would gradually lose the hearts of the people, and the subjects would scatter. This kind of situation was very rare in the south of the kingdom. After all, there were very few wars in the south. However, in the north, this agreement was still very important. Sulen easily recruited a large number of people. Chapter 261. Including this batch of people, Sulen had rescued around 40,000 people from the northern provinces. If all the people were transported back, the population of Northtown City would reach 60,000 people. However, there were also a lot of problems. The most obvious one was the lack of housing in Northtown City. Luckily, Sulen had built a lot of houses when he was building the city, so they were still able to squeeze in a little. If they followed Sulan's plan and moved 100,000 people from the northern provinces, Northtown City would not be able to accommodate them all. Naturally, Su Luan was unwilling to give up the migration now. If he missed this God-given opportunity, it would be difficult to obtain a large number of people in the future. Therefore, even if he knew that such houses were not enough, Su Luan still did not stop migrating people. Luckily, he knew there was a shortage of houses. He just told the people to build them as soon as possible. The population of Northtown City had skyrocketed, and the labor force was abundant. It was not a problem to build some houses. Another thing that annoyed Sulen was the fact that the mass migration had lowered the morale of the people. In the system interface, the morale of Northtown City had always been above 90. Sometimes it would even reach 100. There were many buildings in Northtown City that could increase the morale of the people, but the morale of the people was not static. Luckily, the Lord's Castle in Northtown City had the effect of gaining the morale of the people. After living in Northtown City for a while, the morale of the people would increase. Although some of the buildings in Northtown City did not seem to be very useful, the effect they had was very shocking. For example, the morale of the people. Sulen did not pay much attention to it before, but he did after he recruited the Grey Dwarves. He knew how the Grey Dwarves were. They were selfish and cunning, but the Grey Dwarves in Northtown City were slowly changing. Although they were still selfish and cunning, they were more like the mountain dwarves when it came to loyalty to Northtown City. This kind of subtle influence made Su Luan smack his lips. There were also the half-elves. These half-elves now regarded the northern town city as their home, unlike before when they thought it was just a temporary residence. The population of Northtown City had increased, and the city was already a little crowded. On Sulan's system interface, the upper limit of the population was 50,000. Now that the population had exceeded the limit, the third phase of the expansion of Northtown City had to begin. The expansion of Northtown City was going to be even bigger this time. It had gone from a medium-sized city to a large city. Sulan did leave some space for expansion when he was designing the city, but he did not expect the city to develop to this extent in just a year. In northern Battlefront City, although a large number of people had arrived and caused the city to become a little chaotic, it was quickly adjusted. The schools in northern Battlefront City had trained a large number of grassroots officials. Although these officials weren't very knowledgeable, they were very familiar with the various systems. They were much more serious and responsible than the grassroots officials of other human kingdoms. Their abilities were also above average. After a period of chaos, the city's operations returned to normal. The newly arrived slaves began to work in groups according to the old procedures in Northern Citadel. Because there were a lot of people, Crazy even sent 3,000 people to Mirror Lake City. Mirror Lake City now had a population of 5,000 people, and they worked under the leadership of the local officials. At the same time, a large number of refugees outside Northtown City began to cultivate farmland. After learning that Northtown City's points system allowed them to earn land, these refugees obviously wanted land. While the construction of Northtown City was in full swing, Sulen sent people to escort the remaining people from the Blackstone Fort to Northtown City. Then he began to look for targets again. The 5,000 wolf riders of the orcs were a bit troublesome. These wolf riders were very fast and had a keen sense of smell. Sulen was not afraid of the Northtown City's army, but if the Northtown City's army was leading a large number of refugees and slaves, the situation would be troublesome. The wolf riders came and went like the wind. Although they could not beat the Northtown City's army head-on, most of the Northtown City's soldiers were infantry. Other than the centaurs, the other soldiers could not catch up to them. It would be very troublesome if these wolf riders stuck to him like glue. This was why Sulen had ambushed the supply caravans before. It was to attract the wolf riders' attention. The scouts continued to investigate. After a few lessons, the orcs had sent more people. Sulen still had not found a suitable target. His target was not the supply wagons, but the camps where the orcs kept the humans. Now that the orc camps had become very cautious, it was much more difficult to investigate. Not all of these camps had human slaves. Some of them were injured orc soldiers, some of them were stockpiled weapons or siege weapons, and some of them were stockpiled with food. Sulen was not interested in these camps at all. Another reason was that if Sulen made too much of a ruckus, the orc army at the front would send a large number of people to wipe him out. When that happened, his plan to migrate people would be greatly affected. After the orc supply caravans had been expanded, they now had 3,000 people. With so many people, even if Sulen attacked with the North Town City's army, he would not be able to take them down in a short period of time. As time went on, a large number of orcs would surround them. Therefore, Sulen did the same thing as before. He sent out a portion of his men to attack and lure the orc reinforcements over. Then he would attack the human slave camps. This tactic was simply a matter of time. With the harpies and a strategic map, it was not hard to do. However, the situation today was not right. Have the harpies that were sent out to patrol returned? A guard came to Sulen's side. My lord, the orc supply caravans have arrived. Should we proceed according to the plan? Attack, but be careful. Remember, this is a feint. Sulen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The North Town City's army was divided into 3 parts by Sulen. One part was responsible for protecting the slaves during their migration. One part was responsible for attacking the supply caravans, and the other part was used to attack the orc camps. Among them, the team that pretended to attack was mainly centaur cavalry. When Suluan decided to move the population on a large scale, he had already issued a conscription order to the Philly mission. Once again, 400 centaur cavalry were recruited. This time, they were all light cavalry and were led by the Philly mission. After not seeing her for a while, the little mare looked more mature. She had the aura of a leader. As the matriarch of the centaur tribe, she was very busy. Mission: don't rush too fiercely when attacking. Just shoot with your bow. Sulen found the little mare and said. Sulen was worried that the orcs and centaurs would attack the supply caravans directly because of the hatred between them. If that happened, the losses would be great. I understand. Mission nodded. Soon, the centaurs began to attack. The orc supply caravans reacted very quickly. When they realized they were ambushed, they immediately stood in place and lit up smoke signals. Everything seemed to be going according to Sulen's plan. At this moment, the system suddenly sent a message. The harpies were attacked. The harpies were killed. Oh no, it's a trap. The moment the harpies in charge of scouting were killed, Sulen immediately realized that the orcs knew he used the harpies to scout. Why did they still attack in the same way as before? It was obviously a trap. Retreat. Send a signal to mission. Retreat immediately. Sulen decisively ordered. Yes, sir. A messenger jumped on his horse and immediately ran towards the centaurs. The other soldiers also gave up attacking the orcs' camp under Sulen's order and began to retreat. The little mare mission did not hesitate at all after receiving the order. She immediately changed direction and retreated with the centaurs. Your Excellency Suluan, what happened? Mihian asked with some doubts after returning here. This is a trap. Let's retreat first. Sulen explained and immediately ordered a retreat. But it was obviously too late to retreat now. Just after Sulen's order, the supply caravans in the distance suddenly changed. They opened the tents on the caravans. Instead of food and supplies, the caravans were stacked with wolf mounts. The supply caravans in front of them were all made up of wolf riders. More than 3,000 wolf riders were quickly prepared. They picked up their weapons and began to wander around on their wolf mounts. These wolf riders clearly knew that their mission was to entangle this army. At the same time, a large number of red dots began to appear on Sulen's strategic map. From the map, the orcs' army had already surrounded Sulen's army on all sides. I really didn't expect this. We've been hunting geese all day long. This time, we've been pecked in the eye by the orcs. Sulen's face was a bit ugly. Looking up at the sky, there were more than 10 black dots rapidly approaching. Sulen realized that these were wyverns flying in the sky. Seeing these wyverns, Sulen finally understood. Although the harpies could fly, there was a huge gap between them and the wyverns. Not only their combat power, but their flying speed was also crushed by the wyverns. The harpies' flying speed was not as fast as the wyverns. In order to eliminate him, The orcs had already transferred wyverns from the front line. With the wyverns, the orcs naturally knew the movements of the northern city's army. These orcs have prepared a big formation for us. Sulen looked at the wyverns. Although they were surrounded on all sides, Sulen didn't look nervous at all. Do you really think you can win? Sulen sneered. Order all soldiers to launch a surprise attack on the wolf riders. We'll kill our way out this time. The trap is indeed useful, but be careful. The prey you've caught might be a giant dragon. Chapter 262. Sulen didn't play hide and seek with the orcs anymore. Instead, he commanded the army to charge at the wolf riders. Raise your morale. Boost morale. Lower enemy defense. After a few flashes of light, the morale of the northern city army was boosted. They sped up and charged at the wolf riders. Seeing the human army charging at them, the orcs weren't scared. Instead, they were happy. They had spent a lot of time and effort to catch these rats. Now that they finally caught them, how could they let them go so easily? Alex and his harpies arrived just as the soldiers of Northgard City were charging forward. The harpies had been hiding nearby for the sake of ambushing the enemy. Now that they had discovered it was a trap, they had no choice but to take it out on the spot. The 3,000 orc wolf riders didn't realize what was different about the human soldiers they were facing. In their minds, the humans weren't strong at all. They could only hide behind the city walls and shoot arrows. Ever since they took down the Blackstone Fortress, the orcs had never lost a battle in the wild. Against the humans, the orcs had a psychological advantage. Seeing the humans charging at them, the wolf riders weren't afraid at all. They roared and charged forward, completely abandoning the mobility of the cavalry. However, compared to the human cavalry, the wolf riders' charge was still very strong. Plus, the orcs all used heavy weapons, so they could charge like heavy cavalry. I've finally caught you rats. Brooks sneered. He looked at the human army charging at them and said, I thought this guy was a big shot, but now it seems like he's just relying on his detection ability. At this moment, the sound of wings flapping came from the sky. Looking up, a few thousand harpies were flying over from the forest not far away. Seeing this, Brooks' face changed. Damn it, why are there so many harpies? But before he could figure it out, the human army of the northern city had already charged up. Wind tornado. 2 tornadoes appeared and quickly charged at the orc wolf riders. The tornadoes picked up a lot of dust and other debris. The wolf riders couldn't help but close their eyes. At this moment, the front line of both sides officially came into contact. The military training of the northern city had completely blended into the soldiers' blood. Even if they were charging, the spearmen could still form a formation. The 3-meter-long spears formed a spear formation that showed their power as they charged forward. The first row of wolf riders were instantly pierced by the spears, and they didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. They continued to charge forward, and the orc wolf riders in the front row suffered heavy losses in just one clash. Behind the spearmen, the archers of the northern city were also ready. 500 archers knocked their arrows and shot 45 degrees into the sky. The arrows flew past the spearmen and accurately landed on the head of the orc wolf riders. These unarmored orc wolf riders were hit by the arrows. The bows used by the northern city were made by the gnomes and centaurs. Not only did they have a long range, but their power was also far beyond human bows. Even if they were shot at a high angle, they could still pierce through scale armor. On top of that, these orc wolf riders weren't wearing any armor at all. A large number of orc wolf riders were hit by the rain of arrows. The 2 heavy punches in a row stunned the orcs. Before they could react, the harpies had already arrived above the orc wolf riders. In the next second, a large number of rocks came crashing down from the sky. The fist-sized rocks fell down like hailstones. For a moment, the orc army was bleeding profusely. The charging formation was smashed to pieces, and a large number of orcs were injured by the rocks. The orc army was like wheat being cut down. Row after row of orcs fell. The spear formation of the northern city didn't show any signs of stopping. The 3-meter-long spears were like candied haws on a stick, continuously piercing through orcs one after another. As a qualified general, Brooks finally reacted under the continuous attacks. He loudly yelled out orders. Throwing axes! Throwing axes! The orc wolf riders weren't equipped with bows, but they were equipped with throwing axes. When they were charging, they were very powerful. The spinning axes could break through armor at close range. And if they hit a vital point, they would either be killed or heavily injured. Of course, not all wolf riders were equipped with throwing axes. For the orcs who lacked iron ore, throwing axes were a consumable item. They couldn't be used on a large scale. After hearing the order, the wolf riders all grabbed the axes at their waists and wanted to throw them forward. However, the wolf riders' formation was already scattered, and there were only a few throwing axes. Apart from a few unlucky ones that got hit, they didn't do much. On the contrary, under the continuous attacks of the arrows and the harpies, the orc wolf riders suffered heavy casualties. When the northern city army was charging, the Little Mare mission had already brought the centaurs to the flank of the orcs. 800 centaurs directly rushed up from the flank. At the very front were 200 centaur heavy cavalry in iron armor. These centaurs were tall and strong, and their iron armor shone with a cold light. When they ran, they were like tanks, destroying the flanks of the orcs. Wherever they went, the orc wolf riders' corpses were strewn everywhere. They didn't have any power to fight back at all. Facing such a situation, Brooks was horrified to discover that the orc wolf riders had completely collapsed in just a dozen minutes. The orc wolf riders that he had been relying on were like paper tigers in the face of the human army's charge, and they were easily broken by the human army. The orc wolf riders that had suffered heavy losses began to collapse on a large scale. However, at this time, both sides were completely entangled. It was easier said than done to escape from the battle, not to mention the centaurs and the harpies were constantly attacking from the sky. In the end, only a small number of wolf riders managed to escape. The rest were all killed on the battlefield. The entire battle only took 30 minutes from start to finish. Sulan didn't let the army rest. At this time, on the strategic map, the orc army was getting closer and closer while the northern city army and the wolf riders were fighting. From the map, the orcs had mobilized more than 20,000 orc soldiers and 3,000 wolf riders to surround the northern city army. According to their idea, the wolf riders were responsible for stopping the human army after discovering them and not giving them a chance to escape. In the orcs' eyes, 3,000 wolf riders was a distraction. Even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't lose either. However, they had completely underestimated the strength of the northern city army. They had also underestimated Sullen's decisiveness. After discovering that they had fallen into a trap, he directly ate the wolf rider. Without the wolf riders, the northern city army's speed was no longer slowed down. Now it was Sullen's turn to make his move. The distance of 20 kilometers was not too far. The orc army could reach there in an hour at most. However, rushing like this would make the soldiers tired, and directly entering the battle would cause the soldiers' fighting strength to decrease. Therefore, the orcs did not rush. Suluan estimated that it would take at least 40 minutes for the orcs to reach there. This caused a very serious consequence. Although the orcs had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers, with 20,000 orcs, they were 4 to 5 times more than the northern city army. However, in order to surround the city, the orc army had split into 4 groups. None of the groups had any advantage over the northern city army. As a matter of fact, the orcs still didn't understand the strength of the northern city army. In their eyes, the human army was only 4 to 5,000 strong. Any one of the 4 groups had the confidence to defeat them. Unfortunately, the northern city army and the Florence army were 2 completely different concepts. Although the orcs had surrounded the northern city army, they had also given the northern city army a chance to take them down one by one. Under such circumstances, the defeat of the orcs was already foreseeable. He opened the strategic map and found that the closest orc army to them was the one in the north. At this time, they were only 10 kilometers away. Seeing this, he was sure that this army would be the first to attack. Without cleaning up the battlefield, all the soldiers directly mounted their horses and rushed to the north. It took less than 10 minutes for the 2 sides to cross the 10-kilometer distance. Su Luan saw a group of orcs rushing here from a distance. Dismount and get into formation. Prepare for battle. With that order, all the soldiers dismounted and quickly got into formation. By the time the beastmen arrived, the army of Northern Town City had already gotten into formation. After seeing the orc army, Su Luan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately ordered the army to attack. The orc army had rushed over in a hurry. Their formation was messed up, and they hadn't gained a firm footing yet. This was the perfect time for a surprise attack. No one would wait for both sides to get into formation before attacking. Those who acted like gentlemen would have died countless times already. At the same time, the spear formation was at the front, the archers were at the back, and the centaurs were at the flanks. The barbarian guards were even more powerful. The first to make contact were still the harpies. With their wings, they had the fastest mobility on the battlefield. More than 2,000 harpies flew above the orc army, and then a large number of stones were thrown down. Although the orc army had conquered many human cities and obtained a large number of armor and equipment, it was still not enough for everyone to have one. Only a small portion of the orcs were wearing iron armor. The rest were either inlaid with iron scales or leather armor. Their weapons and equipment were also varied. They couldn't do anything against the attacks of the harpies. Rocks rained down from the sky, smashing the heads of the orcs who didn't have metal helmets. The orc army that was already in a mess quickly dodged the rocks, and their formation became even more chaotic. Seeing this, Su Luan didn't want to miss this opportunity. The army of North Town City took this opportunity to launch an assault. The orc army's defense line was directly torn apart under the attack. Chapter 263. The Northern Citadel's pikemen had been through a lot of battles. Even the weakest pikemen were elite pikemen. The backbone of the army was the heavy armored pikemen. These heavy armored pikemen had all reached the level of knights. In the Kingdom of Florence, a knight was at least a centurion. These heavy armored pikemen were very strong in close combat. They were much stronger than the orc infantry. Only the elite orc warriors could fight them, but there weren't many of them. Not to mention, the Northern Citadel's army was well equipped, while most of the orcs only had leather armor. Under these circumstances, the orcs were no match for the Northern Citadel's army. The orcs originally wanted to kill the humans with their axes, but their vision blurred. They felt a sharp pain in their chest, and the energy in their bodies was quickly drained away. Then, they fell into an endless darkness. The barbarian warriors in the Northern Battlefront City army were even more desperate. They loved this kind of chaotic battlefield. 200 barbarian warriors were wearing full-body armor, made by the dwarves. They were holding giant axes in their hands. The heavy axes were like toys in their hands. Even a strong orc would be cut in half with a swing of their axes. These barbarian axe berserkers all activated berserk, and with all kinds of buffs, they became even faster. They swung their axes like windmills, and wherever they went, corpses littered the ground. Not a single complete corpse could be found. The barbarians were attacking with all their might, and they had no defense at all. However, the dwarven full-body armor they were wearing blocked all the attacks. The orcs were powerless against these killing machines. The archers began to fire, and the continuous rain of arrows caused the orcs to suffer heavy casualties. Following this, the centaur heavy cavalry launched a surprise attack on the orcs' flanks. 200 centaur heavy cavalry formed a conical formation, and behind them were even more centaur light cavalry, attacking from the flanks. The heavy cavalry tore through the orcs' formation, causing the already chaotic formation to turn upside down. The orcs were beaten up by the Northern Citadel's army since the beginning of the battle. They didn't even have a chance to breathe. The harpies in the sky began a new round of attacks. Large amounts of rocks fell from the sky. The orcs didn't even have a place to hide. The orc army quickly fell apart under the attacks of the Northern Citadel's army. The 5,000 orcs were completely defeated in a dozen minutes. Large amounts of orcs began to flee. The Northern Citadel's army killed their way through. Everywhere they went, there were corpses. After defeating the orc army, Su Luan didn't continue to chase after the orc army. Instead, he rode to the orc army in the east, which was the closest. The orc army hadn't received the news yet, so they didn't expect the northern citadel army to come from the north. They didn't expect this, so their left flank was broken. The harpies used the same trick again. The rocks fell from the sky. This orc army couldn't hold on either. They quickly fell apart under the northern citadel's attack. Under Sullen's command, they won again. After defeating the two armies, Suluan didn't order his army to continue. Instead, he took the time to rest. Although the results of the two successful raids were glorious, it was also a test of the stamina of the soldiers of North Town City. From the beginning of the battle with the Wolf Riders, they had traveled 20 kilometers back and forth, defeated 3 armies, and killed tens of thousands of orcs in just 1 hour. It was a glorious result. After such a long battle, the orc army in the east and the orc army in the south had finished regrouping. At this time, the orcs already knew that the other 2 orc armies had been defeated. When they heard this news, the commanders of the 2 orc armies couldn't believe it. After confirming it again and again, they reluctantly believed it. Right now there were only 2 paths in front of them. They could retreat, or they could regroup and fight the northern citadel's army. These orcs weren't willing to just retreat. If they went back like this, they would lose a lot of soldiers, and they wouldn't get anything. No matter how magnanimous Roxius was, he wouldn't be able to resist chopping off their heads. Plus, this human army had just fought a fierce battle with the other 3 orc armies. Although they won, they must have used up a lot of their stamina. They didn't believe that the northern citadel's army could defeat the orcs so easily. Therefore, they thought that the northern citadel's army was already at the end of their rope. They couldn't retreat at this time. After a simple discussion, the 2 orc armies merged and charged toward the northern citadel's army. Sulen wasn't surprised by their decision at all. If it was a human, they would most likely retreat. If they pursued, it would easily cause the entire army to collapse. After seeing the orc army continue to attack the northern citadel, Sulen sighed. If the orcs really retreated, Sulen would definitely chase after them. At that time, with the help of the harpies and the centaurs, he was 100% sure that he could defeat the orc army while they were retreating. At that time, all he had to do was chase after them. Since the orcs didn't run, they could only fight. The continuous victories had boosted the morale of the northern citadel's army. At the same time, they had a psychological advantage against the orcs. Seeing the orc army advancing, Sulen began to rearrange his formation. When the orcs arrived, the northern citadel's army was already waiting for them. After a dozen minutes of rest, although the soldiers hadn't recovered to their peak condition, they were still mostly recovered. Their morale didn't drop at all when facing the orc army of over 10,000. The orcs were even more surprised when they saw the northern battlefront city's army. It was completely different from what they thought the human army would be at the end of their rope. Sulen didn't give them a chance to think. He immediately launched the attack. What surprised him even more was that after he gave the order, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host. Your army has triggered the special effect of the miracle construction, Triumphal Arch, in this battle. The army on the battlefield has received the buff of the Song of Triumph. At the same time, in the northern citadel far away in the northern wastelands, a different kind of energy suddenly came from the solemn Triumphal Arch. A faint battle song sounded. The sound was very faint. On the battlefield, all the soldiers of the northern citadel heard the same battle song. When the battle song sounded, the soldiers couldn't help but sing along. A huge aura rose from the army. Their tired bodies immediately became full of energy. It was as if their bodies had endless energy. The passionate battle song made the blood of the northern citadel's army boil. At the same time, the orc army's morale unknowingly dropped. Seeing this situation, Sulen didn't hesitate and launched the first attack. The northern citadel's army that had been buffed to the max launched a surprise attack. The orcs didn't show any weakness and also rushed up. As soon as they came into contact, a fierce battle broke out. At the same time, in the sky, just as the harpies were about to launch a surprise attack, a team of wyvern knights rushed over. Although there were only 12 wyvern knights, they weren't afraid in the slightest when facing the harpies. After all, wyverns were rank 3 extraordinary creatures. In addition to the rank 3 orc knights, even the harpies weren't a match for them except for Alex. The flying ability of the harpies didn't have any advantage when facing the wyverns. Compared to the wyverns, they were like children who had just learned how to walk. In just one contact, 20 or so harpies fell from the sky. It looked like they wouldn't survive. You all deserve to die. Seeing his own people being wantonly slaughtered, Alex was furious. Wind blade flurry. Slow. Repeating fireball. Thunderstorm. Several flashes of light appeared in a row. A dozen wind blades appeared out of thin air and quickly flew towards the wyverns. Earth and yellow light fell from the sky, and the originally swift wyverns instantly slowed down. At the same time, 5 fireballs formed beside Alex. Then, he directly flew towards a wyvern knight. A large amount of lightning energy gathered in the sky, and in the next second, a dazzling lightning suddenly burst out. A dozen wind blades rushed to the wyvern's side. The beast-man knight sitting on the wyvern wanted to dodge, but his body sank and he missed the opportunity. The 3-meter-long lance in his hand hurriedly smashed at the wind blade. The lance, which had been activated with life energy, collided with the wind blade and directly exploded. Just as they didn't have time to relax, a fireball had already arrived in front of them. The wyverns quickly dodged, but these fireballs directly exploded beside them, and the flames instantly enveloped them. Powerful lightning energy exploded in the air and lightning snakes splashed in the sky. A few wyvern knights were directly electrocuted and numbed. Even the wyverns started falling from the lightning. Fortunately, these wyverns had good resistances. When they were about to fall, the numbing effect finally disappeared, and they avoided the danger of falling to their deaths. However, the others weren't so lucky. 2 wyverns that recovered a bit late didn't have time to adjust and fell to the ground. Even with the physique of wyverns, falling from such a high altitude would cause their bones to break. One of their wings was broken, and their bodies were fractured in many places. Seeing this situation, the centaur knights wandering around the periphery directly rushed up and easily killed the confused orcs before they could react. The wyvern knights that were hit by the repeating fireball were burned by the flames. The shockwave swept across and their bodies also started falling. However, they quickly regained their balance. After all, the shockwave produced by the explosion had limited effects. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, a few javelins suddenly flew out from the Northgard city's army. These javelins were powerful and heavy and instantly hit the wyverns. These wyverns stiffened and then accelerated their fall. Chapter 264. Sulen moved his wrists and weighed the spear in his hand. The 3-meter-long spear was thrown out with more power than the ballista bolts. Several wyverns that were hit directly fell from the sky. The 3-meter-long spear pierced through their bodies, and even the orc knights on their bodies were pierced. Seeing such terrible injuries, the remaining wyvern knights were so frightened that they quickly flew higher into the sky, not daring to tangle with the harpies. To these wyvern knights, killing a few dozen harpies was not enough to make up for their losses. How many harpies were there? And how many wyverns were there? To put it bluntly, the value of a wyvern was several hundred times that of a harpy. The orc army had more than 100,000 in total, but there were no more than 30 wyverns in total. They had already used up the entire tribe's strength to successfully tame them. The amount of resources and energy spent was too much for a large tribe like theirs to bear. The northern wastelands were barren to begin with, and the orcs were not good at farming, so the food production was limited. A Euron like the wyverns needed a bison for every meal. In a month, these 30-odd wyverns needed hundreds of bison. Not to mention the cost of capturing and taming them. Every wyvern was very precious in the orc tribe. Now 6 or 7 wyverns had died in this battle. Such a heavy loss made Barton not dare to tangle with the harpies anymore. Even in Cult City, they had only suffered 3 casualties after fighting against the human Griffin Knights for half a month. On the other hand, the human Griffin Knights had suffered more than 20 casualties. Originally, Barton did not care too much about the mission of encircling this human army. After all, in their opinion, this human army only dared to launch sneak attacks. As long as they blocked them, it would be easy to deal with them. In the end, the development of the situation surprised them. After being surrounded, the human army did not have the slightest intention of escaping. Instead, they directly killed the wolf riders that were in charge of delaying them. Then they quickly ate the 2 orc armies, and then went to fight with the remaining 2 armies. Even their Wyvern Knight squad suffered a great loss. The Wyverns retreated from the battle in a panic. Alex coldly glanced at them, and did not give chase. The main reason was that these Wyverns were very fast, making it very difficult to chase them down. The battle below was still ongoing, so the Harpies could not leave the battlefield. Without the Wyverns' interference, the Harpies once again launched a surprise attack on the orcs. A large number of stones fell from the sky, and the orcs, who lacked protection, were unable to resist at all. The originally struggling front quickly began to collapse. At this time, Sulen activated the lightning domain. There were no legendary level warriors in the orc army. After all, they thought that it wouldn't be too difficult to wipe out the small army that had been causing trouble at the rear. However, they didn't expect that the 20,000 orcs would be defeated by this small army. What was even more unacceptable was that the commander of this army was actually a legendary powerhouse. They had originally wanted to catch a big fish, but instead, they caught a shark. Not only was the bait eaten, but even the fishermen could not escape. Under the continuous attacks of the barbarian warriors, heavy armored spearmen, spear guards, harpies, and centaur cavalry, the orc army was in a precarious situation. After seeing Sulen activate the lightning domain, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The entire orc army no longer had any intention of holding on, and completely collapsed. Seeing the orc army collapse, the morale of the northern city soldiers was even higher. With the help of the centaur cavalry, they began to chase and kill the orcs. The scattered orc army had no discipline at all. The mountains and plains were filled with orcs running wildly, afraid that they would be killed by the humans behind them if they were too slow. This orc army had completely lost the courage to continue. In the end, even if they managed to escape the pursuit, it would take a long time for them to recover their morale. The soldiers of the northern city were like chasing ducks. They chased the large number of orcs away. Along the way, there were corpses of orcs everywhere. Sulen chased for 20 miles. When he saw that the formation of the army had completely collapsed, he was shocked. He quickly ordered all the troops to gather. The hot-blooded soldiers of the northern city finally came back to their senses. After seeing that the army had completely dispersed, Sulen was also scared. If there was another army ambushing here at this time, with the performance of the northern city army, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Luckily, the orc army did not leave an ambush here. However, this also reminded Sulen that he could not be complacent at any time. Otherwise he would end up like Cao Cao. Haha, I laughed at Zhou Yu's lack of strategy. Zhuge Xiaoji. What if I ambush another army? What will happen? That famous scene suddenly appeared in Sulen's mind. He shook his head and swept the scene of why the Prime Minister was laughing out of his mind. Sulen then ordered the army to clean up the battlefield. Although the orcs did not bring any supplies, they still had a lot of weapons and armor. Although these weapons were not as good as the ones in the northern city, they were still pretty good after being reforged. At least these weapons had been refined. Other than leaving a few people to clean up the battlefield, Sulen once again led his men to attack the orc camp where the human slaves were imprisoned. Half of the orc army in this camp had been mobilized. Now that Sulen's attack was unstoppable, it did not take him much effort to conquer the camp. Seeing this situation, Sulen decided to go all out. He directly led his men to attack the other camps where the human slaves were imprisoned. In order to deal with Sulen, the orcs had mobilized half of their army in the rear camp. Only the ones guarding the food were not mobilized. Now the orc army was wiped out by Sulen. There was no longer an army that could pose a threat to him. Even if Su Luan swaggered past the orcs' camp with his human slaves, the orcs just held their camp without the slightest intention of attacking. Sulen ordered his subordinates to gather the prisoners while he checked his harvest. The battle is over. Congratulations, host. You have won an epic victory. The battle of encirclement and counter-encirclement. July 1687 of the Huiyue calendar. The northern orcs invaded the south. The Blackstone stronghold was breached in a week, and the northern provinces fell. You led the army of the northern city to conduct guerrilla warfare behind the orcs in the northern provinces. You successfully attacked the orc camps multiple times, and caused a large number of casualties. The orcs mobilized more than 20,000 orcs, including wolf riders and wyvern riders, to ambush you and your army from all sides. At this critical moment, you led your army to eliminate more than 3,000 wolf riders, then broke through the orc army that surrounded the two sides. Finally, you engaged in a decisive battle with the remaining orcs. In the end, you and your army achieved a glorious victory. Your battle dealt a huge blow to the orcs. As the battle was over, the reputation of you and your army began to spread. You have gained a huge reputation in the Kingdom of Florence. Reputation plus 25. You have defeated the orcs and saved a large number of human slaves. You have gained plus 10 favorability with the nobles in the northern provinces. Your reputation has begun to spread among the nobles. Your charm has increased by 2, so you can easily gain the favor of the nobles. You have defeated the orc army. You have gained 33,560 experience points. You have gained 1 platinum treasure chest and 2 gold treasure chests. The battle is over. You have gained the item recruitment token X2. Sulen rubbed his hands excitedly. He had gained 1 platinum treasure chest and 2 gold treasure chests from this battle. There were even 2 recruitment tokens. The value was not small. First, he went to find some clean water to wash himself seriously, then asked someone to prepare a quiet room. After meditating in the quiet room for a while, Sulen ritualistically opened the storage space. After thinking for a while, he opened the 2 gold treasure chests. There was a flash of light, and the familiar sound of the system rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the gold treasure chest. You have gained the skill Greater Group Haste, increase army speed. Congratulations, host. You have opened the gold treasure chest. You have gained the Tiger Tally, shooting sound camp. Seeing the item in the gold treasure chest, Sullen's eyes lit up. Greater Group Haste, a skill created by the system to increase army speed combined with the rules of this world. After use, it can buff the soldiers under your command with the Greater Group Haste. The spell range is 1,000 people. For every additional 100 people, the energy consumption will increase by 20%. Spell effect. Movement speed will increase by 100%. Duration 1 hour. The effect of the Greater Group Haste was very powerful. It directly doubled the speed of the soldiers. If all the soldiers were buffed with this skill, the movement ability of the Northern Battlefront City Army would be insane. No matter if it was used to attack or retreat, they could completely take the initiative. They could fight if they wanted to and run if they did not want to. The only problem was that the energy consumption was a little high. Sulen played with the Tiger Tally in his hand. He already had a Tiger Tally like this. It was the Formation Breaker. There were 700 Formation Breakers. It could allow the Spear Guard to advance to a higher level of Formation Breaker. This Tiger Tally of the Shooting Sound Camp had the same effect. Commander Tally, Shooting Sound Camp. After use, it can train a special elite soldier type, the Shooting Sound Camp. They can shoot arrows from 100 paces away, rain arrows from the sky, and shoot arrows from the feather forest. They will follow you in life and death. Recruitment, 500 people. Recruitment requirements, Sharpshooter. Recruitment requires 100 units of food. Kinner, 200 units. Training success rate, 20%. After seeing the recruitment requirements of the Shooting Sound Camp, Sulen already knew that this was the advancement of the archers. Originally, when an archer advanced to become a sharpshooter, they would reach the peak. If they could not break through to become a hero, then their potential would be exhausted and they would not be able to advance for the rest of their lives. However, with this Shooting Sound Camp's Commander Tally, those soldiers who reached the level of a sharpshooter could advance again as long as they passed the test. He had only obtained the legendary skill point when he had advanced to legendary. He had never thought that he would get one from a platinum treasure chest this time. Grabbing the purple pouch, Sulen chose to open it. With a flash of light, 5 skill points and 1 legendary skill point appeared on Sulen's system interface. What disappointed Sulen was that this legendary skill point could not upgrade the lightning territory. However, this legendary skill point was not without other effects. A plus symbol appeared above the other skills in his hand. He clicked on it, and it showed whether he wanted to upgrade the skill with the legendary skill point. Sulen did not agree. Instead, he looked at the effects of the upgraded skills. The skills that made Sulen most envious were Mechanical Control, Forbidden Magic and Dodge Instinct. After the upgrade, Mechanical Control became Magic Technology. He had mastered the prerequisite technology to build a floating city. With this skill, he could study the floating city technology and build it. However, he still lacked the experience of magic technology and could not upgrade it. As for the Forbidden Magic skill, it was even more exciting. In the past, the Forbidden Magic skill could only be used on people who were weaker than him, and the Forbidden Magic effect could only be used on enemies below the legendary rank. After the Forbidden Magic skill was upgraded, it could be used on legendary enemies. However, the effect and duration of the Forbidden Magic skill varied greatly with the enemy. If it was a wizard who had not mastered a domain, then the Forbidden Magic skill would last longer. If it was a wizard who had mastered a domain, then the Forbidden Magic skill would increase the difficulty of the opponent's casting. In fact, even the goddess of magic, Mystra, could not fully master the Forbidden Magic skill. Otherwise, the Arcane Kingdom would not dare to challenge the gods. Even so, the Forbidden Magic skill was very powerful. It was just that when Sulen chose to upgrade it, the system notified him that he did not have enough skill points. To upgrade the Forbidden Magic skill, he needed 2 legendary skill points. The last passive ability was Dodge Instinct. Sulen spent a lot of time in the training ground to master Dodge Instinct. If he wanted to get a stronger sixth sense, it was no longer a matter of training. In fact, there was no training to master the sixth sense. One way to get the sixth sense was to be born with it. There were very few people who could get it. If they did not die prematurely, they could become a strong person. The sixth sense was also known as one of the most powerful legendary abilities. Another way was for a thief with Dodge Instinct to see the goddess of luck's underwear when he advanced to the legendary rank. If he was lucky enough, his Dodge Instinct would be upgraded to the sixth sense. However, there were very few people who could do this. Another way was for a monk. These monks with mysterious power, after advancing to the legendary monk, their perception was further strengthened, and there was a certain chance of awakening the sixth sense ability. There were also legendary adventures, or entering the realm of the gods. All gods had the sixth sense ability. As for the more advanced super sixth sense, this was a legendary ability. Those who mastered this ability could be said to be the simplified version of the Child of the Plane. Upgrading Dodge Instinct required 1 legendary skill point. Sulen hesitated for a moment, and then directly chose to upgrade it. A golden light instantly merged into Sulen's body. His perception was magnified several times in an instant, and the surrounding environment appeared in his mind. After a long time, this feeling gradually disappeared. When he opened his eyes, his perception of the surroundings was obviously different. Even if he did not use his eyes to see, he knew the surrounding environment. During the battle, he could even sense the direction of the opponent's attack in advance. This skill was very obvious in increasing his combat power. The Dodge Instinct ability in the system interface also became sixth sense. In addition to the legendary skill point, Sulen also had 5 ordinary skill points. The Greater Group Haste, that he had just opened from the treasure chest, required 3 skill points to learn. Sulen directly chose to learn it. The remaining 2 skill points did not have any skills to learn for the time being, so he kept them for later use. After opening the treasure chest, there were still 2 recruitment tokens. Sulen did not use them for the time being. Now that he had recruited enough human slaves, he would use them when this batch was transported back to the northern town. Because the orc army had been defeated this time, there were not enough soldiers to defend the orc camp. Sulen took back all the human slaves from the orc camp. Now, the entire Blackstone fortress was filled with a large population. Just Sulen alone had taken over 30,000 people from the orcs. In addition to the refugees that had fled to the surrounding wilderness, the population of the Blackstone fortress had reached 40,000. With so many people gathered in the Blackstone fortress, it was not safe. Although Sulen had defeated the 20,000 orc army, it had also attracted the attention of the orcs. One had to know that there was an even more powerful 80,000 orc army in Cult City. If the 80,000 orc army suddenly turned around and attacked him, no matter how powerful the northern town's army was, they would have no choice but to retreat. Therefore, Sulen had to move these people to the northern town's city as soon as possible. Only when these people left would the northern town's army have nothing to worry about. Otherwise, they would be stuck here forever. In order to move the people, Sulen's army pulled back and no longer attacked the orc camp. Instead, they seized the time to move the people. This time, all the soldiers were assigned to escort the people. All the people were divided into groups of 100, and 1,000 people were moved at once. The 40,000 people were divided into 40 groups and set off from the Blackstone fortress. The entire northern town's army was mobilized. Tens of thousands of people were boundless, let alone 40,000. The journey from the Blackstone fortress to the northern town's city was filled with migrating groups. Fortunately, the northern town's soldiers were experienced in migrating. Although there were a lot of people this time, there was not much chaos. Sulen had already sent someone to the northern town's city to inform them of the migration. Even the northern town's city could not handle the influx of 40,000 people. Therefore, they were told to prepare in advance. Food, clothing, housing, sanitation, and so on were all big problems. There were no empty houses in the northern town's city. After the refugees and slaves arrived, they had no choice but to build a large number of camps and live in them for the time being. At the same time, they had to pay attention to the spread of infectious diseases. Sulen was too lazy to comment on the medical conditions of this era. In Sulen's eyes, the doctor's treatment methods were a complete gamble. The medical standards of this era were not very advanced. Of course, it did not mean that there was no way to treat a sick person. As long as they donated some money to the temple, a priest would cast a divine spell on them. The divine spells that could cure diseases and cure diseases were very effective, but the price was too high. Ordinary people would have to save up for a few months to afford them. Of course, to show the mercy of the gods and spread their faith, the priests would charge a lot less. The temple would also take out a day every month to treat the poor who did not have money. Of course, the number of people they could treat was limited. As for why did the temple need so much money? Did the gods need money? It was not like there was no such thing. However, the temple claimed that the money was needed for the construction of the temple and the operation of the temple. After all, the food that the temple gave out every month was bought with money. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.